Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
There are some who think maybe today's the day LeBron James makes his announcement, makes his decision. The reason some folks feel that way, James will appear at Fanatics Fest in New York City, and this afternoon have a live taping of his podcast, Mind the Game, at 1:15. LeBron also plans to spend Friday in the Big Apple and do a live taping of his show, The Shop. That's going to be at noon. Cavaliers among a number of teams supposedly in the running for the future Hall of Famer. Some think the Cavs in the lead. Guardians one final day to enjoy the All-Star break before they start the second half of the season. Guardians going to play host to the Pittsburgh Pirates. 3-game series starting tomorrow night at Progressive Field. Guardians begin the second half tied with the White Sox for first place in the American League Central. Cleveland also comes in with a 4-game winning streak. Guardians hope to soon have back Jose Ramirez and Angel Martinez. They've both been out since getting injured back on June 13th. Ramirez been recovering following surgery for a broken bone in his left hand. Martinez been out following a broken left foot. British Open first round at Royal Birkdale underway this morning. 3 players share the lead at 4 under par, including Ryan Gerard, who's still on the course. He's played 14 holes this morning. 8 players at 3 under par, including defending champion Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
This is far different from the LeBron of, man, the one that came here in 2014 or the one that went to Los Angeles and won a championship, the bubble title with Anthony Davis. This is a different LeBron, and I think we saw that last year in how he was able, surprisingly, to take a back seat to Luka and even to Austin Reeves. But when those guys went down with injuries, and it was, again, LeBron and a mixed nuts cast of characters in the playoffs, he was the best player in a playoff series.
It's not that LeBron guarantees a championship, not by any means necessary, but it makes you feel better about their chance to win one with him than it does without.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Hello, hello, hello. One of the slowest days in sports, but will it be? Will LeBron James kind of figure it out today? Let everybody know where he's going to play next year? I don't know. Are you going to be heartbroken? We'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. We'll talk about the Guardians getting set for the second half of the season. Well, the second, what is it?
41.1%.
41.1% of the season coming up. We've got Andrew Brandt coming up a little bit later in the show.
Who's Andrew Brandt?
He's from Sports Illustrated. He's got a new book out now.
Former Packer.
Yep, Smarter Than
Front
Sports.
office man.
And that is out now, by the way. John Schuman's going to join us at 11:20, I should say. And he's going to talk a little bit about LeBron and where he's going and what he's doing and what we'll know by that point. And, you know, there's nothing really new right now.
This doesn't sound like a slow day.
I just said that, Jeff. I said today is normally the slowest day in sports.
Not on Baskin and Phelps.
Although
Andy.
yesterday
no
used
day
to be,
ever is.
Yesterday used to be the slowest day in sports, and then
no, they're all good days.
Then the 4-letter network decided they wanted to make up their own little show.
That's not a sports day.
What is it?
It's a television show.
But it's about sports, Jeff. It gives you news and information about sports.
And Law and Order
tells you that
Law and Order had a sports-based theme last night. Does that make it a sports show?
What happened? Somebody get shot during a game, or what? What happened?
You know, my former weekend guy in Beaumont was on Law and Order twice.
Dan Manigan, who's also here today. Did we? Was that? I didn't have that on the bingo card today. He was your former weekend guy.
Yeah, I was the weekday guy. He was the weekend guy, and we both moved on to other things. And he's in New York doing real estate and has been on Law and Order twice.
Wow, what did he play on Law and Order?
He played a baseball coach in one episode, and he played the aide to the governor of Connecticut in another.
That's impressive. Didn't anybody notice that he was playing these dual roles? I mean, it kind of
Are you
kills the
kidding? On Law
continuity
and
of
Order,
the show.
people play like 9 different episodes.
I did not
all
know
different
that.
roles.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So the ESPYs isn't. That's not sports. That's ESPN stroking itself. Hi, look at us. We're good.
I thought it was interesting when they first started the ESPYs that they didn't use like.
And that's okay, by the way.
Whatever.
Nothing wrong with that.
But it really like had nothing to do with ESPN. Like it didn't have anything. Like back when remember when they used to do sports on ESPN? Like they used to give. I say the
They
same
used
thing.
to give scores and highlights?
Yeah, like you knew what like they were trying to inform you
Rather than be cool.
or just make up opinion on everything
It's
or
whatever.
That was like
Different
like,
strokes, different folks.
It was must watch TV at the time
one
for sports.
point, yeah.
Because they gave you stuff, and then the only other time you could find out what was going on at home is you would have to watch the local stuff. Now it's all over the place.
Sure.
But so you get the self-serving awards for ESPN yesterday.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah. So
I want us to do.
did you watch? I'm just curious.
no,
did you watch any of it?
no.
Dan, did you watch any of it?
Not a second.
I didn't watch any of it either. I just went back and looked.
I want Odyssey to do. Let's do the Audis.
Oh, we should do the Audis.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's already taken, Jeff. A lot of people drive those around town.
They drive an Audi.
So you just said the Audis.
We'll do the Audis.
Yeah.
The car's an Audi, right? So couldn't
Audi.
we get away with doing Audis?
Yeah, why could
Odyssey?
with an I don't know. There might be some copyright infringement.
There
stuff
might
going on
be.
there. Yeah, I don't know. If you can
We'll
go
get
down
the
that
legal department on that.
road. All right, we'll make sure you hop on that. But it was interesting. It was weird when I went back and looked through the awards. By the way, Marcelo Hernandez, who went to John Carroll and played soccer, there was the host last night. He's on Saturday Night Live. And it sounds like he did a good job. You watched the clips. I didn't see it.
There are a couple of funny clips.
I don't know.
Go watch them.
Maybe we'll drop some of those in throughout the day. I didn't hear any of it, didn't see any of it. So, but when I did go back and check out what the awards were, Myles Garrett won 2, and it was weird, like, to watch him.
Is there cash?
I don't know. Do you think there was cash on the self-serving awards?
It's okay that they're self-serving, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
I didn't.
That's all right.
I'm
Yeah.
not questioning that.
Yeah.
But Myles Garrett won a couple awards last night.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And and good for him. I'm excited. It was just weird that that when you see Myles, it says best NFL player, right? That was Myles Garrett. And then it
It's
said
a nice award.
Los Angeles Rams after it. I'm like, really?
It's all right.
Record-breaking performance.
Where he is now.
He also won that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't win it as a member of the Rams. He won it as a member of the Browns.
Well, but do you identify him in the present or in the past? I don't know.
When you win best NFL
whatever,
player for
whatever.
last year, isn't it for being for the Cleveland Browns?
Well, but he's not on the Browns now.
But he hasn't played it down. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you're going to put an identifier,
Well, and then I'm like,
it's like you wouldn't if you had to put a graphic up on me, you wouldn't put KJAC TV.
I might put former. Maybe. And so you look at Myles Garrett, and
You could put former Cleveland Brown, but then the folks in L.A. I mean, where were the awards?
how can you?
Where were the awards? They were in L.A., right?
Yeah.
Well, there's your big hug.
Oh,
Look,
I guess
look
so.
who we have now. Yay! Which is okay.
The first question I kept asking myself is, how was he really the best NFL player last year? I asked myself that last night. I was like, okay, I get it. His team won 5 games last year. Was he really the best player in the NFL last year?
Listen, Baskin.
Yeah.
Quit letting the facts get in the way of a great TV show.
His team won
Would you
5
please stop it?
games last year.
Dan.
5.
Dan. He's dealing in facts.
He's the best player in the NFL?
He's dealing in facts. Dan. He didn't get the script.
I didn't vote on this damn thing. I can't tell you.
I'll give you best record-breaking performance. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
NFL single-season sack record.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll
It's
give
big.
that to you.
Big.
It's
much bigger than big.
Is Myles Garrett really the best player in the NFL?
I think there's a case to be made for that. Yes.
Okay, but
Yes.
shouldn't you have to win more than 5 games as a team?
Haven't I been told my whole life that this is the ultimate team game?
Well, it probably is the ultimate team game. An individual.
I don't know.
performance.
You know what? I think they got it right with best soccer player. Messi proved that yesterday, didn't he? 2 assists. He proved that. I'm down with it. No, I'm not watching.
He's not the best soccer player in the world, and it's frankly kind of sad that we're doing this. But
Wow.
Nonetheless.
So they were 0 for 2. Is Jalen Brunson the best NBA player?
Again, I didn't vote on these damn things.
I'm just asking.
I
Who's
don't
the
know.
most popular player at the moment? You're the best player in your sport.
I'm just.
Who's making up arbitrary
Who's
awards
in the
and
current?
handing them out?
Who's in the current news cycle? You're the best.
And now our award for best player of making fans hold their breath. Congratulations, LeBron James. Akron, Ohio. St. Vincent, St. Mary.
You know what's going to happen
Congratulations.
today, don't you?
It's going to break today?
The smoke is going to clear,
Literally around town?
and he will have a team.
Is that why all the smoke is out there this morning?
Exactly right.
Or is that the Canadians?
No, it's exactly right.
This is Canadian smoke, by the way. I'm having trouble breathing this morning.
Wildfires for LeBron's signing.
That's what it is?
The smoke will clear, and emerging from the smoke will be a team.
So let me go back to Myles Garrett here, my friend. And I mean, I laugh at the thought that he's the best NFL player. I think he's a great player.
The ESPYs were in New York, apparently.
Oh, they were in New York? Oh, did you get corrected on that?
Yeah, my buddy Jeff in Cleveland.
They've been in L.A., though.
Jeff listens a lot. It's
well,
really
that makes
nice
sense.
of him.
That makes sense why LeBron is in New York, too.
Jeff,
then, right?
thank you very much.
LeBron's got, what, two podcasts coming up. That's why another reason we think he might make a decision. But there was something that Mary Kay Cabot said this morning on the morning show.
Yep.
Big show they had this morning. About Myles Garrett.
Yep. What did she say?
And his current situation now that he's in L.A. This is what Mary Kay said this morning.
Last night at the ESPYs, there seemed to be a nice moment between Myles Garrett and Shedeur Sanders. I don't know, was Shedeur up for any awards or anything?
I don't know. I didn't watch it. Why would I watch that?
They had a nice moment there that was captured by, I think, Shedeur's video team. Do you think, Mary Kay, if Shedeur had played better, that Myles Garrett is still a Cleveland Brown today?
Oh, that's hard to say because I think that Myles was going for something more than a quarterback playing better than he played last year. Myles was going for the bright lights in the big city and a chance at the Super Bowl and all of those kinds of things. And I still don't think that was going to be enough to make him want to stay here.
Okay. So you tell me when you heard that, what'd you think?
I thought the Rams made an offer and the Browns accepted, and Myles said yes.
That's what I thought, too.
Yeah.
That they were able to have an understanding a year ago. Because I was like ready when Myles said he wanted out and went on press row during the Super Bowl 2 years ago or two
And
Super
told
Bowls
everybody
ago,
he was toast.
and he was out of here.
I'm done.
So, like, he came back and played an entire season with that on his mind? And maybe that's why he set the single-season sack record?
Well, if that was the inspiration he needed, congratulations.
Yeah.
Look, I don't have any ill will toward Myles if he wanted to move on. You know, the Browns gave him a great contract. Okay, well, you can trade that great contract, and they did. And I don't have any ill will toward the Browns for trading him. I honestly think the Browns made a great move for the future of their franchise by trading Myles while he still had great value. And I would assume he still has great value for a couple of more years, but, you know, sorry, when your magic number in football, especially for the Browns, starts with a 3. And when you get to that number, your value goes down each and every year. And I think the Browns, if you needed to move on from Myles, if the opportunity to move on from Myles, perhaps set yourself up to get your franchise quarterback in 2027. If all that presented itself while also putting in a 2-time Pro Bowler and 2 NFL seasons to take Myles' spot, if that all presented itself, good for the Browns. And good for Myles if this is what he wants. I mean, this could be a real win-win deal. I don't have any ill will about that. And if Mary Kay's on the money, and I'm sure she is, that's all fine. That's fine.
I mean, does this change your perspective on Myles Garrett and, you know, the way this thing ended? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Was he just ready to leave and didn't want to be here, and it became so much more obvious, and that's why he's gone, and we all kind of felt like the team maybe circled back around and was waiting for that? It clouds up my thoughts on Myles and what he did here and his legacy that he leaves in Cleveland. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement.
7 players right now at 3 under par. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket at Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092, as Jeff Thomas gives you updates every 20 minutes on what's going on in the world of sports. We're all got our ear to the ground to see exactly what LeBron James is planning on doing next, knowing that Cleveland is at least in the hunt on this thing, which is something we're not used to talking about, especially during football season. At least we don't get to see that in the month of December very often. So, but they are in the hunt for LeBron James, and so we are waiting for news on that. Also, we're talking a little bit about Myles Garrett and something that Mary Kay Cabot said this morning that might change your perspective on what you think about Myles. And Dan, if we get a chance, we'll play it here in a couple minutes again. But, Mary Kay Cabot basically alluded to the fact that he wanted the bright lights, he wanted the big city, and was just ready to roll. And I go back to wonder what was the conversation a year before when LeBron said when Myles said he was leaving, wanted to leave, had like both feet out the door, and they turned around and they're like, no, we figured this out, and he came back for another season and had a great season. I mean, he had a great individual season last year, set the single season sack record. You cannot take that away from him, and you cannot.
We enjoyed it.
Look away from the impact. It was the reason we watched.
Yeah, it was fun.
Towards the end of the year, because that 5-win team didn't make the playoffs.
That would be correct.
So it's just that on top of the ESPYs last night, where, he came out and won 2 ESPYs last year, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. I just, he won Best NFL Player. He won Best Record-Breaking Performance at the ESPYs yesterday.
But that means nothing.
I know it
right?
doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
It's just a show to, you know what it is? It's like ESPN having a big party to say, look, we're ESPN. And
Which
also,
is okay.
Yeah. And then also, okay. I mean, there's 3 reasons that thing kind of exists, right? 1, it's self-serving for ESPN. It's a giant commercial. 2, it's the opportunity for all these athletes to get together, especially across sports, where you don't really have that opportunity anywhere else. And 3, it gives us news on a day where there's very little news. It's the day after.
If you want to call it news.
Well, it's self-created.
I don't consider it news. It's an organization that has a little show. To me, that's it.
So what Mary Kay said, and I'm just kind of like, all right, if he wanted the bright lights, he wanted the big city, like, why? I don't understand why the Browns, unless they just felt like they couldn't get an offer for him a year ago. Why didn't they do this a year ago? Like, why didn't the Browns trade him a year earlier?
Got me. Maybe they didn't hear what they wanted to hear.
Or
maybe they had no desire to trade him at that point.
It's all very, it's interesting. Levon's in Cleveland. Hi. Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
All right.
It's a good word.
Are you talking about the Browns?
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Okay, well, they need to worry about the quarterback situation.
That's not what we're talking. No, I'm sorry. We're talking about Myles Garrett and just your thoughts on, the what Mary Kay Cabot said this morning about, he was ready for he wanted it. Everything appeared to be that the Browns traded him on the Browns timeline, but that's not the way it appears right now. So I don't know. Have you been listening to the show?
No, I'm at the hospital. I just wanted to pick it up. Well, Myles Garrett, he needs to worry about him not wanting to be here, so we got rid of him. So what is he worried about what we doing? We're trying to win.
Right.
He's trying to get a Super Bowl, so he got what he wanted, and we got to fix ourselves together because he left. I wish we could get T.J. Watts to replace his behind. That'll be a good deal, would it?
It seems like they got a pretty good guy to bring him back in. Well, thank you, and thank you for are you working at the hospital or you got somebody there?
No.
Yes, we would all like LeBron to make a decision. I agree. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Marcus is in Aurora. Hey, Marcus, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, Marcus.
You know, I think that the Browns tanked last year, basically, especially when they traded Flacco and Garrett kind of in the back of his mind. He had to know that. He still played hard, still did accomplish a great thing, but I just don't think he had enough faith in the quarterback situation to stick around, and you can't really blame him for wanting out. He wants to play playoff games, and he wants to, whatever city he ended up in, he was going to go to a contender. And I also think that the Browns are in position now, thanks to the trade, to pick a quarterback or Jeremiah Smith next year. I'm not knocking Sanders or Watson, but at this point, you got to think that one of these guys in the draft next year is probably going to be better for the most part. And my other comment is the Browns hired Ryan Grigson, and I think Kenny was talking about it yesterday. I've been saying this since they hired him, that this is the guy that drafted a franchise quarterback and then forgot to build an offensive line. And he was a guy that was on the personnel evaluation staff that passed up on Tristan Wirfs for Jed Wills. And I believe there's only 2 players that he was in that team for 2 years. The only guys that were worth the hoop basically were Delpit and JOK, and one's injured. And he did draft Newsome, but he drafted Newsome too high, so the Grigson thing kind of scares me.
Well, he's still just an advisor. I mean, he's an advisor. It's not like he's running the whole show.
There's a comfort level that Andrew Berry has with Ryan Grigson because they work together with the Colts.
Obviously, yep. And I he has a comfort level there, but I'm telling you, this guy makes me nervous. So I appreciate you guys giving me the time.
No worries. Thank you, Marcus.
Thanks, Marcus.
Right, have a good day.
Here's the thing about that, though. Andrew Berry's the GM. Ryan Grigson is the guy, he goes to for thoughts. Grigson's not going to be making any trades. He might suggest some, but it's Andrew Berry. And if Andrew Berry, if they work, Berry gets credit. If they don't work, Grigson's not going to get the blame. No. Andrew Berry would get the blame. No. So
most people don't. I don't even think the majority of the fans know that Ryan Grigson's even around.
I don't think the majority of people know how many people might be in a GM's ear.
No, that's true too.
There are a lot of guys in roles like that.
And there's one guy that's super important that's in his ear, and that's the owner, and that's the
one that matters.
Yeah. Dan, can we play the cut one more time just for Mary Kay, just to kind of refresh everybody on what we're talking about? And I don't know, it was a little bit of perspective. It was on the morning show this morning.
Last night at the ESPYs, there seemed to be a nice moment between Myles Garrett and Shedeur Sanders. I don't know, was Shedeur up for any awards or anything?
I don't know. I didn't watch it. Why would I watch that?
They had a nice moment there that was captured by, I think, Shedeur's video team. Do you think, Mary Kay, if Shedeur had played better, that Myles Garrett is still a Cleveland Brown today?
Oh, that's hard to say because I think that Myles was going for something more than a quarterback playing better than he played last year. Myles was going for the bright lights in the big city and a chance at the Super Bowl and all of those kinds of things. And I still don't think that was going to be enough to make him want to stay here.
But they're saying that makes me wonder if they got Myles to settle down the year before by saying, look, we'll trade you at the end of the season. We know if what Mary Kay is saying is right about bright lights, big city. I mean, there's really L.A., New York.
If that were completely the case, he probably wouldn't have signed the extension.
Unless he was like, I want the money, but I just...
Who could blame him for that?
Yeah, so it just makes me wonder, the year before where he made all the big stink about wanting to leave, what was it about? Like, was it about the money? I guess so, because he stayed for the money. Or was it about the bright lights, big city?
Does it matter?
In some way,
I don't think this matters. If he wanted out, that's okay. I mean, I won't say he earned the right, but he signed his contract, so he was here, And if his agent went to the Browns and said, if something comes up, we'd be open to it.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I guess the one thing is,
I think the Browns made out well in that trade. I really do. And I don't have any qualms if Miles wanted to move on. He played great here for a long time. And that's fine. And if he wanted to move on, that's fine. And the Browns did a fine job of trading him and getting quality in return.
I guess if you want to give, there are two things here. One, that you're looking at it from the perspective of, well, wait a minute, the Browns traded Miles. It wasn't like it was on Miles. Now it sounds like it was on Miles. But if you go back a year earlier, what it appears to be was calmer heads prevailed. The Browns were able to talk Miles into, we'll give you the more money, you stay another year. And what the Browns really did was buy leverage back to be able to trade him because if they would have traded him a year ago, they may not have got what they wanted because it was either Miles sitting out
because
or
he
Miles
was
not playing.
campaigning.
Yeah. So I think the campaign took some of the leverage away from the Browns. So, I mean, I even for a 5-win team, I think you got to give them a little credit. I think you got to give the organization a little credit on that. Matt's in Mayfield. Hey, Matt. Matthew.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. So I do agree with your guys' viewpoint on the whole situation. My only thing that Mary Kay, like as far as what Mary Kay said, I think she's a great reporter, but I just view it as a little bit of a cop-out. I think if you're in the NFL, the goal ultimately has to be to win a championship and to possibly play in the biggest market that you can. I don't think it's purely based off that. There's just no way. I mean, you look at a player like Shedeur Sanders. I mean, he's going to want to play in the biggest market. That just fits with his personality, right? But even more so, as a Cleveland fan, making the trade now, and bring it back to your original point, I almost would have rather it happened last season. We just saw a generational season in the record breaker, and that label, is here in Cleveland. He broke that record here. And then to be on the ESPYs last night, and I know, Jeff, you don't agree with this, but for that best player performance to be labeled as a Ram.
So we're on the same page with that, Matt. I totally agree with you. I know I agree with you. Yeah. It does.
That hurts.
Fair enough. Matt, thank you. Appreciate it. Good stuff, Matt in Mayfield.
They just identified him as the Los Angeles Ram. Everybody knows he set the record with the Browns.
Yeah.
If they don't, they're not football fans. So what does their opinion matter anyway?
Well, they could be LA fans. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that.
Exactly, not football fans.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's come back. Speaking of LA, let's talk about LeBron. And another person said something that I found interesting. It's not so much about LeBron. It's about you. Think about it for a second. 216-474-0092. John Schumann, NBA.com. Join us 11:20.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple
gets underway. Sung Jae Im and Daniel Brown, they share the lead, both shooting 400 par 66s this morning. 8 players at 300, including Bryson DeChambeau, who bogeyed number 18. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app. We all know that. And by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan, we know that. And we know this, too. You can find us on YouTube. It includes the morning guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10. Baskin and Phelps, 10 to 2. Afternoon guys, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. That's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. I need to ask you if there's a certain NBA talking head reporter that said something about you, and I'm going to get to that in a second. I do want to give you a heads up, though, on what's kind of going on outside. I mean, it's nasty. I mean, if you're taking pictures or you're looking at some of the shots from not only downtown Cleveland, but like from New York all the way to like Duluth, Minnesota to Norfolk, Virginia, like all this really bad smoke has come into the United States. And like right now we have a code maroon. It's a code maroon.
Canadian smoke, right?
It's Canadian smoke that's here. Yeah, I don't know did I blame the wrong country or something?
No, we didn't. No. Blame Mother Nature, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get mad at Canada for that. They gave us hockey and bare naked ladies and Rush. I can't get mad at Canada. So again, just be careful out there, I would say, especially check in on some older folks if a
little hazy outside here.
Yeah, it's just sensitive groups, like especially like kids. Like if you're at camp today or you're outside, like they probably, if they can be inside at camp today, sounds to me like they should be inside. Code Maroon going on, which you ever hear that before? That's what they're calling it in Ohio. It's a Code Maroon.
Isn't Adam Levine with them?
Maybe, I don't know. Didn't he break off on his own for a lot of stuff? I think so. So
a couple
anyway,
of outdoor local pools are shutting down too. So
yeah,
if you're planning on doing that today, check around.
Yeah, so like I was just saying, if your kids are at camp or something like that today, you probably should check in. I would hope that the places that run these camps, if they have a place to go inside, would probably get the kids inside today. It was weird. I walked the dogs this morning and I was like, what is going on? I don't know. Did we know this was coming?
Yes.
Oh, we did? I didn't
Yeah,
expect
the wind was changing directions last night, and it blew all of this smoke from the Canadian wildfires down into the northern United States. So you could find pictures. There's pictures of like Michigan where you can hardly see past the Mackinac Bridge.
Wow.
You know, there's all sorts of stuff. Like there's pictures of northern Massachusetts that look tan because of the smoke that's in the air. And the light trying to pierce through it.
Yeah, like I'm looking at Channel 3's website right now. They got a picture. They go through what all the air quality stuff is, and it's like very unhealthy right now. Everyone should remain indoors as much as possible. It's kind of cool. They put in a little graphic up there. You get all the little different colors. It's kind of neat. And now I know it's not healthy.
That's awesome, Andy.
That's great to not know that it's healthy. All right. So while you're probably inside, and I hope you are, and you should limit your outdoor time from the ongoing wildfires, I want to ask you what you think of what Rick Bucher had to say about LeBron and Cleveland. So check this out.
For me, Cleveland is the only place that makes sense. And now that this has gone on as long as it has, and there's been as much talk, if he doesn't pick Cleveland, I'm going to think, what did Cleveland ever do to you? I mean, I know what Dan Gilbert did to you, but I thought you guys resolved that. You won a championship. Why would you tease Cleveland and Cavs fans that you are coming back and then break their hearts one more time? You kind of already did that twice. I know you definitely did it once. Like, let's not do it 3 times.
What was that on? I'm sorry. Oh, it was on our morning show. That's right. That's what I thought. Okay. I don't. Is he right? Is he right?
On what, breaking hearts?
Yeah.
I do not think Cavs fans will be brokenhearted if LeBron decides to do something else. I could be wrong. We've been sitting here for a couple of weeks dealing with folks calling about it, and we thank you for calling about it. I don't think that folks will be brokenhearted. What I think will happen is this. If LeBron picks the Cavaliers, great. I would love to have him come back. And I think he'll fit in. I think they'll figure out how to make it work. I think he's a good fit because I trust their ability to figure out how to make it work. I'm just on the outside looking in, you might think, okay, 3 ball dominant guys, Harden, Mitchell, LeBron. Okay, they don't play much defense. Got it. If you start reworking the roster because LeBron wants it reworked, that becomes problematic to me. But I would like to see him come back. And if he doesn't come back, I think diehard Cavs fans will think this. He's not coming back? Okay, darn it, that didn't work. All right, so what's next? And I honestly think that, Andy. He might be the difference now between taking a team that was really pretty good last year and getting them over the hump. He might be the difference there. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga is also the difference there. I mean, maybe a trade is also the difference there. The Cavs will obviously do something. Maybe that something is LeBron. I don't think it's anywhere near what it was when he came back from Miami. It's not even close. Because, A, he's a different player right now. Though he's still good, he's not the guy that's going to be the guy to lead you to a championship by himself and drag everybody else along. He's just not that guy anymore. Time doesn't allow that to happen. And he'd have to come in and mesh with everybody else. And this franchise is not in the same place it was when he came back before. You know, this team's pretty dang good. They've done a nice job. They have a good roster. They have good talent. Whether it's the right fit or not, whether or not it's good enough, whatever, it's pretty darn good. And it's not the same situation. I just personally don't think Cavs fans will be brokenhearted if he doesn't come back.
I don't think they're going to be brokenhearted if he doesn't come back either. I don't feel that this is not the first time when he left the first time, I think it was beyond brokenhearted. It was absolutely crushed. It was crushed when he left the first time.
Your homegrown superstar, one of the best players ever, Andy, left.
So, and I don't think people were I think people were appreciative when he left for LA. I don't think I say that. Fans, yeah, there were some fans that were mad. They were like,
folks were appreciative when he left for LA?
Appreciative of what he did while he was here.
Yeah.
Appreciative of what he did while he was here.
I don't think there's any question that that's true.
They appreciated him.
And people were still steamed that he left.
Yeah, but it was nothing compared to the first time.
Well, no,
nothing.
Not.
You know, it wasn't like people
Did you like the parade?
Booed him and went crazy when he came back with the Lakers. No, nobody.
No. Although it wasn't all warm and fuzzy either. It got that after 8 years in LA. It got there.
It just I don't think it was anything. I didn't feel
when he left, people weren't happy, Andy.
But still, I don't remember.
Not
the
like
first
Miami.
time he came back.
It's a different world.
Because there was no way. The bar was so high on vitriol that first time that he left, that there was no way you were going to get back.
Completely different circumstances, though. Completely different.
He was a free agent both times. Why?
In 7 years, you didn't win a championship, and you left.
He got you to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise
At the height of your game.
Yeah.
He left. He was allowed to. That's fine. But Cavs fans were steamed. Second time he left, we'd been to the finals 4 straight years and won an NBA championship. Thank you for coming home and winning a championship. Wish you'd stay, but you're not. It's a different. Those are two different situations.
I don't remember people being steamed about him leaving.
Well, many were.
I don't know. I still don't remember it.
Okay. Well, it happened.
All right. It was. I bet it was nowhere near.
Well,
it was the first time. So
of course not.
To look at it this time, though, I just don't think. I think Cavalier fans will move on. There's only one way that he could really just aggravate Cavalier fans this time, and that would be if the Cavaliers reworked the roster before he signed with the team. That would be the only thing that could be a major, like, what? How could he do that? Like, that would be almost more. I can't see him doing that. So, again, what I'm saying is that if the Cavaliers decided to start making moves in preparation for LeBron to come back and traded off some of the big four right now on this team, and he didn't come back, that's about the only way I think he could aggravate.
That makes sense.
That's it.
Yep, that makes sense.
And then it gets back to what we kind of talked about yesterday.
Other than the key four guys, I think Kobe Altman could make any deal and justify it.
No question.
I don't think anybody would think, oh my goodness,
we gave up Max
Strus
for what?
Oh my goodness, you traded Schroeder. Oh my goodness, you traded Jordan Tyson, which by the way I don't think they'll do, and I wouldn't want them to do. But but if you bust up their key three guys, Andy, I'm not even going to go Harden here. You know, if they traded Donovan, if they traded Evan, if you traded Jarrett, I think that would give people pause and make them think, all right, what the hey is going on here?
Do you think what Bucher said was right, though? Do you think Cavalier fans are getting toyed with here? Like, are they being used?
I don't think
There's a little bit that makes me think that, put it this way, if I felt like I had leverage and I could kind of tinker with things a little bit and maybe try to get one side to come up a little bit more than the other side, or I'm trying to that's not the way it appears. At least that's not what they're saying. They're saying this is about happiness. But are they kind of toying with us? Look, go out there and look. All the percentages are saying that it's still Cleveland as the favorite. It's still Cleveland as the favorite. But I think and if I'm wrong, tell me. I think Cavalier fans know that if this thing doesn't about face or goes sideways and doesn't come here, that's a real possibility. And you're prepared for that if he decides not to come back to Cleveland. I think the majority of Cavalier fans, want him to come back, not only because he's LeBron, but they also saw how far this team went last year, and they know they're missing a player of LeBron's ability at this point to kind of fill in the gap to push them to the next level. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. We'll give you the latest on LeBron James here in a second. John Schuman's going to tell us what's going on from NBA.com at 11:20. Andrew Brandt is going to join us a little bit later in the show from SI.com. He's got a new book out, Smarter About Sports. That is out now, and he is, of course, from SI.com. Jeff and I were just talking a little bit about LeBron James. Here's the latest news and what's going on with him. He will be doing a podcast today, Mind the Game, and he is at the Fanatics Fest in New York City this afternoon. So he'll be doing that in about 2 hours, 15 minutes, somewhere around there. He'll also be with Tyrese Halliburton on that show too. So and LeBron is a guest host on that show. Now, who knows? He may talk about it. He may not talk about it. Rich Paul's been hosting that show too. You know, what's he going to say? I don't know. Do you think he's like media wise? If he was the NFL, he would probably pick today, or he would have picked yesterday to do this. And I say that because the NFL knows better, than any league or any person or any team on when is the appropriate time to drop stories out there that will either get maximum publicity or minimum publicity. And, you know, doing it on Tuesday night during the All-Star game would have been minimum publicity. Doing it yesterday or today, where there's only one baseball game, there are no soccer games today. The World Cup is today. Am I missing anything else? Is there WNBA or something today? I don't even know if that's today or not. But today is a good day for him if he wanted to drop the news, because he would carry the news wave
all the way into first pitch tomorrow night.
No, he'd probably carry well through the end of the weekend.
Oh no, baseball's back, baby.
Do you really think baseball trumps LeBron? Do you really want to go down there?
41-year-old LeBron making a decision that the masses aren't giddy about? Yeah, I think the return of baseball will be a big deal.
Bigger than LeBron?
Well, I don't know.
I'm asking you.
I'm not going to measure the bigness of a story. You want to be the story? Today's the day.
I think it probably carries right through to when's the World Cup final? Sunday? When is that? Sunday. So,
and to be honest, who really at this point, who really cares? What's the big news?
If you're him, you do, because your brand has financial worth.
Fine.
That's why. Okay. That's exactly why you would do it. So today would make the most sense.
I would think today's the perfect day.
Yeah, I think so too.
Go at 1 o'clock before you're going to be on the 1:15 podcast. Put it out on social media. You want to hear why? Tune in at 1:15.
And then he also has another podcast tomorrow too. I don't. Do you think he's going to announce today?
I don't care, Andy.
You don't care if he makes a decision?
You said today.
I said to you, do you care if he says that today?
No, I don't care if he announces today. You know what I care about?
What do you care about, Jeff?
I care about options for the Cavaliers going away if they sit around and wait for LeBron.
I think
Cavs which makes me think they have everything already planned out, and they know, everybody knows, nobody's just said anything. I think it's all taken care of. They just haven't said anything yet.
Is Jeff right? Is Jeff 100% right here? 216-474-0092. You don't care? Do you care? Does anyone care if he says it at 1:15 today? It is awkward that he'd be on with Tyrese Halliburton. I found that you brought that up 2 days ago, and I was like, that would be kind of weird. Who watches going to say he's going to Indiana? How about that? That would be a twist to the whole story. The other part of the story today, if you were just kind of looking to see, what's been going on. I don't know if did you see the clip of Steve Kerr? Did you happen to see this?
Nope.
Okay, well, Steve Kerr was in his car, and there were some people driving along, and they looked over to him. and they said, "Hey," I'll read it to you. That they had said, "Hey, we need LeBron. We want LeBron," is what it said in the clip. And then Steve Kerr, with his window rolled down, he goes, "Oh yeah, we got him. We got him." And so the Warriors had to come back and explain what was going on with Steve Kerr. He said, Warriors officials, Kerr said it in jest, per The Athletic. To several Warriors officials, this is, where am I reading this on CBS? To several Warriors officials who verified that it was indeed Kerr in the video that was shot Tuesday and not AI fake, the veteran coach was just doing what he always does, using his humor to answer a question from a fan, from one of the Warriors fans and the rest of the NBA. They still don't have an answer. The Warriors remain hopeful that James may eventually choose to play for them. But in this particular instance, Kerr was just using quick-witted humor in the viral exchange.
Doesn't surprise me at all. Steve's actually quite funny.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was busting chops. That's great.
They put it back out there like it was gospel. Like, people were reading into it saying, "That's it." LeBron, somebody had this big graphic, and it had the financial package that went along with it. And I was just like, wow. I was like, well, maybe he is going there. Do you see LeBron staying in the Western Conference and then maybe wanting to play with Draymond in Golden State? Sure. Is that a viable option?
Sure.
Is that a better option than maybe some of the others?
I don't know what's in his head.
From a basketball standpoint, positionally, scoring wise.
Yeah, I think he would have a great opportunity to be a significant contributor there. Really good. Maybe the best of all. If he's looking for straight basketball, I'm going to be a huge contributor on the court, and they're really going to need me to be the key guy or one of the 2 or 3 key guys. Golden State's a great spot. Yeah, here. And see, I don't think any of us could ever say LeBron James will not be a major contributor to any team he's on, as long as he's playing. So let's get that out of the way. I think he'd have a bigger role in Golden State than he would have here, bigger role at Golden State than he would have in Miami, and a bigger role at Golden State than he would have with the 76ers.
Philly?
I just said that.
I just wonder what, if I was LeBron, I think it'd be hard not to really entertain the Philly idea, really entertain the Miami idea.
Those to me look like 2 really great opportunities. You know, I mean, in Miami, I think he'd have a bigger role than he would even have here. I think at Golden State, he clearly would. If you're looking for a role and need of the team to have LeBron, I think the Cavs are 3rd on that list, and Golden State's 4th. Excuse me, Philadelphia's 4th. I would think Golden State's the number 1 team. Hey, we can really use you. Number 2 is Miami. Number 3 is Cleveland. Number 4 is Philly.
I also think if you put the family factor in there too, Golden State seems a little bit easier, based on his living, arrangements for the last 8 years.
Well, yeah, but the first 27 years, that'd be here, sir.
Yeah, but
that's a big deal.
Not all the kids were.
House is paid for.
How do you know?
Because I checked his financials.
Oh, you did. Good for you. Yep. I didn't. Were you in the Summit County? Were you looking through the records?
I went through the auditors.
Oh,
work. Yep.
That was very nice of you.
It's all public record.
Wow. I didn't realize I was working with Mensa.
Sure.
Ryan is in Niagara Falls. Hi, Ryan.
Gentlemen, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, dude, you get around like nobody's business, man. Right. I want your expense account.
Everything. Hey, this company I work for loves me because I'm all about traveling. And I say, hey, I want to be in an area. They'll give me in the area. But, yeah, it's 80% is Tampa and Cleveland, and then the remainder is Vegas and other places. Anyway, I digress.
That's beautiful.
I want to be in New York, obviously, for the scenario, obviously, in a couple of days. So LeBron, hey, real quick on the New England. Hey, Menigan, man, them losing yesterday, just woo-wee. I was all in on Sunday being New England versus France and just wah. Again, it just is what it is. I'm just a fair weather fan for this month, but this month was a blast. I digress in the World Cup. It's all about moving forward to LeBron. You guys alluded to a lot of good stuff about, scenarios of he can say today what he wants to do. I hope he does it on Saturday because I'll be at the Fanatic Fest Saturday and Sunday. But again, it's like, again, this is his stage. I mean, this is like Andy alluded to. The first thing he said was this is the most minimal amount of news story day. Is this the day that you don't interrupt, ruffle the feathers of the NFL, the World Cup, or anything else? This is just his day that he can take reins. And you guys made all the great points, again, about LeBron. And obviously the gentleman, Legler, I think his name was, interviewed earlier today. It does just spite our city, hypothetically, if he decided not to go here. And everything you alluded to just makes perfect sense for him to venture back here. Yes, I think his best scenario to win, again, all of it, is joining Maxey and Embiid and Brown, obviously, in Philly. But I just don't feel he's going to be the guy. He loves that recognition deep down. I mean, his city, this is his city. Come on home. Let's win this darn thing. And again, he's going to pull a Michael Jordan. What I mean by that is I don't think he needs to join the best team that has the chance to win it all. He can come back here, and you guys talked about Mitchell and all these other guys. There's some great scenarios here going on. But I think around like 1, 2 o'clock, gentlemen, we're all going to be smiling ear to ear. Knock on wood on that one. But I digress. Hey, guys, great show.
Are you mad? Are you mad if he doesn't come back?
Yes. Yes, man, because, again, I was there at the rib cook-off back in Memorial Day, obviously, when we won the rights. The 22.5% chance, Jeff, and I know you were with Fox News Fox Sports, obviously, the following year going in. We had a 77.5% chance of not getting that gentleman. That is a big deal. He everything about it is like, take the tinfoil cap off. The NBA gods are like watching down on this guy and saying, hey, we're going to set this story, and your story is going to end in Cleveland. And I think it's going to be something we're really going to be smiling ear to ear at the end of June next year. But, hey, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
Enjoy the falls, Rhino. Stay away from those barrels.
Thanks, guys.
Goodbye. Thanks, Ron. I don't remember the odds being that low. Do you?
I don't recall what the odds were 24 years ago.
22.5% chance. Oh, that year. Remember, because at the end of the season, they won a game that diminished the odds even more. Like I remember at the end they were like, wait, why are they trying to win? They can get LeBron. They have a better chance of getting LeBron.
Bring on Carmelo, baby.
Or Darko. Right?
Darko. That poor guy.
There was a tiny argument for him over LeBron. Tiny. Didn't last very long. I remember having
There was no argument in Cleveland about it.
Yeah, I remember having a conversation with somebody about it. I was just like,
are you nuts? Then somebody who you were talking to is nuts.
They were a pretty hardcore basketball fan. Now I remember it.
Yeah, well, they were nuts.
All right, John Schumann is going to join us here in just a few moments, so we're going to get the latest from him on what he thinks about LeBron. And I don't know. I worry about some of this fatigue stuff that maybe some of us have, but I do think today would be a perfect day for him to make the announcement, especially sometime around 1 o'clock. If that happens, we'll have you covered right here on 92.3 The Fan, and we've had the coverage throughout this whole time that he left the Lakers and said, okay, we're done, and the Lakers kind of said, okay, we'll see you later, and then LA went and did all their things, and so now we sit on the other side of this, and we're waiting once again, third time around. Hopefully it's another charm for the city of Cleveland for him to have a chance to win a championship with the Cavaliers. Also, coming up a little bit later in the show, we are going to talk about the Guardians. We'll have a little second half preview as we start to talk about what they could do in this last run towards the end of the season. Will they be around? Will they? Do you think they've got the legs to make it happen for them to get to the playoffs, and how that American League Central is going to come together here as the season starts to come to a wind here in the later part of the summer. Plus, Andrew Brandt is going to join us. He is from Sports Illustrated, sportsillustrated.com, former exec. So he's going to talk a little bit more about what's going on in sports in general, and he's got a new book out called Smarter About Sports. That is out now, as a matter of fact. So we'll talk about all these things straight ahead right here at Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor and call a Groundworks company. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule a free inspection with Ohio Basement Authority, a Groundworks company.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code READY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code READY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code READY.
It's all about the deal at Brunswick Auto Mart. Save big this month with deals like this. Don't miss the Make This the Summer event. Lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 with industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty for just $279 a month, while returning lessees are just $189 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Car buying made truly simple.
27 months, $29.95 now, plus fees due at signing. No security deposit required. 7,500 miles per year. Includes all incentives. Offer ends 7/31/26.
Bad accident? Hurt at work? Not sure what to do next? Make it right. Call Kyle Wright for a free consultation. There's no fee unless they win. 844-WIN-OHIO. That's 844-WIN-OHIO. Or OHattorneys.com. Make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
When a bone or joint injury happens, head straight to the Center for Orthopedics. Call 440-848-2755. That's 440-848-2755.
We all do it. You have a night for yourself but don't like the sound of the silence, so you turn on the TV just for the ambience. It's a little trick that helps you feel like you've got company and aren't alone. And other insurers, well, they may make you feel alone. But when you switch to Geico, you've got claims reps available around the clock. So whenever you need, you'll have people around to help. And let's turn on the washing machine, just for good measure. Isn't that soothing?
It feels good to have support. It feels good to Geico.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
We could be getting an announcement from LeBron James any day now as the NBA world awaits to see where the superstar plans to play this upcoming season. James is at Fanatics Fest in New York today and tomorrow with plans on a live taping of his podcast, Mind the Game, this afternoon, as well as a live taping of The Shop tomorrow. Cavaliers are believed to be one of the teams in the running to land the superstar. Head coach Kenny Atkinson told SiriusXM NBA Radio earlier this week that the Cavs are in the mix. Guardians have one more day off before they return to play for the second half of the season. Cleveland entered the All-Star break on a 4-game winning streak, and they tied with the White Sox for the first place in the AL Central. The team's first series back from the break is at home. They'll be hosting the Pirates for a 3-game weekend series. Guardians are hoping to have Jose Ramirez and Angel Martina back in the lineup soon. Both have been out since mid-June with injuries. Ramirez with a broken hamate bone in his hand, and Martinez with a broken left foot. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
LeBron Watch rolls on, but there are other questions around the NBA that we have, and we're trying to figure out what's going on with some other stuff. So we bring on one of the experts, one of the best. He's on NBA.com. He is John Schumann, and he is on the Weishart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, John, thanks for joining us. We always appreciate your time. Thanks, man.
What's up, John?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We are doing good. What are you hearing anything on LeBron? Because we're all sitting around here wondering if he's going to make an announcement maybe a little bit later today at Fanatics Fest or whatever.
Go ahead and break it here, John.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Sure. Just 1 second. Let me check my text messages. Nope. Nothing
Yo,
yet.
Bronny, who dis? Oh, man. What do you think?
I know as much as you guys, and you know me, I'm more analyst than reporter, so I'm not going to give you any too much insight on what his decision is. And of course, I hope we all learned our lesson in like 2010, just to sort of wait and see.
God bless you, John. I couldn't agree with you more. We were just talking about mainly the 4 teams that seem to be in consideration here: Golden State, Cleveland, Philadelphia, Miami. I thought, and I think Golden State might be the team that needs him the most from a basketball standpoint. You think that's accurate?
Yeah, I think so. If you just look at like the top 8 or 9 guys for all of those teams, I think the Golden State has the sort of biggest fall off after, you know, the top 3 or 4, for sure. I think Philadelphia has like a starting spot, like maybe the most perfect starting spot for him of the teams, but they do just have a little bit just more talent already, and a little bit of depth. Cleveland, I think, probably has, maybe the best depth just as is. Although I think they could use another, 4. Like, the fit next to Mobley and Allen isn't great, but they also all right, but then who's their backup 4 and 5? And if you just have like a 4-5 rotation of Mobley, Allen, and LeBron, that's a great, that's a great thing.
I keep looking at the Philly and the Miami mix, and I'm like, oh man, that Philly mix looks. Kind of compare his what he would look like in Philly, or maybe look like in Miami, and what it would mean to those teams.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like there's obviously they have Maxey, Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid. Right now, I guess you'd put Dean Wade in there as their starting 4, but put LeBron in there, and that's a nice little upgrade. I still, I don't know about the fit just between those, Maxey, Brown, and Embiid as it is. Like, this is a team that, all those guys take tough shots, and I don't think I would, the challenge for them would be, how do they sort of work together and function together where the sum can be, or the whole can be better than the sum of the parts, or at least equal to the sum of the parts, offensively at least. LeBron, I think, would help that, as just a high IQ playmaker. And yeah, I think it's a good fit. But like I said, I don't know about the fit of what they have as is. Like, I'm fascinated to see just like what that team looks like offensively, especially when Embiid is healthy and in the lineup.
John Schumann joining us from NBA.com. John, if LeBron doesn't end up in Cleveland, what do you think of what's here moving forward? And do they have to make a move of some way, shape, or form? Or do they have enough talent on the roster that they're good to go?
I think we've had this discussion before where I always thought, after acquiring James Harden, that it was more of a 2-year experiment. I think the finish this year was disappointing, but I also just thought, all right, let's see what this team looks like with a full training camp and a full season together. Rather than just it obviously doesn't work, or it's obviously not good enough because of the way this past season ended. At the same time, I do think there's a missing ingredient, and it's more intangible than a tangible thing. Like the Cavs, I feel like need their own type, Josh Hart type, some sort of intensity, a little bit more intensity, where they're not just sort of cruising through the first three quarters of the game and then realize they have to sort of flip the switch a little bit defensively, especially in quarter four. LeBron obviously has some intangible qualities to him, so he would help, I think, in that regard. It's not, obviously he's not the Josh Hart type, but there is a sort of intangible, a leadership there, an experience, championship experience there that would obviously help. But I do curious, I keep an open mind about what this team as is, assuming James Harden resigns, can do. And I do believe they can be better than they were last season. They just need to, like I said, just not be complacent with the talent that they have and play with an edge a little bit more, play a little bit more intensely, and be willing to sort of step on teams' throats rather than just sort of get away with playing defense for 12 minutes out of every 48 or 24 out of every 48.
I keep looking at the team and the roster itself, and I don't want to see Jared Allen go anywhere. I thought he got better as the season went on. I thought he got more aggressive towards the basket. I thought there was a playoff version of him that we saw that stepped it up a little bit more than we saw in the regular season. And for the Cavaliers to keep him and Evan, I just wonder how they can tinker with this thing to make it better without having to lose maybe one of those four guys, including Harden and Mitchell, to make this team better.
I think Allen is definitely the piece that would go in if there's a option to find a better fit. I don't like Mobley being a full-time center at the same time. I don't like Evan Mobley being a full-time center. But if you can find trade Allen for something that gives you a little bit, I don't know, more of that ingredients that I look for, or multiple pieces that can fit, where it's a little bit of a center downgrade, but then something else on the wing. Maybe that's the way to go. But I think they're good as is. But yeah, I do think if there's a trade to be made, I think Jared Allen is probably the piece that goes.
John, let me throw out two names at you. Jonathan Kuminga, who's a free agent, unrestricted. And how about Benedict Mathurin from the Clippers, who's restricted? And if you're looking for feisty, that's a guy who would add a little feistiness and toughness to your team, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't as far as for the Cavs, I mean, I don't know how they make either of those guys work financially unless both of them just don't have any offers elsewhere. I guess maybe as LeBron backups, but I'm not sure how that would work financially. All we've heard about Kuminga is the Lakers being interested, and Mathurin, obviously being a restricted free agent. The Clippers are right now, as is, are kind of a motley crew where it's what is this? It's just you got a bunch of guys coming from different directions where you have, Brook Lopez still there, but Darius, Garland, obviously. I love the Rui Hachimura pickup. I think he's sort of an underrated pickup. The Brandon Ingram trade, I think Brandon Ingram is there because of his salary. Assuming the Kawhi trade goes through, Brandon Ingram is there more because of his salary than the player that he is. And then you've got, Keaton Wagler is just obviously the next piece. So I don't know what they think of Benedict Mathurin. Obviously, they issued his qualifying offer, so he is a restricted free agent. So there is some interest in keeping him. But I'd be fascinated to see what the price is. He's definitely a guy who can help you offensively. He's just a foul magnet, just gets the line all the time. Tough player and playoff experience. So, I like that piece. I don't know how Cleveland would make it work unless there's maybe a sign and trade, but I guess Cleveland can't even do that because of the the apron. Yeah.
John, when you look at the NBA as a whole in this offseason, what team has helped themselves out the most?
That's a great question because, I don't think any team made an obvious jump unless obviously Toronto with the Kawhi trade probably made the biggest sort of upgrade, but that's in sort of in flux. And then also, Kawhi, you don't know how long he's going to play or how many games he's going to play, how available he'll be in the playoffs. I like what Charlotte has done. I'm not a huge LaMelo Ball fan, but I just also like the additions they made. Like I like the trade that got them Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, from Phoenix. I like, Naz Reid gives them a pretty talented front line when you look at him and Moussa Diabate, and I think Kalkbrenner is a solid center. I love Con Knipple. I'm excited to see what Charlotte does next year. Sort of fascinated to see how they are offensively without LaMelo because they sort of weren't very good when he wasn't on the floor. But I just like that. I like that team and I like the additions that they've made.
John Schumann joining us, NBA.com. Hornets won 44 games last year. They were one of 10 teams in the East to have an over 500 record. And then you have the Wizards who have made some moves. The Pacers are getting healthy. There seems to be, I think, John, a ton of teams that might be that team that makes a jump next year. With that in mind, where do you see the Cavs? Are they sitting at the top of the East going into this next season, or are they in the middle of the pack in the Eastern Conference? What do you think?
I put them in tier one with the Knicks. I'm still not sure what to think of the Celtics, but if you think of them as just sort of replacing Jaylen Brown with Jason Tatum, I think they're in tier one too. I don't think Detroit has really taken a step back. I like the John Collins addition, so they could be there also. I think I do think the Cavs are up there. Obviously, they made the conference finals. Obviously, they won the conference the year before with much the same roster. I think at regular season wise, they are sure top tier, and then you've obviously got to favor the Knicks just because of what they did this past year.
When just going back to the Cavs second before we say goodbye here, I'm just curious your thoughts on James Harden and the commitment the Cavaliers made to want to bring him back, not only as a not only to use him as a kind of a rental for last year, but to make a longer term commitment. And do you think that was all based in the trade itself to say, hey, James, come to the Cleveland, we'll take care of you. You know what I'm saying? Down the road. Just your thoughts on Harden.
Yeah, I mean, you don't make that trade. You don't give up Darius Garland and think that, this guy's only going to be around for a few months. You don't make that kind of investment without believing it's a multi-year situation. Mm-hmm. I believe that they can still be very, very good. I still think Donovan Mitchell is their best player. I still think Evan Mobley is their most important player, just in regards to the way he plays and his potential improvement. That's still, there's still, a higher ceiling for him. But Harden obviously makes things a little bit easier for Mitchell. I mean, we saw it at the first half of last year, how much of a load that Mitchell was carrying. And if Harden can make it easier on Mitchell, that's obviously a worthy investment. Like I said, I don't think you don't trade Darius Garland and not think that James Harden for a 4-month situation.
True. John, thank you. We always appreciate your perspective and your time too. Good luck, and let us know when you find out what LeBron wants to do. As soon as he texts you back.
I'll forward you the text.
I appreciate it. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Make sure you're reading him every day, NBA.com. He is John Schumann. We'll talk about what he had to say. Also, we're going to talk about the Guardians going into the next hour as well, because they get the second half coming up here. And what can they do, what can't they do, and what might they do? We'll talk about all those things straight ahead. 474-0092, 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinets. That's right, choicecabinet.com. If you're thinking about cabinets, you need cabinets, you're looking around the walls of your kitchen right now, especially you should be inside with the way I got to tell you, this smoke from Canada.
Both have been out since mid-June with injuries. Ramirez with a broken bone in his hand and Martinez with a broken left foot. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, this is basketball talk right here on 92.3 The Fan. It's presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Basket and Phelps, 216-474-0092. We just had John Schumann on from NBA.com. Jeff, one of the things he said in the interview was that he thought that Evan Mobley is the most important player. I don't know if Cavalier fans would totally agree with that. I don't know that. I want to say that his role is unbelievably important on this team. I used to believe that as Evan goes, the team goes. I still want to believe that. I just don't know if that's going to win them a championship. And so while they may have success on the floor, if Evan Mobley is the most important player, I don't know if that's necessarily going to win them a championship. Do you believe Evan Mobley is the most important player on the floor?
I do.
And that is because?
He's different. He's different. I read something that said he was at a developmental plateau. Couldn't agree with that more. His numbers have been very similar in each of his 5 years in the league. And that's okay, but we'd all like to see him take a jump. That said, there were 7 guys in the NBA last year who averaged at least 9 rebounds and 18.2 points per game. 7. That's it. 7. He was one of them. And there are big-time names in there with him on that. Nikola Jokic, Karl Anthony Towns, Victor Wembanyama, Jalen Duren, Jalen Johnson, Bam Adebayo. That's a pretty small group. 7 guys averaging 9 and 18.2. There were 2 guys, and 2 guys only, in the NBA who averaged over 18.2 points, 9 rebounds, and 1.7 blocks per game. Evan Mobley and Victor Wembanyama. So that's the kind of player that we have here now. Now, Andy. I mean, he's already doing big things that you don't see a lot of in the NBA. I don't think Cav fans realize that. A lot of them, anyway. And the guy's really good. Can he make the next step? That's the question. If he can, look out. If he can't, you still have something extremely special here. I mean, because you don't get guys who do what he does very often. And we have one of those guys here. If he can make the next step, it's huge. I don't know if he can make the next step, though, with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and maybe LeBron James handling the basketball as much as they do.
That's where I was going to bring my next point. Because, I mean, would you say 18.2 points per game?
Yep, 9 rebounds.
During the regular season.
Yep.
So in the playoffs, he was 17 flat for points and 8.1 rebounds. So just a little tiny bit off his regular season numbers into the playoffs. And then I think the point you bring up is an excellent one. Is it possible for him to do more and still not get, and these are playoff numbers again, Mitchell was averaging 26 points per games in his 18 playoff games, and Harden had 19.2 points per game in his playoff games. Does he need to have better numbers than your guards for this team to be successful? Does that mean they need to get on the ball more during the playoffs?
He has to demand the ball. He has to be a go-to for them, whether that's on him, on the coaches, on his teammates. You can give your own answer to that. I think it's on all of them, to be perfectly honest. But The other thing about Evan Mobley is you said his points were slightly down.
Just in the playoffs, that's all.
So were his shots.
And so were his rebounds.
So were his shots. Donovan's slightly up, shooting wise in the postseason.
I guess my point is,
I think you got to get him the ball,
and that's just it. That's it.
But now, is he deserving of the ball? We can have the whole debate about that. It's
interesting if you look at the numbers.
If he's topped out, then you still have a great player. If he hasn't topped out, then figure it out. Get him a better scheme. Get him guards who are more willing to give him the basketball. I mean, he and Wembanyama, the only guys in the league to average 18 points, 9 rebounds, and 1.7 blocks.
Is it possible that he's topped out during the regular season and he still has potential during the playoffs?
No, it's all around.
Well, and I say that because
the playoff numbers, Andy, are just fine.
Well, the reason I say that is because even if you got him back to his regular season numbers, you have to ask yourself, is the game plan for him changed for the playoffs just by that little dip in the numbers? I'm not talking about gigantic stuff.
I don't think
it's
1.2 points and 1 rebound a game. But to me, it's not like he can't perform in the playoffs.
No, I'm not saying I'm not questioning if he can do that or not. I'm questioning, do they need a little bit more out of him in the playoffs to be successful? And now, does that turn on the coach to say, guys, we got to get Evan the ball more, because if we can, I know we can have success. We've seen it during the regular season, and maybe you guys are trying to put a little bit too much on yourself. Let's get Evan moving. I've thought that throughout the playoffs anyway.
They tried that at the beginning of the season last year, and it didn't work real well right away, and they bailed on it. If they are satisfied either with the production they're getting from Evan, or if they're satisfied with this is all we're going to get out of Evan, okay. But I agree with John Schumann. I think he's the most important player on the team, because to me, for instance, you're not going to get anything more out of James Harden. Okay, James is 37, 38 years old. He's been phenomenal in his career. You're not going to get Houston James anymore. That's not going to work. Can Donovan Mitchell do anything more point-wise, production-wise? No, I don't think so. Can he play better defense? Probably not. If he could, he would. Could he pass the ball more? Maybe. Could he improve his ball handling and assist total? Maybe. The guy with upside is Mobley. At least we hope. And they have to figure that out.
Well,
does he have upside, or does he not?
Or did he plateau?
Has he plateaued?
I don't think he has. Do you? I don't think he has.
Well, I haven't at all. And if he has, I would find it really odd. He's still only 25 years old. And I've gone back to this too many times. Folks are tired of hearing me say it, but I'm saying it again. Dude has averaged in his 5 years 12 shots, 11.1 shots, 12.8, and 13.2. Can we get the guy 15 or 16 shots a game and see what he gets? And see if that scoring total doesn't jump up 4 points a game. If it goes up 4 points a game, it's 22 points a game. If you get him 4 more shots and he hits 2 of them, which is quite possible because he's never shot anything less than 50% in his career, well, that's 22 points a game. What else could that lead to?
Here's the part that I look at what you're saying and it gets tricky. So let me just break that down to
just 4 more shots.
Okay, you want to get him 4 more shots, but you also want to bring LeBron James in. I'm not you
I'd
personally.
be okay to bring LeBron James in, yeah, but I think Evan Mobley is probably more critical big picture than LeBron. Certainly big picture long term.
And if you're bringing LeBron, let's just say that he's taking Max Strus's spot. I don't know. I'm just trying to. Where are those shots coming from to get him 4 more shots?
Well, the guards are going to have to cough him up, Andy.
Yeah. Are you taking the ball away from Mitchell or Harden?
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
I just are we already too?
How has it worked here with Donovan taking over 20 shots a game?
You made it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, which is really great, and you didn't win a game.
Yeah, I can't argue this. I'm having trouble arguing this. I'm also...
I mean, you don't have to do it all by yourself. I mean, look at the Knicks. You had Brunson, and he was great, but he did have some help. And look at the Spurs. Wemby is great, but he had some help.
I look at Harden, and I don't think... Do you think Harden thinks he needs to do it all by himself?
James,
I'm asking.
James is... No.
I don't either.
James is 38. He knows where he is.
I mean, 5.5 assists per game in the playoffs, and then, 7.7 during the regular season. I mean, I don't think Harden thinks he needs to do it all by himself. So, again, I think your magic question is a good one, wondering how do you get Evan Mobley 4 more shots a game? And it's got to come down to Mitchell, although I don't know. I mean, Harden's looking pretty good. Other guys have got to get on the ball. I don't know. I also am not thrilled with the thought of losing Jared Allen. I feel like I'm the only guy standing on top of the
No, you're not the only
soapbox on this.
You're not the only guy. If you trade Jared or Evan, you got to go out and get another big guy. Probably 2, because I think you need another one now.
All right, let's talk Guardians. We'll come back in a moment. We'll take a look at the second half of the season, or 40% of the season. Coming up.
41.1, Andy.
How are they going to be able to do this? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for...
base salary of $6 million for the upcoming season, with a chance to make $8.5 million in incentives. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Andy, I got to tell you, Dan came in the studio when you walked out. I hope everything went well.
Thanks.
Dan walked into the studio and he asked me, now, the bit we did earlier in the week was the 59.9% awards, right? I said, yeah. And he said, you just said there's 41.1% of the season left. I said, yeah. Anyway, that's wrong. I went, oh, you're right.
Wow.
It's 40.1% of the season left. We don't do math on this show. Yeah, we don't do that math on this show for a reason. We got that fixed. Yep, we did. Thank you, Kev. 40.1% of the season left. I screwed up.
Did he award you the red pen there for a second there, Dan, or no? Were you allowed to use it?
No, I'm not. I'm not high enough on the totem pole for the actual red pen. I actually get a red-colored pencil, but I'm not allowed to use the sharpener on it without permission.
I was really good in math in school until we hit trigonometry. And then it was good night, Irene.
I loved algebra so much I took it 3 times. So same class.
I was awful in geometry. Awful.
And that's why you're in communications.
Awful.
Yep, right.
Bad thing was one of my neighbors taught my geometry class.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's really bad.
So your parents knew what was going on all the time?
No, but...
That's all right. You should blame the teacher because that's what they do now.
Well, no,
it's not your fault that you didn't do well in trigonometry. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, fact that you didn't study.
Once we got to trig, I was over. Algebra 1 was easy, easy enough. Well, it was okay. Algebra 2 was okay. I'd like to thank Dave Mercer for helping me get through Algebra 2. Dave, thank you.
Dave Mercer, if you had that on your bingo card today, congratulations.
Dave lives in Indiana now.
You are a winner. And if you had the fact that he lived in Indiana, you've just picked up the bonus.
Dave was a hell of a runner.
He was a heck of a what?
Runner.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if you not only
Woodridge
knew
is
that
huge in cross country, and the Mercer family really got that going.
It's your track program at Woodridge. The whole thing is really good.
Well, cross country was the basis of all of it.
Back in the day, I know. I'm just telling you now that you're. Take pride in your track program there. Guardians getting set for what is it now? 40.1%.
No. Yes, 40.1. I'm sorry.
Okay. Man, he was ready to pull out the red pen on me there already.
No, I was thinking something else. No, you're correct.
So the Guardians now embark on this 40.1% of the season left journey with the Pirates tomorrow night at 7:10. That game is on MLB TV. So while you're scrambling to try to find it, it's on MLB TV.
That'd be our local that we watch all the time.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you. So the AL Central standings, the Guardians are tied with the White Sox percentage point wise. The Chicago White Sox are 50-45. They are coming into this 40% of the season with a 3-game winning streak. The Guardians have, I'm just going to say second half of the season. I'm not playing a stupid game. The
latter portion of the season.
Yeah. The Guardians are coming in on a 4-game winning streak, and I'll say it again, impressive 4-game winning streak over Miami. Anyone that wants to sit here and say, well, they're there because, the American League Central's so bad. But, the Marlins are a pretty damn good team. And to take them down in 3 straight games, I think was impressive. Minnesota is right behind the Guardians 3 games back at 48 and 49. Detroit is slowly but surely inching back in this thing. 6.5 back. They did lose their last 2. They are 44 and 52. And Kansas City seems to be somewhere back there in the Dust Bowl of Middle America at 38 and 59. They have lost 5 straight games. Before I dive into the Guardians themselves, Dan, you want to talk a little bit more, and you always seem to want to talk about how you think Detroit is maybe the scariest team in the AL Central.
Yeah, they're the one that I've got circled.
Yeah.
And it's just due to the fact that they were so injured early on in the season. They had a bunch of guys all on the IL at the same exact time, including Skubal, and they started slowly but surely getting healthy, and you started to see them win more and more games now that those guys are healthy. If they can stay healthy, that's the one you should be scared of, because there's where the most talent is. You've seen it up close and personal enough times between Skubal. I mean, Framber Valdez has been a little up and down this season, but you get the general idea.
Surprising that he hasn't been better for them.
Yeah.
He was really good in Houston.
He was very good. Well, until last year.
Yeah, I know.
And last year he kind of started to do the roller coaster.
Yeah, but overall he was really good in Houston. And I'm surprised he hasn't been better in Detroit. I thought that might have been just a little blip that last year.
Especially if nobody is going to, reach up and grab the briefcase. Like, it's just going to be a matter of, you leave that door open, the Detroit Tigers can easily bust through it because they've got the level of talent to do it.
For some reason, and I don't have any valid reason for thinking this way, I'm not counting out the Twins.
They got the pitching.
Well,
if they still had Jarren Duran and Griffin Jacks, I would be a little more worried.
They just seem to me like a team that
Duran, I should say. Sorry.
I just don't feel that they're going to go away. I could be completely wrong there. I don't think they're going to win the division. I think the Guardians are going to win the division.
Okay, so that was my next question, was prediction on.
I think the Guardians win it.
Okay, so Jeff says Guardians.
Yeah, but I don't think the Twins are going to go away. I agree with you, Dan. I think the Tigers have some talent. They could. The Tigers are capable, and they certainly know that it's possible to come back from 15.5 down.
Yeah, they watched it firsthand last year.
Up close and personal. They sweat through every article of clothing they even thought about packing.
Didn't they, though?
Dan, who wins the American League Central?
Oh, shoot.
Jim Thome's White Sox.
Now it's his kids' team.
I just wonder.
Jim works with him.
Yeah. The Guards' health. Is it bad that the Guardians' pitching health actually scares me?
No,
is that such
they're
a
the
bad
only
way to
team.
look at this?
You mean that they've been so healthy it scares you?
Yes.
They're the only team that's only used 5 pitchers in their starting rotation. Yeah.
And it's not like in AAA anybody's lighting the world on fire that makes you look at it and go, okay, if one of those guys goes down for a couple starts,
you're in
it's
trouble.
Logan Allen. And if a second guy goes down, you're looking around going, oh, man, who can throw 6 innings?
I know.
Although your bullpen's been so strong, you may be able to survive on it.
But I think some of it has to do with the fact that you've one of the few groups of starting pitchers that's giving you 6 innings to start.
I think so,
You have
too.
the 7th best rotation in baseball. Right?
You're not seeing that underbelly of the bullpen very often.
That ugly underbelly bullpen.
You're living in this world where your starter's going out there giving you 6, and then it's like, okay, Sabrowski, here you go, outside of the last couple of outings, which are a little hairier than we'd all like it to be. But, here's Sabrowski, Tim Herron, and the same exact thing, who's been pretty darn good through this whole thing. Hunter Gaddis, though I may chew my nails every time he steps foot onto a mound, he always seems to get the job done, and Cade Smith is nails. So, you're never in that position where you're seeing those guys that you really wish they weren't throwing. And Holderman, with an A-plus name for a reliever, has been pretty darn good as well.
Isn't that a great name?
It's a great name. It's almost as good as the Outman. I can never remember his first name, but there was a reliever with that his last name was
James?
Outman. It's like, that's a reliever name, too.
I think it's James, isn't it?
But is it bad that the health scares me?
No, it doesn't. It shouldn't scare you, but you're enough of a realist that you know it's not going to continue.
But you don't feel
they're
like
gonna
Matt
need,
Festa?
They're going to need
Festus
somebody. They're
for the
going to need
rest of us?
somebody else to start a game. It's just the way baseball goes.
With 162, yeah. So, again, what are we, 90, what did I say, they're 51 and 46, so that's 97 games in, so that leaves you 162.
Well, you're probably, 2 weeks away from Jose Ramirez?
Yeah.
That's got to make you feel pretty
Keep
good.
your fingers crossed on that.
The last time it was a month. Now,
Well,
that was a few years ago.
That was young. It was a younger Jose Ramirez. Younger guys heal a little bit more quickly.
That's very true.
How many wins can the Guardians land at the end of the season? Again, what did I say, 97 games in. That leaves them 65 games. I mean,
They have the softest schedule in the second half.
Is it fair to think
they can be a
that-
90-win team?
Yeah, they actually probably. I mean, I wrote down 88 originally, and kind of where they are right now, I think they can get to 90 wins. Because then you're looking at, I mean, can you play better? How much better over 500 can you play? That's where they are. And if the schedule does look softer
They have
for
the
the second half
easiest.
of the
Yeah,
season.
they have the easiest schedule in the second half of just opponents' win-loss records.
So let me just double down on this. You think the Guardians will win the Central?
I don't want to pick.
I'm not. You don't have a choice.
I really don't want to pick.
Sorry, dude.
I don't feel good about any of these teams. I really don't. Say the Guards if you're going to go feet to the fire on me, but I don't feel great.
Again, you're probably looking at a team that has differential under
I'm a Guardians
in the red,
fan, too.
right? This could be a team that wins the Central and have a differential that's in the red because the White Sox haven't had any trouble scoring.
That's the stuff that
They're plus 35.
That kind of thing scares me.
Well, the Tigers are plus 24. So if they want to add to your Tigers theory there, that totally sits.
And I think somebody in the Central is going to shove their chips in the middle of the table and go pay the buck.
Somebody's going to go for it?
Yeah, and pay the $1.25 on the dollar and say, all right, let's go make a run because nobody wants the Central.
And
Do
Dan,
you
they
really
should.
think though?
They should. Somebody should.
Oh, yeah.
Would it be Minnesota or Chicago? Because I don't see.
Minnesota's ahead of Chicago's ahead of schedule too.
Might be Detroit.
Detroit would be the one I would circle.
Yeah, I would too.
Because they've got some prospects that they could easily move on from, and now Mike Ilitch, right? Is that the right Ilitch? Not Mr. Ilitch, but his son, who's now running it. Mr. Ilitch was the one who was throwing out money left and right to Maglio Ordonez and Miguel Cabrera and Justin Verlander and all of those guys. But his son's running it now, and while he
Christopher.
Is it Chris is his son?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He doesn't operate that same exact way, but he's not afraid. And I wonder if they look around and you see a couple of these teams who are hanging at 500, because we know some of those teams are going to go, let's go, and some of those teams are going to go, forget it, let's not. And I wonder how many guys are actually going to be available in there, and if the Tigers pounce on a few of those guys and decide to go, because they need bullpen help, they need starting pitching, and they need health, which you can't control, at least not yet.
I don't know. I'm also a little worried about.
Unless you're East German, then you can control health.
Should we be expecting out of Chase DeLauder what we expected in the first half and the second half of the season?
Yep.
Is that fair?
If he's healthy.
I mean, what do you just be an above average major league outfielder?
Yeah.
I think you can look at that.
Because it's worked. I mean, are we expecting Rocchio to play at the same level he's played all season?
So he's been a weird one because he's notorious for doing really good halves and then bad halves that usually follow it. Like, he's always been notorious for, like, okay, I'm going to have a bad first half and then a pretty good second half that makes you think, okay, I'm good to go. And then I'm going to have a really good first half and then a bad second half that makes you worried a little bit about
Can you just say young player needs to mature and that will all even out?
I've never sold my Rocchio stock. You don't need to tell me.
Yeah,
I'm
I like Brian.
Too many smart people have told me that guy can hit.
Well, the numbers tell you he can hit.
Yeah, and this season is proving
Doing
to
it
this
now.
point. But he needs to stay at that. Like, that's the thing, is none of these guys can dip. That's the other problem, at least until Jose Ramirez come back.
Yeah,
the thing about the thing about their offense right now, there are very few guys who could dip. You know what I mean?
There are a chunk that can't get worse. You're right.
Seriously, who had a good first half?
Rocchio, DeLauder.
DeLauder.
Kwan's coming back.
No.
It's looking better. You are right, Andy.
No, who had a good first half? Hedges.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Rocchio, DeLauder, Hedges. You could make the argument that Bazzana did, but
He was above average.
I would say he was okay. Yeah. And he slumped here going into the All-Star break. Angel Martinez had a good first half, and he's out. So that's it. You've had 4 guys who had a good first half. So there's so much room for improvement there. I'm not kidding.
It's just one of those life is a matter of perspective statements for me.
Dan, you got 2 guys whose WAR is over 2.
I would be stunned.
That
They
makes you
usually
feel
do end up
better.
with a couple of those because defense counts.
Yeah.
I'd be stunned if they're all still here, if Manzardo, if Hoskins, if they're not better in the second half of the season. I'd be stunned if they're not.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about next. Who's in?
And
Who's
Quan.
out? Who's in, who's out, and what can they do about it? 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Andrew Brandt joins us at 1 o'clock.
YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Andrew Brandt joins us at 1 o'clock, about 40 minutes away from them. John Schumann from NBA.com, we talked to him at 11:20. And if you missed a moment of the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Of course, we're talking about Integrated Restoration. Looking ahead to the second half of the season here, or the second, 40% of the season for the Guardians as they try to make a roll towards the playoffs and then get into the playoffs. Much different ride than last year where they had to have that tremendous comeback to have great success in last season, but as far as the regular season was concerned. And now they have maybe a little bit of a different approach going into what's coming in after the All-Star break. I ask you this, if the Guardians need to make a move with major league players, what guy comes to mind, or what guys, I should say, come to mind as far as having any value in a trade deal? And so
You mean sending guys out?
Sending them out. I'm not sure who I want back yet, but who would have value to try to get you something back where it doesn't hurt you? So let me put it that way to both Jeff Phelps and Dan Manigan. Jeff, you're first.
Nobody.
Yeah.
You're not going to trade anybody out of the bullpen.
No.
Cade Smith would get you a haul. Why would you trade Cade Smith? You have 5 starting pitchers who have all been pretty good. Why would you trade any of them? You ready to bring Logan Allen up? You're not going to trade any pitching. And who do you have of value on, position player wise? Well, a couple guys, but you're not going to move them. You're not going to move Rocchio. Teams would line up for Bazzana. You're not going to trade Bazzana. Might you move Kyle Manzardo if you think Ralphie Velasquez is ready to go at first base? That's a move you could make. Anybody going to give you anything for a utility guy like Daniel Schneemann? I don't think so. Nothing against Daniel. I like him. But, and is Stephen Kwan going to bring you anything right now? Maybe. Kwan might bring you something from the right team.
Kwan in June hit 224 with a on-base percentage of 289. Now,
how about July, Andy?
Well, July's been a little different. He's hitting 345.
Move him now, baby.
With a 457 on-base percentage and a 974 OPS. Dan,
I don't see
Dan,
anybody.
don't tell me those numbers aren't sexy.
I don't see anybody giving you anything drastic, Steven.
I don't know what you're getting. You would have to. Maybe.
I don't see anybody giving you anything drastic.
Okay, so let's just say
maybe a bullpen arm, which, by the way, the Guardians will be looking for.
The question becomes, who could take Kwan now, and why would they want him? The reason you would want him is because you're getting a Gold Glove defensive player.
At the very least, a team that's in contention would want him as a 4th outfielder.
Yeah.
Late inning defensive replacement. And if you're the Guardians, you could do that. Why could you do that? Chase DeLauder in right field.
Okay.
Khalil Watson in center field. Angel Martinez in left. And he's, in theory, not far from returning. You need your 4th outfielder, Daniel Schneemann. And you work Gabe Arias out there like crazy. Because, as my friend Dan Manigan would say, they can't give up on Gabe Arias.
Although you're ready to move Bazzana out there too, right?
No, I'm not ready to move Bazzana out there.
If you think your number one prospect, which at some point you're going to probably bring up, right?
Maybe not this year. But no, I'm not ready to move Bazzana out there. The whole point of yesterday's conversation was, if you want to maximize the talent of your young guys, you have Rocchio, Bazzana, and Angel Hanao. And that means you have 3 guys who play second and short. So you're going to move one of them, either in a trade or position. So how do you want to move one? Somebody's going to have to move, whether it be trade or whether it be position. I mean, that otherwise you're not maximizing your organizational talent, right?
Yeah, I think they're probably just. I mean, Hanau's an injury away from coming up, though, don't you think?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
308.
Although they love them some Gabe Arias, don't they, Dano? So
they can't quit him.
If you don't, if you don't think Hanau is quite ready to go, you just play Arias at either second or short. I kind of hope they leave Rocchio at shortstop and just leave him alone.
I do too, but I want them to leave.
I don't want to see him.
I want them
back
to leave
to
Bazzana alone too. So, but that means you don't get to see your number 1 prospect unless you think. Wait, I don't know.
If they think he's
ready,
ready,
I'll play outfield. I'll ask you that one too. No one's. I mean, wouldn't it be easier to let him play in the outfield now?
Well, I don't know if he. I don't know if he plays outfield or not.
I don't either.
I think they've just groomed him as a complete middle infielder.
I don't know. I've never seen it. I'm going down to Columbus this weekend. I'm going to go watch those guys play.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm going to go Sunday.
How about you?
I'm heading down there, yeah. Little cool kind of reunion we're doing. All the folks I used to work with at Channel 10 are meeting there. So
nice.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Free booze?
Probably, but I'm driving, so I won't get anywhere near that.
That's my boy.
I can tell you that.
That's my boy.
Although it is
Andy Baskin, kids.
And I got a bunch of other stuff going on Sunday, too.
Well,
so I
sure
kinda
you
have
do.
to
You're Andy Baskin.
Be in Columbus and be here at the same time.
Andy Baskin.
Who seems expendable on this roster to you for the Guardians that they could be able to go out and get somebody? Anthony is in Cleveland Heights. Hi.
Anthony.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
A little smoky out here tonight.
It's a little smoky all over the place here. Downtown's a mess.
I hear. Hey, so on the Guardians, so maybe this is a bit of a pump the brakes call. Things are never as good as they seem or as bad as they look, especially when it comes to baseball. So I'm still thinking 88 wins would be great, which probably is enough to win the division, certainly enough to get a wild card. So I'm not going to tempt the baseball gods and ask for more than that. That's what I would look at as far as that goes.
88 is what I had written down. So let me just you talk for a second. I'll throw a number at you. Keep going.
Well, okay. So moving on to the trades, I want to. I do agree that a right-hand bat, power bat, if they could find it, would be the thing to go for. I'm not, getting an arm too. I think is a tough road to hoe there. But I do have a few rules that people should keep in mind. A few rules of thumb when it comes to trading in any sport, but particularly in baseball as we ramp up to the trade deadline and people start losing their mind that the Guardians are not going to do anything. And this references back to what Keith Law had told you guys yesterday about players that he considers untradeable in the organization. I have 6 rules very quick. Here they are.
Oh, very nice. You should write a book. 6 rules.
Number 1, you're going to overpay in the trade market. Number 2, you're going to overpay in the trade market. Number 3, you are going to overpay in the trade market. Rules number 4, 5, and 6 are this. The trade is likely not going to move the championship needle that much. Number 5 is the trade is likely not going to move the championship needle that much. Number 6 is the trade is likely not going to move the championship needle that much.
Anthony, I see what you did there. That sounds really kind of cute.
So when the Guardians make a trade, which I think they will, expect it not to blow anybody away because I am not giving up a prized possession because the other general managers are not stupid. They're going to say, give us Braylon Dowdy immediately. They are not going to get hoodwinked. They're not
who
here
by
to
the way, Anthony, might be the pitcher you have to bring up if you have an injury in your starting staff. And Dowdy's only like 20 years old.
True.
I mean, he's a really young dude.
So expect a marginal trade that does not trade away future bites at the playoff apple. That's all I'm going to say on that.
All right.
Anthony's thinking way too much like me on that.
Exactly. Yeah, I do think like you. I notice that very much.
Yeah.
And the other thing, let's remember, this American League is reminding me of the Cavs Eastern Conference. It's very winnable.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. Anthony in
See,
Cleveland Heights.
I hate the idea. I always do, no matter what sport it is, of giving up future assets to try and take a decent team over the top. You know what I mean? If you have a really good team and you think, yeah, we're going, we got it, and you think a little move can put you over the top, or even a big move, all right, go for it. But if your team is good but not, for instance, I don't think the Guardians are as good as the Yankees or the Rays.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you can't win a series, though.
True.
Right?
Right.
I'm hard-pressed to give up guys that I think might be really good down the road for a veteran to come in and play for, the end of the season. Hard-pressed to do that.
I want to go back to another point
But
that he made.
that's just the way I look at sports.
The Guards need, 70?
And Anthony as well, apparently.
Yeah. The Guards would need, 30? To get to 88, they need 37 wins. Is that right? I know we don't math on the show.
I'm not looking at the numbers.
No, that can't be right. Yeah, 51. 51 wins currently, so they need 37 to get to 88, right? I think they can get there. 88 seems very doable. It's how far into the 90s can they go? And then how many wins will you need to win the AL Central? I mean, they're the closest to 88 out of all of them because the White Sox only have 50 wins. I mean, there aren't many teams. There's only, 4 teams in the American League that have 50 wins at all right now. The Rays, the Yankees, the White Sox, the Guards. That's it. I mean, the whole West is under 50. Even looking at the wild card here with, 40% of the season left to go, they still have a 3-game advantage on the Mariners and the Twins because the Mariners and Twins are tied for that last playoff spot to go in. But the other hard part to look at is, I mean, seriously, everybody's in it in the American League with a chance to get to one of these wild card teams, including the A's, who are 41 and 55. They're only 6.5 back. You have to look at Kansas City and the Angels. Man, what a waste. The Angels are incredible. They're both 10 back. So I still think it's anybody's game here in the American League. But the Guardians are sitting very, very pretty going into this thing. So I maybe I'm the only one that looks at that and does that. Dan, I was just going to ask you, too. Is there anybody on this roster that jumps out that you say to yourself, okay, they could trade him and probably get somebody back? I don't know if there is. I think Jeff's right.
I think if you get Stephen Kwan looking like Stephen Kwan and all of the exit velocity data and the metrics are starting to trend upward to where they were, that would be one I would circle.
Let me just make one
Kyle
point.
Manzardo, guys.
Okay, before you get back to
if Ralphie's ready, you could trade Manzardo.
It's weird how they feel about Kyle Manzardo, and he hasn't been good this year, which isn't great for trade value. Anyway, Andy, sorry.
No, my point with Kwan is really weird because I agree with everything you said, and I don't know how Jeff feels about Kwan on this aspect. But if Kwan continues to hit the way he's been hitting here for the last couple of weeks and is getting better, then why do you want to get rid of him? You don't.
Your fear would be, I don't want to sign this guy long-term, but I want something back for him besides a compensatory pick. And I don't even know if you're going to get the compensatory pick because you're living in this world of labor unrest. We don't know what this is going to look like.
And don't you think, I think you run the risk of buying into 1 month and thinking, oh, he's back, rather than looking at all of the metrics over the last year.
I see. It could be a little risky for this season, though, if he gets onto a team that needs him and he stays hot. That's the only wheel of regret you might play on that. By the way, speaking of regretting, I made a mistake yesterday when I was talking about.
No way.
I made a tiny mistake yesterday because I keep saying, do you think the Dolans would want to make a move now because they're selling the team? And I kept saying within the year. It's not at the end of this season that Blitzer has the opportunity to take over. It's the end of next season. Just so everybody knows.
That fixed.
And I keep thinking, but the reality of it is, who knows what kind of labor issues we could have going into next year? Could they even, maybe they don't play a full season next year. And so that's why I keep kind of pressing towards this year that, maybe if the Dolans did want to go out and do and spend a little bit more than we're used to seeing them spend, Maybe that could be this year. Maybe that could be next year. If you ask me, this year is a golden opportunity for them. That if they felt like all they needed was money and a decent little trade. na. And then you wake up and boom. Oh, I've had an epiphany. I'm going to.
I'm sure that was it. Yep.
I've had an epiphany. I'm going to. Let's see what's obscure.
Back to Minnesota. Here we go. Minnesota in January and February, baby.
I'm going to Memphis. Could you imagine that if LeBron dropped that? I don't know.
He doesn't like Memphis. He said that.
Oh, that's true. I forgot it.
There's not much to do, he said.
He did say that. That was a good call, Jeff.
Nice.
All
He's here to help, Andy.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you're here with your red pen.
It's multicolored.
It's red, green, black, blue.
The sportscaster pen.
You're the only sportscaster I know that uses it, though.
Oh, that's not true at all.
You're the only one that I know.
You need to go to more games.
I've got enough games on my resume. You want to see my resume? You want me to pull it out? You want to show me how good my resume is on games?
Sportscasters use multicolored pens like crazy.
You keep telling yourself that.
Well,
Let's do headlines. From the not-so leader in worldwide sports, here's Dan Menningen.
All right, gentlemen, let us begin with the news that just came down a little bit ago.
Oh.
Multiple reports. Did you guys see? Chase Burns got paid.
Did he really?
7 years, $105 million extension. The largest guarantee given to a pitcher with less than 4 years of MLB service. For those of you who do not know, Chase Burns pitches for the Cincinnati Reds.
Wow.
He's been awesome all season.
In the Bazana draft.
And by the way, if you have not watched Chase Burns pitch, you should do yourself a favor because he flings it.
He was in the Bazana draft.
And he just got himself paid.
Does that mean Bazana's getting one?
Well, one guy's been up a little bit longer.
Yeah, I know, but still. And look at that draft.
But one guy's been up a little bit longer.
Yeah, I know, but other guys in that draft have picked up some change.
Well, those guys have been up a little bit longer.
Not necessarily. Connor Griffin in Pittsburgh.
He's been up a little bit longer.
He's injured. He hasn't played as much as Bazana.
Is it now that case? Because I know he started the season. Anyway,
let's calculate.
This is such a pedantic conversation that
He's
nobody but you and I
actually
care
on the
about.
60-day injured list.
Excellent word.
Might not be back until September. Well, it won't be back until at least September.
Would you give a pitcher this much money for that at that age?
That's really a rough call.
How much was the money again?
100 and some million. 104?
105.
105.
For 7 years.
Where's that rank him?
If I'm Chase Burns, I'm saying hand me the 4-colored pen. I'll sign it in every color. Absolutely. If you're a pitcher, you just sold your arbitration years, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And you guaranteed yourself $104 million before taxes and paying your agent an insane amount of money. Absolutely. If I'm a pitcher, I'm doing that. If I'm healthy after 7 years, I'll go sign another one.
So that's this math. We have done a lot of math today.
Look at it this way.
That's $15 million a year.
Well, he's set for life.
Yeah.
He's set for life.
Can I throw you a theory on this?
It's a good Cincinnati contract, if you ask me, at $15 million a year, right?
I think that's part of it. So here's let me throw you a theory. I think this Tarek Skubal 1 year, $32 million deal out of arbitration has scared a bunch of these teams to get guys who are possibly award contenders and lock them up really early to avoid having to pay $32 million in your last year of arbitration.
I can't argue with that. You know, and if you're a player, if you're an agent and you're really looking out for your player, for your client, how are you going to tell a guy not to take the money? You know, like Tanner Bybee. Why would Tanner Bybee have not signed the contract that he signed? You know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wait a minute. And look at it big picture wise. Forget the nuttiness that is baseball salaries, pro sports salaries, not just baseball.
Right.
Look at it in real life. Wait a minute. After taxes, Tanner Bybee's got I think his deal was $48 million, something like that. After tax, he's got 25 in expenses and everything else. He can probably bank $25 million. Well, if you're not an idiot, you're set for life. Why would you not do that when you play a position that's as precarious as a pitcher? That's brilliant. Go ahead and sign it.
And maybe, I mean, I don't know, if you become bigger, better, and greater, you would think that maybe Cincinnati would want to, there's no way they would, but let's just say he reaches a point where he should be making more than $15 million a year. I mean, there's always the outside shot that Cincinnati might say, you know what, let's renegotiate this.
No need.
Extend some years or hold out. I don't know. I mean, you don't hear a whole lot about that. But.
We'll see how it goes from there. NBA spokesperson on the Bam Adebayo Tyler Hero incident, quote, after discussing with the players involved and the NBA Players Association, everyone would prefer to move on from this unfortunate circumstance. No further action will be taken by the league.
Well.
So in other words, all right, we're done talking about the two of you getting into a fight with each other outside of a gym at a hotel.
Nothing to see here.
Moving along.
There might have been, but we're not going to deal with it.
Yep, nor will we care. Now, here's an interesting one. The NBA is probing the $64 million free agency contract that the Milwaukee Bucks signed Gary Trent Jr. for, according to a league spokesperson. Now, no idea what the probe would entail or why the reason of the probe, besides the fact that we all saw that deal with Gary Trent Jr. and went, what? Him? Really? Okay. So, we don't have a ton of details. Just know it's currently being probed.
A lot of probing going on here.
A lot of probing going on. A lot of things that can be taken out of context.
I'm just talking about the NBA.
Yeah, I don't know what you're thinking.
I don't know.
All right, gents.
As long as it's not an alien kind of thing, like if you were coming from another country or planet or something.
Poor Cartman, he was never the same since.
Never.
All right, gents.
Baskin and Phelps present Gan's World Cup Roundup.
Oh, yay.
All right, we only have a couple of these left. So, of course, yesterday we had the battle for the Falkland Islands. Argentina versus...
Dude, talk about probes and investigations.
Too soon.
Keep talking about that. You're going to get one.
Pretty much. Yeah, well, especially after what ended up happening at the end of that game, it's going to get a little ugly.
Yeah.
We'll see where that goes from there. So anyway, England took on Argentina in Atlanta. Fantastic, really, really physical game. It kind of felt the closest you're going to get a soccer match to a knife fight, especially in the first half. These guys were shoving each other. They were all over the place, flopping, yelling, fighting, all that kind of good stuff that you look forward to in a soccer game. No scoring early on because of how ugly it was. Then in the second half, England got a goal by Anthony Gordon in somewhere in the 50th minute. Of course, I didn't have
that sounds right. No, that I watched it.
The 55th minute, Anthony Gordon got a goal, which for those of you who do not know who Anthony Gordon is, close your eyes, picture an Englishman. You probably have the right answer. He's probably one of the most generic Englishmen you'll ever see in your life, except to add red hair.
Red-headed guy with the wide-set eyes.
Do you need braces? Do you need braces?
It's a nice goal.
It was a heck of a goal.
Yeah, put it in the left side there.
So, England up 1-0.
Yeah.
Oh, you did it.
The motherland.
I'm so you are such an American. I'm so
through.
proud of you. You didn't say it. Good for
England
you.
up 1-0. And all of a sudden,
There he goes.
going after
Pip, pip.
a little bit later on after the hydration break.
Oh, good.
Stupidest thing going.
Is it? If
Yes.
they're making money on commercials,
Don't care.
is it?
Stupidest thing going.
Is
Don't
it?
care.
Is it?
Don't care. Stupid. Anyway, zombie friggin' Argentina once again was 5.5 feet under, picked their heads up, screamed brains 3 times, and then went goals. And of course, it is us. Do the thing the best we can. Audio courtesy of our guy, Andres Cantor, Telemundo.
Oh boy.
Messi para enganchar. Buena esta para Enzo que vuelve a probar.
Breath.
Argentino, Argentino, lo hizo Enzo Fernández.
Couple of days off for Andres really helped him out a little bit. Give me a 1 to 10 on the call.
I'm going 9 on that one.
That's a good one.
8.5. I'm a little rougher.
That was good.
I didn't realize. Do you realize how old he is? Do you know how old he is? You probably do. Do you?
I'm going 73.
I always thought he was in his 70s because I remember The Simpsons parodying him.
Yeah, he did a couple cartoons, right? He did Simpsons, he did Phineas and Ferb, did both of those.
I only knew the Simpsons one.
So, but he was uncredited for the Phineas and Ferb one.
That's good for him.
So I saw him in a commercial. It must have been yesterday, and I was like, I didn't realize how young he is. He's 63.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
Keep it going.
It
So
looks
anyway,
fantastic.
that was the first goal in the 85th minute.
What are you supposed to
which
look
brought
like at
us to
63?
1-1.
Supposed to look dead?
No, I'm just saying, you know how your skin looks a little bit older when you get a little bit older? I think we all know that. I've noticed some, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, maybe he had a nip and a tuck.
Maybe. I don't know.
Then, in extra time, we all felt it. Argentina with the ball. Telemundo, Andres Cantor, bring us home.
McAllister libre, McAllister Pablo otra vez, y va Messi, primeros, Pence, Maca, Messi engancha y va, tiró con la derecha. Argentino, asistencia de Leo con la derecha, por aquí no, por allá sí.
It's like a 15 out of 10.
It was beautiful.
Brought a tear to my eye.
That was really good.
So now,
you know what it was feeling when they scored? I kind of had that feeling of, what would you do? It sounded like he was hugging somebody too, right, on the first one?
as he should be.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like I kept thinking to myself, what if the Browns, got a game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl? That's kind of what I felt like there.
I do have a question to ask you.
I want Andrew to do that. All right, we got to get out.
Can you ask on the other side?
I'll ask you.
Ask at 120. That's what we'll do. By the way, standing by, LeBron's got some stuff going on at 115. Maybe we hear something. If not, we're going to hear from Andrew Brandt for sure. He's from SI.com. That's next. Baskin Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The second half of the Major League Baseball season begins tonight, and the team that I'm looking at to win the World Series is one of the teams in action, and it's not the New York Mets. It's the Philadelphia Phillies. Philly made a huge move earlier this season, firing manager Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly now in charge. This Philly core has been so close to getting over the hump. I feel like a new manager will get them there come October. I'm Nick Costos.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog, you're collaborating with actual designers who know what works. And the best part, their design expertise works for every project. From efficient 10x10 layouts to expansive custom kitchens. All wood construction, soft close drawers, contemporary styles, no shortcuts. Plus, they handle your entire remodel under one roof. Flooring, backsplash, and vanity tops. Visit any location or northeastfactorydirect.com for your free design consultation. Mention Nick Wilson for your extra special discount.
It's all about the deal at Brunswick Auto Mart. Save big this month with deals like this. Don't miss the Make This the Summer event. Lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 with industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty for just $279 a month, while returning lessees are just $189 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Car buying made truly simple.
27 months, $29.95 now, plus fees due at signing. No security deposit required. 7,500 miles per year. Includes all incentives. Offer ends 7/31/26.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores, Kobe Altman and the Cavs could look to make a big splash in July. Stay tuned for all the latest free agency and trade news across the NBA. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Perino Builders, Remodelers, and Furniture. Need inspiration for your new build or renovation? Check out PerinoCustomHomes.com. We're still in a holding pattern on LeBron James and an announcement on where he plans to play this upcoming season. LeBron is at Fanatics Fest today and tomorrow with live tapings of the Mind the Game podcast in about 15 minutes and a live taping of his show The Shop tomorrow, where he could potentially be making an announcement. Cavaliers are believed to be one of the teams in the running to land the superstar, and head coach Kenny Atkinson told SiriusXM earlier this week the Cavs are in the mix. Some other NBA news: Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero will not be facing discipline for their physical altercation last week. An NBA spokesperson has said there was a discussion between the players and the NBA PA, and everyone would prefer to move on and no further action will be taken by the league. Guardians have one more day off before they return to play for the second half of the season. They entered the All-Star break on a 4-game winning streak and tied with the White Sox for first place in the division. The Guardians' first series back from the break will be at home. They're hosting the Pirates for a 3-game weekend series. And Cleveland hoping to have Jose Ramirez and Angel Martinez back in the lineup soon. Both have been out since mid-June with injuries. Ramirez with a broken hamate bone and Martinez with a broken foot. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. I feel like every day I get a little insight and nugget in sports on our next guest because I get a little daily dose. Now he's got a book out, Smarter About Sports. That is out now. He is Andrew Brandt, SI.com. You can get his book Amazon. I'm really looking forward to this right now. He is on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Andrew, thank you for your emails each and every day, my friend. I appreciate you. How are you?
Oh, thanks so much. I'm glad you're a subscriber, and I'm glad you mentioned the book. It's something that I really thought about for a long time. Everyone's asked me since I left the Packers like 15 years ago, when are you going to write a book? When are you going to write a book? And I've always kind of rationalized, well, I'm doing columns, I'm doing newsletters, I'm doing podcasts. I got my full-time job lecturing and law professor. But at some point, sort of the resistance was overcome by this urge I felt to sort of get everything down on paper for people to really learn about the inner workings of sports in one book. Through all my life stops, being an agent for many years, running a team for many years, doing NIL consulting with agencies, starting up their sports practice, doing education, doing media. So it's all in there. And I hope that through these hundreds of experiences and stories, basically, people learn a lot about not only working in sports, but working in business altogether.
And Andrew, before we get to some football, let me ask you about a big story we're dealing with here in Cleveland, and that's LeBron James' free agency. In your time working as an agent, in your time working with the Green Bay Packers, how do you think that LeBron and his folks handle situations like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long process that they're going through, obviously. If it was quick, they would have announced, we think. Who knows? But this is what happens when you get into high-level decision-making. You go through different situations. There may be changes that happen every day. There may be changes that happen overnight. There may be other things going on with other players. It's just hard to know. You know, in my experience, dealing with Brett Favre and retirement rumors and then, of course, my whole time about Aaron and when is Aaron going to ascend to Brett's job and when is we going to make the transition. Those are big decisions, and they seem to happen with so many parties involved. There are a lot of stakeholders with LeBron, obviously agent, friends, family. This is something we're just going to have to see play out, and I don't think he's got really any deadline. You know my saying, deadline spur action. So there's no deadline here.
Andrew, I'm intrigued by the book, and you know when I pick up this book and I start to read it, tell me without giving away all the stories in there, obviously, but just what was the exciting part for you to write this book, and like you're putting pen to paper, I guess is the best way to put it, to put pen to paper, go, I love this story and I can't wait to share this with people.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I'm not going to take credit for doing hard research to do this book or interviewing 20 sources to do this book. This was a labor of love. This was spilling out my life, my professional life, my formative years in sports, my starting life and professionally as an agent with David Falk, Michael Jordan's agent, working with so many of those basketball players, then becoming a football agent, running a team overseas, the Barcelona Dragons, coming back to be an agent again, losing Ricky Williams to Master P, and then the Green Bay Packers and all of those experiences, which not a lot of people have been behind the curtain on what it's like to work for what I call a public trust with the Packers. So different than working with any other NFL team. So it was really, again, I lecture this way, I teach this way, I educate this way. It's through stories. Stories resonate with people. So you tell a person a lesson, they maybe remember it. You tell it through a story, they'll remember it. So I do it all through stories, and these are real-life stories behind the curtain.
Do you think we'll ever see another public trust team like the Packers?
It's hard to think that could happen. I know there are, I guess, versions of that. I know the Atlanta Braves have some kind of public buy-in, and some smaller league teams do. But this is anachronistic. I'll say this. There will never, ever be a team in a major sports league, NBA, NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, with a city of 100,000 people. I always just shook my head being there. Like, we really have an NFL team? I mean, it was a small town. And it's just unbelievable sometimes to think that team, that market is not only competing but thriving against Dallas, New York, L.A., Chicago, etc.
Is that strictly revenue sharing in the NFL, the way that they share assets? Is it television? Is it what? Because I don't think it would work in baseball. Wouldn't work in basketball.
Yeah, exactly. There's two parts to that. Obviously, equal revenue sharing, which is only in the NFL. A long time ago, the NFL just stuck to this, we're only as good as our weakest link theory. And the New Yorks and the Dallases and the Miamis were giving up the same revenue, accepting the same revenue as the smaller markets. That's never changed. And other sports, like you mentioned, baseball, you're not going to get the Yankees and Dodgers to agree to that. The other part is the cap. Now, we could spend hours talking about the cap, but the cap is a regulator. So if you have regulated spending, you're going to level the financial playing field, not completely, but somewhat. Whereas, as we know so well, baseball has no regulation there. And the NBA has spent years trying to, quote-unquote, harden their cap, which has just happened. So the NBA now has a harder cap than the NFL, actually, because the NFL allows for proration and soft signing bonuses, years and voids and dummy years, all the things Andrew Barry has done with the Browns there. So either way, the NFL cap might need some tightening, and I've heard Goodell talk about that in their next collective bargaining agreement.
I thought it was interesting when you go back to your beginning with Barcelona, right? And to be in Europe, trying to have an American sport in Europe. This week, I think it was the NBA had said, not only are they looking at expansion in Seattle and Las Vegas, but they're also toying around with the idea of expansion in Europe. Do you think we're going to see a day where, like, the NFL or the NBA are going to be able to play regular season games over? It feels like the NFL is pushing that. Jeff and I talk about the logistics of that all the time, and how will they pull that off and still maintain their high viewership and everything that they're blessed with here in the United States?
Well, big differences. NBA, yes. I see a league. They're already talking about a league. They're talking about franchises. It won't be connected necessarily with the NBA, but it'll be NBA Europe.
Mm-hmm.
European basketball has been around a long time. I talk in my book how I got my start as a young agent because I was not, experienced enough to represent NBA players. I was putting players all over the world, especially Europe. NFL is much different. I never have thought the NFL would place a franchise internationally, but I've always thought they would place a schedule internationally, and they're almost there, which is basically 8 games a year, 16 teams, half the league playing an overseas game every year. We're basically almost there, and that, I think, is going to be a staple of the NFL, where the 17th game or 18th game is going to be an international game for half the league each year. So there's always one conference that has more home games than the other. They'll play overseas that year, and vice versa the next year. So I see that happening. This is so different than my day when I'm talking in the book, where Spain was just, we couldn't sell it. They cheered at the wrong times. They did the wave the entire game. I had these fans that said, stop with all the meetings. I'm like, what meetings? Well, you run a play and then you meet. And you run another play and then you meet. Why so many meetings? I said, yeah, huddles. So
that's funny.
That's what we're dealing with then.
That's funny.
Obviously better now.
If it makes you feel better, when the Blue Jackets came to Columbus, and they had an ECHL their team for a while, one of the very first games in Columbus, there was a goalie who was banging his stick on the ground to let the guys know the penalty was almost over, and the fans there thought that was when you were supposed to clap along, that he was trying to get the fans to clap along. So I think sports has funnier moments sometimes. Just in those moments, you're like, wow, now I really gotta appreciate what we have. I always thought that was funny.
Yeah, that is funny. I mean, I went to the NFL Frankfurt game, Chiefs Dolphins, a couple years ago, and still, football. You mentioned basketball. Football's a hard game. for people that are not devotees, like there was a call, like a legal man downfield, and they were all looking at me like, what does that mean? And I'm like, it's not that easy to explain.
No, it really isn't.
Or basketball and soccer, you can figure it out pretty quick. But football's a hard game.
It's true.
Andrew Brandt joining us. Andrew, when you were in the Packers front office, you saw a lot of different things, and you talked about some of the quarterback stuff. If you were working with the Browns right now, and you had Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and extra draft picks in 2027, what are you thinking about this coming season and your quarterback situation?
I mean, just from afar, you've heard me talk about Deshaun and the contract for 4 years now. I mean, I'd say 2 words. It's time. Assuming health, and it seems like health is there now. So it's time. It's time to try to get some return on investment. It's time. And if it's not the right guy and you've whiffed not only the last 3 years, but you whiffed the 4th year, then it's like, what are we doing? But I don't think it's over. So we can talk about the young guys and developing them, and if they're not the answer, then you look to 27 draft. But I think this is all about Deshaun because 3 years of investment, it's time. I don't know how else I can say it. It's 4 years. Yeah, it's time.
The Packers.
Can he resurrect the magic of Houston? And I talk to people around the league. Everyone wants to know that. Like, what has happened to him? Forget about all the legal things and, like, what has happened to his game? And we're going to find out.
All right, let me throw something at you that I think scares a lot of Browns fans. What if they find out and he's okay next year, plays pretty well, and his contract's up? What do you do?
That's the alternate problem, yeah. I mean, I've talked about him having the most secure contract in NFL history. There still hasn't been a 5-year guarantee since then. They got to work something out if he's the guy. And if he's not the guy, you move on. I think the worry is there's an in-between, right? So he's sort of good, but he's not franchise quarterback level good. So they probably move on.
Packers made a trade for Micah Parsons. Browns just traded Myles Garrett. What about the return the Browns received? And would you have moved on from a guy like Garrett?
I remember talking to you guys last year, and it got worked out, and I was kind of shaking my head. Like, there were some pretty forceful words from him that he was done there. And it got worked out with a huge contract, $40 million plus, highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. But something lingered, right? Something obviously lingered beyond getting financially taken care of a year ago. So I'm not in that building, you're not in that building, but there was something brewing that did not resolve in 2025. So they moved on. And I've said this in my newsletters, in my columns, in my podcast. I love the return for the Browns because getting 2 1s is always a crapshoot unless, top of the draft. But getting a 1 and a proven young star at the same position, that's better. That's better than the Packers got. Because Verse is proven. And 2 years left on a contract like that, that's as good a value as anyone in the league besides a young starting quarterback. And they can't even do a new contract for him, as we know, with the CBA not allowing that. So what value? To get a 1 plus Verse is, to me, so much better than 2 future 1s.
Just curious, from a fan's perspective on this too, like, when you look at Andrew Berry with the Browns, is there something that that maybe makes him special? And if even if you don't know that answer, is there something that fans need to know about the role of a general manager in an NFL team that they just don't know, that they should understand before they start judging a guy one way or another?
Well, I think that's the same question because I apply this to Andrew very, very much.
Okay.
It's emotionally detached and forward-thinking and rational, reasonable, measured, in a way that you just don't react like a fan reacts. And I know that sounds simple. Obviously, someone in management's not going to be acting like a crazy fan. But listen, the bullets have been flying around the Browns for the Deshaun decision, for all these trades, and he's resolute in the face of that. And he's all about the team and the future. And sometimes when you say that, people say, well, are they giving up on the present? I don't think anyone gives up on the present. But I think you prepare for the future. I look at those trades of Garrett and Travis Hunter as value trades. Now, they have to capitalize on the value with the picks, but that's value. You know, when they can get out of taking a short cornerback and get another pick 3 picks later and a future first, I'm like, that was gold I thought, for the Browns. But I'm a fan of Andrew. And, you know, I have a home at the Greenbrier Resort. They were here for two years in the summer. Got to spend time with all those guys.
All right, from one Andrew talking about one to another Andrew from me to you. If you ever need an SUV to pick up Andy Reid, I'll be happy to help you if you ever need that.
I've never seen the guy. This was before he was known. I'm like, oh, my God. For people who don't know, I picked him up to go to a workout for my client at the time, Matt Hasselbeck, and I see this monster of a man walk out, and I got a tiny, tiny little sports car. I'm like, oh, geez. Stuffed him in like a jack in the box. He was such a good sport about it.
Oh, that's so funny.
Was great.
All right, that's the advantage of reading the newsletter that I subscribe to, and I especially on the weekends, I always catch up on all of them. So, Andrew, thank you. We appreciate it. Good luck with the podcast, of course, Business Sports, and the book that is out right now, and we're excited for you on that. Smarter About Sports. It is out right now. He is Andrew Brandt. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. And for people, obviously, go to smartaboutsports.com or Amazon. You can get the book right away. Thanks.
There you go. All right. Thanks, Andrew. We'll talk to you soon. He was on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. A little bit more about what he had to say. Also, we got our eye on what LeBron James is saying in the podcast. We'll talk about that next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
We could be getting an announcement from LeBron James any day now as the NBA world awaits to see where he plans to play this upcoming season. James is at Fanatics Fest in New York today and tomorrow. He is reportedly taping a live episode of his podcast, Mind the Game, right now, and will be taping a live episode of The Shop tomorrow. Cavaliers are believed to be one of the teams in the running to land the superstar. Head coach Kenny Atkinson told SiriusXM NBA Radio earlier this week the Cavs are in the mix. Guardians have one more day off before they return to play for the second half of the season. Their first series will be back at home. They'll be hosting the Pirates for a 3-game weekend series. Guards are hoping to have Jose Ramirez and Angel Martinez back in the lineup soon. Both have been out since mid-June with injuries. Ramirez with a broken hamate bone and Martinez with a broken left foot. And some NFL news. Ian Rappaport is reporting the Saints and running back Alvin Kamara have agreed to terms on a deal that
Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're looking for a winner. Enter the word subs, S-U-B-S, subs, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. It'll give you your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. There's something for everyone to crave. With the legendary Roman burger, hot buttered cheesesteak, variety of steak sandwiches, chicken deli subs, over 8 sidekicks, and more, Mr. Hero has all your cravings covered. Order in-store or online at MrHero.com. And again, subs at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
Baskin and Phelps. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane is here as well. We're all kind of...
That little fruit fly getting you now?
Yeah, he's over here now. I'm just trying to figure out what the situation is with LeBron. I think we all are right now. He is in New York right now. He is was scheduled at 1:15 to do Rich Paul's Mind the Game podcast. Tyrese Halliburton is also on that show today.
Too clunky for an announcement. Too clunky.
Yeah, way too.
Rich and Tyrese. You don't want Tyrese sitting there for that.
No, I don't think you do either, unless he's going to Indiana, and then it would have made sense. But
well, that'd be sweet.
But not one person has uttered the words he's going to Indiana.
If you're Tyrese.
Yeah. The other thing he is planning on doing today, sometime, this is according to CBS, after the Mind the Game podcast, he is set to appear sometime after 3 o'clock on CNBC, and he'll be interviewed by Rich Kleinman. So that's supposed to be his next media stop today. Dan Desi, and again, help me with the podcast. Are they going to drop the podcast, or is the podcast actually live?
So they are going to record it live and then release it later, is what it's looking like is going to take place. There is no live stream or anything like that is taking place to my knowledge. And I cannot state to my knowledge enough.
So here's my question. He's at a fan fest.
Correct. He's at Fanatics Fest in New York City.
All right. So is he doing the podcast in front of a live audience?
In front of a live studio audience,
well,
yes.
It wouldn't be studio audience, but yeah.
Wow, like Happy Days was taped.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who, again, on your bingo card, did anyone think we'd be talking about LeBron and Happy Days at the same time, Potsy?
Taped before a live studio audience.
There you go.
Are you kidding me? You've listened to this show. That's one of the easiest squares you're getting on a bingo card.
That is true, Ren. I hear you. Right, isn't it, Ren? What did she call? What's nerd backwards? I forgot. I can't even say it. Remember that whole episode?
So yeah, we're over here frantically refreshing.
No, you bring up Happy Days. I bring up Happy Days. And you shake your head.
I just followed up taped in front of a live studio audience. That didn't mean a left turn.
Anyway,
we're frantically refreshing. We will get any kind of information if it comes out at any time.
Don't break your computer.
And then he's also scheduled to do another podcast tomorrow, his own show tomorrow.
So we've got something from Dave McMenamin. Tyrese Halliburton attempted to ask LeBron James about his decision early on in the program. James did not bite, saying, quote, "Didn't we already talk about this in the back?" Halliburton acquiesced and said, "I'll leave it alone."
Oh, look at Tyrese playing media member. Little media member, Tyrese Halliburton.
I wonder if he joked or if he was serious.
Just cut right in and went for it. Good for Tyrese.
Good for Tyrese. Can we get Tyrese on? I'd be good with that.
Yeah, let's see when he's done with
We'll
the
just
podcast.
call him up. Just call Tyrese up.
Get him on the horn.
Just call him up.
You know, if you don't aim high, guys, you're going to spend your life on the ground, right?
It's going to go real well, yeah.
I guess we're not getting him because we're not even going to try.
Good point. Hey, Tyrese, I know you're in the middle of recording a podcast with an agent and one of the best players in NBA history.
Yeah.
Can you just join us instead?
You don't mind,
Well,
do you?
I don't want him till after. Like, he's worthless to us now. Let's be honest. We
See,
don't
now
need
with
him
an
now.
attitude like that, you're never going to get him.
But we don't need him right now. We need him after
You
this.
just called him worthless.
Well, okay.
You expect him to show up on these airwaves after you call him worthless? To hell with that. That's not happening.
The interview at this point in time would be worthless until after. Now, what I want to know is, did LeBron was he a little miffed that he asked him the question? Because he said, We talked about this behind closed doors. We said we're not going to say it. So he's either my question is, does he even know where he's going? Does he know where he wants to go at this point?
He's known for weeks, if not months, if not years.
I got to tell you, if I were him, I'd wait it out. I'd wait it out until the end of till the season starts.
It'd be a really good way to go to a team that's all loaded up for you now.
Why not?
And
in the NFL,
if I'm a team, I'm not playing that game.
Why do you want to go to camp? Seriously, you think LeBron James doesn't know how to go to a camp at the beginning of the season and be like, okay, well, just show up. Do what the NFL guys do. They don't want to go out there and sweat during training camp. They're good to come in a little bit later. They come in after all the preseason games, and then they go. Like, does LeBron really need to waste his time with preseason? No. Just come on in after. We'll take him. We would take him. If he didn't make up his decision until the beginning, the season could start. He could be like, yeah, I'm going to weigh my options and see. I'm going to wait for the season to start and who might really need me a little bit more. You tell me the Cavs wouldn't wait for him? You know they would. They'd wait for him in a second. I just think it's
if I'm
stretching
a team
it out though. For
if I'm a team and I have other options, and I'm not hearing what I want to hear, I'm not going to wait. Even though he's still playing at a very high level at his age.
So if LeBron came up to you and said, you know what, I need to take my time. In fact, I'm going to go, I've got to get, I don't know, some kind of therapy on something. I'm gonna wait until after the therapy, and then I'm going to sign with the team. The teams are going to be like, oh, well, let's just cut off all communication and forget about it. We don't need you in this.
No, that's not what I said.
I didn't say you said that. I never once said you said that. I said that there would be a team that would talk to him no matter what.
Well, sure.
Yes.
But if I'm a team and I have off-season plans and we'd like him to be a part of it, and he's like, yeah, give me another month. And let's just say I can go sign Jonathan Kuminga instead.
I would.
But Kuminga wants an answer and a team, and it's going to be one or the other. I'm going to sign Kuminga. Because what happens if you don't, and then you don't get LeBron?
Agree.
Then you've got a great big hole on your team.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But I also, I don't think any of these teams should be actually, they should be like, oh, okay, if he comes here, this works. We can do this, we can do this, with this. But if we don't hear anything, of course, we've got to do something else, which is almost exactly what you're saying. And I agree. And we'll see how LeBron fits into somebody's plans. But as of right now, LeBron James, still a free agent, talking on a podcast called Mind the Game, which is Rich Paul's podcast. And there's nothing coming out of that. Halliburton asked him, he said, we talked about this backstage, and nothing's going to happen. He is supposed to be, maybe he's waiting to make his big announcement on the boardroom game plan event in New York City. He's supposed to do that today, too.
Maybe Halliburton's comment made him mad and he walked off the set.
See, now that would be good stuff. That's entertaining.
It did not happen. They immediately moved on and started talking about the championship Knicks. And OG Anunoby being the key to the Knicks being able to win the NBA championship this year.
Oh, you mean the type of wing players the Cavs don't have?
Well, we're rolling along, kids.
Is anyone really listening to this podcast then, if that's what they're talking about?
Well, it's not out there yet.
I'm just saying when it happens.
Yes, people will listen to it.
No news. That's what the news is. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
since mid-June with injuries. Ramirez with a broken hamate bone and Martinez with a broken left foot. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. John Schumann from NBA.com joined us at 11:20. Andrew Brandt, SI.com, has got a new book out now called Smarter About Sports for the former guy that used to run the Packers. Agent, did a bunch of general manager, a couple teams. I just did so many things. Andrew Brandt joined us at 1 o'clock. And I'll remind you again that if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restorations. That is Integrated Restoration. LeBron James doing a podcast in New York as we speak. Little stories kind of trickling out about what he said. He has not said what team he is committing to. He has not said that. Dan Menningen, what did he just say?
Well, a bottle of wine has been opened.
Oh, great.
That's your big one there.
That's great. He's a wine connoisseur.
He is a wine connoisseur.
Yeah.
Red or white?
I believe a red, but I have nothing to back that up with.
Bottle of red.
I believe in the past he has always been a red wine enthusiast more than a white, but again, don't know for 100% sure.
By the way, speaking of New York and wine, at the Kelsey Swift wedding, there was video of those two walking down the aisle with wine glasses in their hands, completely AI generated, in case you're wondering. Anyway, go ahead, sorry.
I was, thank you.
I know. I thought you were curious about it. Was that not on your bingo card today?
I don't play much bingo these days, Andy. I'm not sure about you.
Your Keno card, then, maybe?
No.
Yankee pull tabs?
Pull tab
I don't
card?
do pull tabs.
You're not in there?
We'll get you there.
Like
anyway,
to build a stadium, though.
LeBron added in saying, shout out my former team. I spent 8 great years with the Los Angeles Lakers. That was an unbelievable ride, and I'm looking forward to what comes next as I wind down my journey. It's going to be fun wherever I land.
That's the latest on LeBron James and what he's doing. All right. Another big story going on in the world today is the British Open, first round. Scores are pretty low right now. As I looked up at Royal Birkdale for the first time this morning, and the course looks, I'm sorry, is this bad to say? It looks horrible. Like it's brown.
Andy,
everything's brown. Is that sacrilege?
Andy, it's links golf.
Okay.
It's the Open Championship.
Oh.
Courses are allowed to look like you know what.
Oh, they're supposed to. Okay.
Yeah. If the same guys were playing on a course that looked like that in our country, they would do nothing but complain. But by God, it's the Open. Let's go.
Disagree.
Okay, good.
Whistling Straits. When they played the PGA Championship at Whistling Straits in Kohler, Wisconsin, it looked like that.
Okay.
And when they played the Ryder Cup there as well, and it's the reason being it was so close to the water and so close to the lake that it all ends up drying out.
So you're saying because they have water so close it dries out?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Well, you're the one that just brought it up. You're saying this is why it was brown.
Tis my guess.
It's fresh water.
Merely a
guess.
guess.
Pump it out of the lake.
Just guessing.
Yeah, I don't know, Dano.
But they did not complain when they did the President's Cup or
there's one tournament.
You said find one. I found
there's
one.
2.
Ooh. Yo, horses patooed.
Wasn't it Einstein that said even dirty water makes plants grow or something like that? I think it was.
Now, that wasn't on my bingo card.
Okay. You didn't think you were going
to...
An
Einstein reference.
Yeah, I was just trying to help you out.
It wasn't Bob. We have a lot of Bob Einstein references on our show.
Was it Super Dave?
No, Al.
Was it Albert Brooks's then?
I wonder if Albert Einstein's friends called him Al.
Is Chevy Chase a part of that group? No? Yeah?
I have no idea what that reference means.
Oh, Call Me Al? Paul Simon?
Oh.
Video?
The music video.
Yeah. We get you up to speed?
Sorry.
Now you're up to speed.
Wasn't familiar with Chevy's work in the You Can Call Me Al video.
It's famous, isn't it?
You should look it up. You would enjoy it greatly.
Yeah,
Great.
you would. It might be some of his best work. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't fall. I don't know if he falls then or not. But I just to go look at what's going on with the British Open, you're like, wow, man, that course looks horrible. Jeff, do you think if this was being played in the United States, like we're looking at a shot of it right now, it's like the greens are brown. Should they call them browns? Look at it.
Oh, that opens up so many jokes.
Thank you. It's brutal. That course is dry. I wonder what the scores are going to look like by the end of the weekend. Is that good or bad? Is that...
Tee it high, let it fly. Words that will not be said at Royal Birkdale. Keep it low, let it flow.
I'm interested to see how this weekend plays out. Will you be watching this weekend? Are you all in? You love this, don't you?
I do enjoy it very much. Unfortunately, Andy, life happens to you.
Yeah.
If I happen to be home and in front of a television, yes, I'll be watching.
I mean, could we? The leader now is at 5 under. Could we see somebody at 20 under on Sunday? I don't think so.
Yeah, the weather. Now again, it's also England, so as we know, it's kind of they have a similar weather pattern to how Cleveland is, where you look at the weather and then say to yourself, okay, that's accurate for about 12 hours. Or if you're lucky, 12 hours. England kind of operates the same way. It seems like there's not going to be any rain. It seems like the winds are going to be down. I think the winner of this thing is -18, -20. I mean, they're going to rip this course to shreds.
I think it makes
Why
it kind
does
of
the Royal and Ancient not mind that, but the USGA can't stand a U.S. Open where scores are that low?
You can't control the weather, my friend.
Oh, the USGA does.
Do they?
Yeah, by growing the rough about a foot and a half
that's what
high.
I was going to say. Yeah. And why is it so tough for an Englishman to win the British Open?
Why is it so tough for the English to win the game that they invented?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
AKA soccer. You get those 3 lions on your chest, and all of a sudden the weight of the world is on your shoulders. I think it's the same thing with these Englishmen.
Ooh, I love your analogy. I like the way you're thinking here. It's just, I kind of like it. It's almost like a Browns kind of guardian feeling, right? If you're English.
Yeah, I think
we can't win.
You step foot on your soil, you hear that crowd behind you, and all of a sudden the weight of a nation is on your shoulders. Where anywhere else in the country, you're just playing golf.
Junior Bridgman.
Or I should say the world.
Oh, that's not Junior. That guy's sitting at home counting his money from all the fast food places he made it.
I don't believe he's still with us, actually.
Well, I'm saying his family's still counting his money. Is that fair then?
I think that's more accurate.
Do we have a moment of the show? Meredith.
Yes, we do. And the moment of the show is still relevant because we have yet to hear a decision from LeBron. So the moment of the show was John Schumann and talking about LeBron's fit on different rosters.
So if you just look at like the top 8 or 9 guys for all of those teams, I think the Golden State has the sort of biggest fall off after, the top 3 or 4, for sure. I think Philadelphia has like a starting spot, like maybe the most perfect starting spot for him of the teams, but they do just have a little bit just more talent already, and a little bit of depth. Cleveland, I think, probably has, maybe the best depth just as is. Although I think they could use another, 4. Like, the fit next to Mobley and Allen isn't great, but they also all right, but then who's their backup 4 and 5? And if you just have like a 4-5 rotation of Mobley, Allen, and LeBron, that's a great, that's a great thing.
If you want to listen to any of our interviews, you know where to do that. That's on the Odyssey app. Why Am I Smarter? We'll do that right now. It's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Day, courtesy of Andrew Brandt. So much good stuff in there. Give that a listen, 92thefan.com. And wherever you get your podcast, and of course, his book now available anywhere that'll sell you a book.
Meredith Kane.
I am smarter because I have learned through the live tweeting of the taping of the Mind the Game podcast that Tyrese Halliburton tried to recruit LeBron to the Pacers, and LeBron responded with crying, laughing emojis, which means LeBron and I are the same because that's how I also respond to ridiculous requests.
Did he respond with emojis while he was talking to Tyrese Halliburton on the podcast?
So it was through text. So according to the tweet from McMenamin, Tyrese Halliburton tried to recruit LeBron before he even knew that LeBron did not plan to re-sign with the Lakers. So he texted him and said, hey, come to Indiana or something like that. And LeBron responded with crying, laughing emojis.
It's not like St. Elmo's.
Jeff Phelps.
I enjoyed our conversation with Andrew Brandt. He's real insightful. I liked his thoughts on the Browns quarterback situation. He used your words, Andy. Return on investment with Deshaun Watson. But Andrew's background is paying the bills for the Green Bay Packers, being the financial guy and working out all the contracts. So he's going to go right there, and he did.
Yeah, I don't mind just paying car payments and electricity. What else? Sewer. All the fun ones.
Your electric bill is going to be nasty.
It already was.
The next one.
I got it yesterday. It wasn't good.
Oh.
It wasn't fun.
Sorry, dude.
Especially when you move over to an EV. That didn't help any either. In the same month that we're cranking the AC at home. I'm Smarter today. The interviews today I thought were both super strong. John Schumann gave us a ton of information on the NBA, and then Andrew Brandt just on the business of sports and things that maybe we don't see or think about when we're fans. So go back and listen to either one of those on the Odyssey app. He's Jeff. I'm Andy. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk to you again at 10. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Smart.
cycled? What do you mean cycled? You just washed them every day? Is that the idea?
Oh, no. I just wore one, and then the next day I wore another, and then the next day I went back to the first pair, and then went...
So there's no washing in this equation.
We had a washer and dryer there.
That was powering
not
through.
There. I wasn't worried. My cabin boys aren't going to get the stench.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, LeBron Watch continues. Hey, we talked about this in the back there, Tyrese Halliburton. Oh, some fine quality acting there. We got Gardos. One more night without Gardos baseball. They're back against the Pirates coming up tomorrow. Oh, yes, we are one day closer to Browns training camp, but that opened courtesy of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes, we say hi, Jax. Nice to see you, young man.
Jax. Hi.
And we've got 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel as always. Subscribe. It is free after all. Like our videos. We like to be liked. Watch the entire 5-hour show live, or you can watch it after the fact as well. And then Matt Corrali, little OT Corrali today. Needed more energy from Corrali today, and I know we're going to get it because that's the kind of young man he is on 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How you doing today?
I will tell you, I think I finally got something that has miffed me about the LeBron decision and the lack of a decision.
All right, what do you got?
That was really bad acting from him and Tyrese Halliburton in that clip.
Okay.
When you just see Dave McMenamin's first tweet that describes the interaction, it looks like maybe there was like something real there that Halliburton tried to sneak one past the goalie to LeBron. That was very apparent, a scripted moment between LeBron and Tyrese Halliburton, and nobody should buy a second of it.
Well, no, but it lets at least Halliburton off the hook for being the guy that's tweeting yesterday about how this is all going to happen and drumming up interest to then not have any actual news be dropped today. Listen, the amount of people that are this is what I said from the very beginning about this whole decision, Nick, that after the fact everyone's going to be like, of course it was Team X. We don't even have a decision on the team, and we're already getting that played out. I had Mennigan and Keith right before the show both telling me, "Oh, he was never doing it on this podcast, guys." Like who? And now Keith didn't say this, but Mennigan said you'd have to be an idiot to have thought that he was going to do this on the podcast.
There's a lot of idiots out there.
I got like 99% of people on Twitter that I guess you got to call idiots for.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that believe that it was coming today at 1:15, and then obviously it didn't come at 1:15. You don't get to, in hindsight, tell me what stupid people exist out in the world because of that.
To be fair, I do think Dan's point was once we realized it was a recorded podcast and that there was the audience, so the audience would be tweeting out what was said, but because it's recorded and not live and released immediately.
We knew that yesterday, though.
But I think the point is, once we heard that it was recorded and not going to be aired live, that people said, a fair amount of people, such as myself, said, well, there's no way in hell that's going to be how he announces it.
I didn't say that yesterday is all I know. And so
I thought it was just common sense.
No. Where was this at? Where was this yesterday? Where was this all today?
Oh, see, here's the thing. I'm not making proclamations on when he is going to say it because I'm not as upset as everyone. A lot of people. I think the tide has turned. A lot of people are frustrated with LeBron having gone on this thing and making a media appearance and then still not announcing his decision. I'm just not. Like, I didn't expect him to be on Tyrese Halliburton's podcast in general. I imagine it's going to be a LeBron property. But I imagine it's going to be live.
LeBron owns the podcast. He owns Mind the Game. And like the idea that he would have gone on Mind the Game and then also at Fanatics Fest, what you talked about yesterday, the idea that Fanatics would just pay him a $25 million sum and then you make the announcement here. It's not crazy to think that it was going to come today.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you guys are idiots. I just personally...
Oh, no. And I didn't even know if it was or wasn't, to be honest. I had no idea if it was or wasn't. I just think the idea that in hindsight, everyone's thinking he was never going to make that decision today on that podcast. Okay, fine. It just speaks more to the idea that if he announces it as the Cavs in the next hour or says Warriors in the next hour, it doesn't matter what team he says. 76ers, he could say that one too. 80% of people are going to be like, it was always that team.
Yeah.
It was always that. The signs were there. It was never going to be anything but fill in the blank. And the reality is that nobody knows because you can't think how LeBron thinks, and we don't know exactly what he's going to do, and it's just complete ridiculousness out of a lot of parties here.
I also think people are taking the damn thing too seriously. Listen, I have no problem with Ben Axelrod pointing out, even if he didn't tag my name in it, but talking about how media members last week vaguely alluded to knowing something, which is what I've been making fun of the whole time. It's why I've sent out the eyeballs multiple times, because you all are not having enough fun with it. When I say you all, I mean the media members. Like, I think fans are – I don't think fans are I think fans are living and dying with this, but I think they can at least have some humor on this. The humorless – and I will tell you, sports media in general, humorless.
Yeah.
A bunch of sniffing their own farts group of people. Like, I'm not sniffing my own farts on this. I think it's funny watching media members scramble and get so upset by this stuff, because in the end, listen, if LeBron comes home, I'm going to have a lot of fun the next year or two. I will. If LeBron doesn't come here, I'm going to have a negative emotion to get over, and then I'll move on. But, like, the actual LeBron decision, it's just we're just waiting for it, and everything else, I don't know. I don't feel the life and death circumstances or the seriousness that I think every other media members does. That if somebody goes on the record, Kendrick Perkins has changed his tune
a lot,
15 different times,
a lot. He's changed his tune a lot.
And by the way, why do I care? Like, one, Kendrick is not an analyst. Like, that's his title. He's an entertainer. That guy has never analyzed anything in his life with love and respect outside of like a really nice tuna melt. I feel like me and him could analyze some tuna melts together.
That man's not eating tuna.
But like, I mean, I've seen Cavs guys, I've seen NBA guys, and everybody's trying to act, because they're trying to line up to do what you're saying they're already doing, or that people are already doing, which is, this is why I told you. And it's like,
well,
it's just so disingenuous. It's so phony.
Yes.
It's so self-righteous.
That's the point. That's the point I'm making. It all feels very phony. And it's like, if we can predict that he's going to do this, whatever his decision is, it's like this is the appetizer to the main dish. This is like, we got a preview of what's to come. The amount of people that are sitting here and saying there was no way he was going to do this, and all the reasons why you're a dum-dum if you thought that he was going to do it. Okay. It just proves the point. You're all going to line up to say you were right the entire time with whatever decision he makes anyway.
Which is why I need him to announce on MSNBC in 50 minutes.
Which, by the way, I'll put on the record, don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll also share with you.
Over my dead body is MSNBC getting a decision.
Is he going on with Jim Cramer? Who's he going on with?
Mad Money.
Mad Money.
Man.
All I remember is that guy.
That's an entertainer.
Yeah.
You want to talk about entertainers? That's a showman.
Would not trust $5 to that man.
No, not at all.
But a showman,
you
for
talk
sure.
about a con man, a grifter.
Oh, one of the greats.
Yeah, it really is, though. He's one of those guys I used to watch with sound off.
Yeah.
I could be at the gym, and I would be on the treadmill, and I could watch Jim just go crazy, sound off, and it was still entertaining.
I consider him like
Rolls
John
up his sleeves,
Taffer.
and you're like, this is awesome. What's he going to do?
I consider him like John Taffer. I think if you watch that show and put any sort of real life stakes on it, oh, bub, we gotta talk. But if you just sit back and just realize what a ridiculous human being this person is, and the lengths they're willing to go to like make a couple extra shekels. Like, again, like John Taffer with a shut it down thing, or getting like this close to a bar owner's face and screaming in another grown person's face.
I did love that show, though.
Right? No, I absolutely do.
I used to watch that show all the time.
I think the way to take in Jim Cramer or John Taffer or any of these completely unserious adults, you just got to pop a gummy and just ride the wave.
But they do have a stake of what a lot of sports radio people have, which is you try to do this very unserious thing in a very serious way. And you're trying to if you don't believe that there's any bit of seriousness to it, it loses its luster just a little bit, and it's always been fun to me.
Now, I do think today proves the point. Yesterday proved the point. Ken's meltdown on it this morning, which I think is a lot of the things that he said today were true. Anyone's meltdown on this of LeBron not making his decision proves the ultimate point, which I think LeBron's going for, which is there's a lot of people that said that guy doesn't carry a cachet of attention, respect, whatever you want to call it. And I think part of LeBron's mission, part of his revenge, as it were, to prove that once again, if LeBron decides to hold the NBA media hostage, he can and he will. And I think today even puts the exclamation point on it, how people are now upset that he didn't announce his decision, 1 hour ago.
I mean, at this point, I'm ready for him to take this another 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, take it as long as you want now at this point. We put this faux deadline on yourself. Now just take your time. You're not. We can do we'll talk more about it tomorrow, I'm sure. But if it goes into next week and goes up into the next couple weeks or so, right up until football, I got no problem with that.
Are you trying to reverse psychology, LeBron?
Nope. And oddly enough,
I don't care about your decision, LeBron. I want to talk about Deshaun versus Shedeur anyways.
I do care about the decision. I care about it greatly. But it's fine. I said in the clip in the promo to open the show, you've earned this, LeBron. You get that right. Now, whether or not we think he's going to come here is a different conversation as well.
Yeah.
Because the markets have been moving, Nick. Now, the markets don't seem to know anything. And I'd remind everybody, it's never really known anything in this entire process, but the markets have been moving.
Yeah. I will be honest with you. When Kalshi moves, given that that's just who's betting on what, that doesn't really mean a damn thing.
We're back to favorites on Kalshi now. We're back.
Well, now I believe Kalshi.
We dropped down.
Now that we've said it.
It was 40% to 34%. Now that more time has gone on, now 15 minutes has passed. We're now 38% to Golden State's 35%.
I will say.
How about that? Bang biscuit.
That's a market. I wish I would have thought that it was going to stay longer because I would have taken the Cavs on the underside of that, and I really could have enjoyed that money. I still can. You can
put
like $10 in. I'm not going to put a lot of money in.
The payoff's just not there for you.
Also, Kalshi's just not interesting to me. Like that kind of betting? Nah, no, thank you very much.
You don't like betting? I'm like, what's the weather going to be tomorrow?
No.
I think they've given us too many options is the problem. We don't, in society, we just don't need that many options to bet on that many things.
By the way, smog was off the table.
Really?
And here we are.
Really? How about
here we
that?
are. We got to do a full segment on that today, by the way. Do we hate Canada? I don't know. 216-474-0092.
You won't believe it. It smelled like somebody was having a barbecue outside of my house when I stepped outside today.
The most low IQ response is that I see on social media is Americans bleep talking Canada as if Canada's having the time. This is actually from a great Canadian barbecue and not from, wildfires? Oh, man, low air quality. I can't do anything. Their country's on fire, Jack.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like
for the love of God.
It does kind of feel like your neighbor's house is burning down, and in the meanwhile, some of the ashes have spread over and have gotten just slightly onto your front porch, and you're losing your mind over your front porch.
Guys, this is going to kill my lawn.
It's got a little bit of a burn. It's okay. You'll be fine.
216-474-0092.
I saw, by the way, stepping outside today is the equivalent of anywhere between 2 to 4 cigarettes smoked.
So I can stay inside, smoke the 2 to 4 cigarettes.
So I think we'll be okay.
Yeah. By the way,
it's not long term 2 to 4 cigarettes, just 2 to 4 cigarettes.
If only I walked outside and I could get that nicotine hit, then I'd really be good.
That's actually Big Tobacco's next plan.
When they said, when a country gets on fire, they just drop a bunch of tobacco on it.
Yeah. Newport realized that the prices were going down. We need more people addicted.
People have done worse things for a fix there.
Why aren't these menthols?
Menthol. That's your boys out on that one. 216-474-0092. Will we get the news today? And how wrapped up in this are you? Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Chris Fedor at 3:20. Cleveland.com. We'll talk about Les Decision. Sean Devaney, NBA insider for Heavy.com, coming up at 4:20 as well. LeBron. And 32 teams in 16 days continues at 6:20. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys radio analyst, family friend of Myles Garrett. Also, we'll get his take on the Cowboys at 6:20. Then at 6:30, Antoine Staley, Jets reporter, Newsday, tells us whether the Jets are going to win more games than the Browns in 2026. But will we get the LeBron news today? And Steve Kerr says we got him for LeBron. And people reacted. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP with you. Lay decision did not come at 1:15 today as some had hoped. At any point it could happen, at no point it could happen.
I'm expecting no point now.
Right?
Yeah, but I guess at any point it could happen.
See, I think that is why I've been able to maintain such an even keel with this.
Yeah.
Is that I've just, every time anyone tries to set a deadline, I try to remind myself, yeah, that could happen. It could also not happen. Like I'm trying not to lock myself into anything so that I don't get impatient.
Yeah, we didn't really have any deadlines up until this point, though, and deadlines are artificial. But like the idea that it's like, all right, this is gonna happen here. At least for the first couple weeks, it was just kind of like, all right, could happen at any point. And then I don't know, it really felt like it was going to happen at Fanatics Fest. Still could, I guess, tomorrow in theory, all things considered. But now it seems like you might take a sweet time.
So while it could be down to Cleveland and Miami, or Cleveland and Golden State, or Cleveland and Philadelphia and Miami, or Cleveland, Minnesota, Miami and Philadelphia, or literally any combination of any team in the don't sleep on the Nuggets.
Although we can sleep on the Pacers. I think that's safe to say.
Man, that was hurtful.
That was funny, is what that was.
Now that was
funny.
The most honest and actually the thing that actually sounded like the truth was LeBron and Tyrese Halliburton talking about. And by the way, why are they going to release a podcast next week if they're? Anyways,
I don't know. No one's listening to that.
However, Tyrese Halliburton saying that he was trying to text LeBron to recruit him, and LeBron just responded with crying, laughing emojis.
Yeah, because you're so far out of the equation. That's all you get. It's. I mean, he knew.
Yeah.
He knew, but you know what?
But you got to put the pitch in.
Hey, closed mouths don't get fed.
Yep.
But you have to at least give it a run, and that's the idea. And that's what we expect out of superstars, right?
Yeah, listen, it's a shoot your shot society.
Uh-huh.
And we'd much rather know definitively it's a hell no than, wonder what could have been.
Yeah, a lot of guys in that spot, they wouldn't even, shut off the text message. They would have thought, I'm just going to get denied, no point. You shoot it off. And you never know. You never know what can happen in life.
Kudos to Halliburton for admitting that he fired off the text and LeBron laughed him out of the building.
Yeah, yeah.
That takes some security by Hallie.
For Pacers PR and everything that happens moving forward, they at least have to know that you, even if it was rude and got shot down, they have to at least know that you tried.
Now, we do have more evidence that people are taking this LeBron stuff just a little too seriously. Steve Kerr was at a stoplight here in the Bay Area. I think it was yesterday or 2 days.
He was clearly trolling. That's the best part of all that. And so anybody that took you said media member, any media member that took that seriously as anything other than Steve Kerr just trolling, I want to put you on a list to make sure I never follow you or listen to anything you have to say ever again.
I think it's as simple as, I think a lot of people, again, we're at that time of year where there's not a lot of available content, right? The All-Star game wrapped up. We don't get baseball back, and at least here in Cleveland, till tomorrow. And so LeBron is kind of the thing that everybody's talking about, unless you want to just do quarterback tiers for 3 entire weeks.
Don't tease me with a good time.
I do think there's a willful ignorance on this of like, I know that's not what it is, but I'm going to act like I don't know that's what it is. I think
it's dumb of them then.
Yeah, that's half. But that's half the national media.
Can't we just acknowledge it's elite trolling by Steve Kerr and then kind of move on with our day?
I just thought it was playful.
It's fun.
I don't even think he's trolling. No, I think he was playing with those folks.
I think when he says and make sure you put that on Twitter or whatever that line is about putting it on Twitter at the end, I think that's him kind of being like, all right, come on, guys, like you're you had to. I get it. You wanted to ask. I'm going to give you that answer, and then life's going to move on.
I just think Steve Kerr likes to have a lot of fun, and I don't even think the people in the car took him seriously. I think they got it was a bit, but yes, I did see some national media members glomming onto this as a real story.
And maybe this is why Kalshi's moving. The markets had been moving.
Actually, that'd be really. You know what the funny thing is? I do give the masses too much credit almost all the time.
If you've learned anything from this, that's your takeaway.
All the time I go, people are going to get it. People are going to get it's a bit. People are going to get. And then again,
they don't.
Somebody
they never
pipes
do.
up about, well, what about those eyes you threw out 2 weeks ago? It's like, all right, I guess we're not all that hip. I guess not everybody can be a winner.
I've actually always admired that about you and your Twitter presence, is that you act as if everybody's constantly getting the bit. And I always operated with the idea that nobody's getting the bit. If I tell people on Twitter that the sky is blue, there's going to be 75 different interpretations of that. That's what made Twitter always such a frustrating experience for myself.
You would think that I would learn by this, by the way, that not only is it not like a masses problem, like there's a media literacy problem of
It's a reading comprehension problem that exists online.
Yesterday, I had the take, which was I could see a scenario where Jerry Jeudy doesn't make the team going into camp. I think it's a really important year for him. I think the attitude stuff is something that could cost him his spot here more than anything else, more than a lack of maybe production. But I also said, with a 1,000-yard season, I could see. So my point was, of all the players in the Browns, I think he has the widest swath of outcomes.
Sure, yeah.
And I think that makes him incredibly interesting.
Right.
And I heard at least one person be like, well, Nick said he's going to get cut. And I'm like, Nick did not say he's going to get cut.
Nick said he's got a possibility to get cut.
I think we're just all assuming he's safe, which was my point. And so if that's even happening at the station, I'm just screwed.
Well, you were guilty of this when you were on vacation, and you misread my one thing. Did you not?
I
How was that different?
I just read the headline. I never even listened to it.
Yeah, come on back.
If I listen to it, I'll get the context.
He said they won't even make the playoffs.
And how dare you?
Nick. No,
that's vacation, Nick.
Vacation, Nick.
That's sacred.
But that's what we're living in. Is everyone's vacation, Nick?
Actually fair.
That's the world we now live in. Everyone operates as if it's vacation, Nick, and that's down to Sol American. Okay, everyone is just
that guy's serious.
It's just one long vacation, Nick, and that's kind of why I guess that's why we just have to assume you just can't know people are going to take things for what you intend them to mean.
I don't understand. We don't often get into things on the old internets that replies to our videos here. Again, our videos on social media reactions brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. But we have a video out of the line here is, I think fans are living and dying with this. I think it's funny watching media members scramble and get so upset by this stuff. The actual LeBron decision, I don't feel the life and death circumstances. We get a preview of what's to come. So basically the idea is everyone's kind of freaking out about him not making his decision at 115, and I just think that's silly. And then Jay on Twitter says, man, just chill out. Go eat a Lunchable or something. I think what I'm saying is I'm the chill one.
You want to have people chill out a little bit.
I would also like people to chill out.
How chill is eating a Lunchable?
Do
Lunchables all of a sudden make you feel chill? Also,
I don't know.
What grown man is suggesting another grown man has a Lunchable as a means of being like, this is going to get you all right?
Low key might be a fat joke. I think maybe there's like a blood sugar thing in here. I think maybe that's where he's going.
But Lunchables, and I like Lunchables, but I'll acknowledge they're made for 10-year-olds. They're not made for as a 37-year-old. Anytime I eat a Lunchable, and I love Lunchables,
you do.
I understand that's not an acceptable thing that I should be eating.
Yeah.
I mean, eat whatever you like, ultimately, at the end of the day, but there are certain foods that are made for children and certain foods that are made for adults.
Like, what are other children foods, do you think?
Well, okay, we'll start with Lunchables. Juice boxes are another.
Oh, yeah. That actually is.
Juice box.
So I don't judge somebody with a Lunchable. If I see a grown person with a juice box, I think there's a watch list with their name on it somewhere.
Also, any of those squeezable foods that we now have that adults have tapped their way into.
Like Go-Gurts?
Not Go-Gurts necessarily, although it's in the right frame of mind. Although Go-Gurts also a children's food. Yeah, like when you're like your toddlers, you feed them. It's like carrots, but it's mushed up and it's crushed up, and then they have in the pouches, and then they eat the pouches. Adults are now eating things like that, and they make them for specifically adults, and they brand them as for adults. And I just think you're a 2-year-old.
That kind of got me sick thinking about it, because like one time when one of the girls, when they were like 1.5, they wouldn't eat like the baby food, or not baby food, but whatever you feed a 1.5-year-old. And I was like, ooh, look. And I like put my finger in it and I couldn't fake it. I was like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. Why am I feeding this to my child?
I freaked out when not freaked out, but it was like a year and a half or 2 years for Shar, and Elise just took one of her, and again, it's like basically cereal is all it was, and she just popped it in her mouth as if it was like a snack, and I was like, what are you doing? That's the baby's food. What are you doing? And she's like, it's just food. It's not that big of a deal. It's just food.
Now,
yeah, you're right.
Well, we're talking about LeBron's decision here. Rick Bucher was on with the Morning Boys. Good job out of them on the Rick Bucher interview, and he talked about LeBron's leverage and the noise that comes with LeBron.
He doesn't have the same leverage. The idea that all 29 teams would want him. No, not all 29 teams would take him at this point, even on a minimum contract, because there is a weight that comes with LeBron. There's an attention that comes with LeBron. And there's, because of all that he has done, there's an expectation of how he's going to be treated. And I would add the fact that you've got an agent who's doing podcasts and talking about your teammates. There's a lot of teams out there at this point in their evolution and where they are. They're like, you know what, for a year or two, do we really want to invite that into our house? It's not really a reflection of where LeBron is as a player so much as it is with everything that comes along with LeBron.
While I find some validity to the point that LeBron is not for everyone, and I think the NBA's proven that at points, I'm going to call hooey on the idea that if LeBron said right now, I'm willing to sign a $3 million contract with any NBA team, regardless of how good you are, regardless of my relationship with you, I guarantee you that man would have 30 invites in his inbox by the time this show is over.
Yeah.
I think that is absolutely, again, if you want to say I don't want to pay him the mid-level exception, okay. Or if you want to say, but the NBA owners would sign up for the fiscal side of LeBron, because that's what he would be in a spot like, I was going to go Portland, but New Orleans or something like that. Every single one of those jamokes would sign up for LeBron.
Well, for the minimum, they'd probably sign Magic Johnson for the min. Are you kidding me? How deep does this go? Like the amount of all-time greats, 20 years past their prime, that could sign for a minimum deal in the NBA.
Oh, MJ could do it tomorrow.
MJ in a second.
Yeah.
Like the same offer applies to MJ. MJ comes in, he's like, I want to come back and play basketball. Every team in the league is like, sure, for $3 million, we'll give you a spot.
216-474-0092. Do you have any concerns about the noise with LeBron? And with apologies to Shohei Ohtani, we lead off quick hits in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
July could make or break the Guardians season. Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, comes up in about 40 minutes here. We'll talk to him about LeBron watch, whether he expected LeBron to make his decision today. And we're going to go ahead and nail him down on two things. Yep. When does he expect the decision, and where does he expect LeBron to go? Right?
Well, you say nail him down. What if he refuses to answer both of those? Then what do we do?
I'm going to tee him up a Shedeur question and let you two go at it.
I hear that was more fun when you two went after it.
Well, but I think the point is you missed your opportunity to go.
I'm good. I don't need to. I don't need to do a million Shedeur convo. I don't need to do a Shedeur convo with the whole entire city.
You say this now. If he says what he said with me, I was at 2 weeks ago. I guarantee you
that is a you guys thing. I don't want to piggyback on your guys' discussion, your guys' argument. I'm going to let that one.
I think you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, I would. I would.
We got the smog going on. We got life rolling on. We got Fedor at 3:20. Let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
I did not watch the ESPYs last night, as I find award shows in general to be godless, thoughtless, and vacuous exercises in celebrating celebrities who do not need any more celebration. Nailed it. But thankfully, I did see this clip of Mike Tyson and one of the Paul brothers, can't tell the difference, handing out an award courtesy of ABC.
And the ESPY award goes to, check this out, Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei could not be here tonight. He sends his gratitude and appreciation to ESPN and everyone who voted for him.
Shohei's the guy.
All right, so there's one. Can I just say that old age Mike Tyson just makes me happy. He's just
since The Hangover, like that version of him has always made people happy, which is funny because it's just decorated with such a miserable past.
Yes, it is. But this, like him, I think he was so excited at the beginning of it because he thought Shohei was a woman and he just thought that was cool.
Yeah.
So
I like that he stumbled over ESPY and then nailed Shohei Ohtani right and was shocked that he nailed Shohei Ohtani right.
For a lot of reasons, but thoughts on Mike Tyson not knowing Shohei Ohtani was a guy.
I wouldn't expect him to know anyone or anything if we're being honest about it.
Is it the hits to the head? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he's taking a lot of hits. I'm thinking he's shocked he's even can find his way to, where was this, New York, Los Angeles, and be able to even present an award anyway.
I just am surprised if anybody, like, I understand if you don't know Hosey. I understand if you don't know, like throw to like a Kristen Yelich or like, even if you don't, but it's Shohei. That's like he is the Barry Bonds of the day. He is ubiquitous, right?
I mean, this is a bad look for baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Like, your top guy, your Babe Ruth, doesn't even come across to a guy that's presenting at the ESPYs. But that's a reality there that exists for baseball. And, it does exist for people that don't watch sports or take in any sports at all. And it seems like Mike Tyson clearly doesn't take in baseball, but obviously, like, he just never put on ESPN ever at this point to not see Shohei Ohtani. Like, it does happen.
It does
happen.
The Dodgers have to capitalize on the Fame W part of this and have him out and get a photo op with Shohei, right?
I tell you, if Tyson even cares enough to do that type of thing. So when I first got here, I then went back home for like a vacation or whatever it was to go back home, and I saw my aunt. And I was trying to brag to my aunt to be like, I'm in the locker rooms, and I was 2 feet away from LeBron James. My uncle's a big sports fan, so of course he thought that was cool. And my aunt deadpan looks at me. This is a very intelligent lady. She goes, "Who's LeBron James?" She was not kidding. Like, there's not a joke. She wasn't kidding. Like us sports fans, I think sometimes we take for granted the idea that everybody knows everyone in our ecosystem. You're not watching.
There's nothing worse than when you have a family member and you're just like, all right, I know this family member kind of doesn't know what I do and they don't really respect what I do. I'm going to do a little clout drop here. I'm going to do like the one cool card, and you play the coolest card you have, and they just go, oh, who's that?
What definitely taught me that basically there's no one I can ever brag about or anything that way, because it just doesn't. It just, for enough people, they don't know the difference.
You got to learn the hard way.
You'd think LeBron would be like knowing the Pope, though, or he'd be like knowing the Beatles or something. It would just be one of those things. It just isn't sometimes.
Omaha!
All right, we got this story. Fox apparently wanted to finish Game 7 of the 2016 World Series the next night in primetime. Theo Epstein was on the that Lovable Reunion podcast the Cubs have, and he was describing it. How the setup happened was it was the Indians were in the room, the Cubs obviously with Theo were in the room, the commissioner was in the room with Rob Manfred, and they got a call from Fox during the rain delay, and Fox said, think about it, 25 million viewers, we'll play it in primetime tomorrow night, we'll stop the game right now, and everyone can regroup. And Theo Epstein was the one that, I guess, put his foot down and said, this would be disastrous for baseball. You can't get this game started tomorrow. We're so deep into this, you have to play this game tonight. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, Theo is obviously the hero in the story that he's retelling. So I don't know. I have no idea if Antonetti played a major role in this also. And I don't know whether or not Rob Manfred just decided on his own. But it was this close, Nick, to them calling it, moving it to the next day, and then taking the 25 million plus viewers that would have come along with it.
I got to give credit to Fox. That is brilliant. I mean, the idea that that's like the driving force behind calling it, if there's any ambiguity about when the game could be played, hey, why don't we put the 8th inning, 9th inning back spotlight? Oh, my God. And think about Cleveland sports and Chicago sports for the next 24 hours.
It would have been insane.
That's from a content, if I just talk about it from the media perspective, it would have been incredible. From the baseball fan perspective, if the Guardians had lost the next day, we would have cheapened that Chicago title like you wouldn't have believed. And by the way, Chicago would have done the same thing to us.
There's a world that exists that they do, in fact, take the greed attached to the viewership that would have come, and then who knows? Maybe it would have been a different outcome.
I mean, can you imagine Chicago is the team that loses in that event? That becomes such a huge part of their championship-less drought. It would have been the greatest defeat in the history of Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, in the history of sports.
The Cubs.
I mean, in sports. I mean, that would have been... And instead, the 17-minute rain delay, we have stories of Jason Hayward that basically they've credited that speech that he gave in the 17-minute rain delay as winning them the World Series. Meanwhile, Francisco Lindor took a nap.
It'd be very funny, by the way,
which is why no one brings that up, by the way. If people don't like Lindor out there, that should be the reason people use.
I don't know. I think a guy that's that even keel in that kind of moment.
Took a nap.
I appreciate it.
Game 7 of the World Series.
All right.
How do you take a nap in that moment?
Nothing going on in sports, and that includes the ESPYs last night. Nothing going on relatively in sports tonight. What are you filling your summer dry spot with?
We have a baseball game tonight.
Yeah, it's not a Guardians game, so it's dead to me.
Isn't it Mets-Phillies?
Yeah, don't care.
Yeah, Mets-Phillies. No. I'm going to watch Lindor. Maybe he'll nap during this game, too.
15 games. No, they play 15 times a year. I don't need to watch tonight.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? You said, what am I watching? I'm telling you what I'm watching. I'm watching Mets-Phillies tonight. That's going to be on the docket for me. What do you mean?
Oof. What did you fill your dry spot with last night, sports-wise?
What did I watch last night? I don't think I didn't watch anything last night. Last night was a tough night. The kids didn't get down very easy, and I ended up just not doing anything.
That's a tough one.
Char didn't get down to bed till like 11:15 or so. It was a combo thing that happened. We didn't have... And usually, like, when this happens, these type of days happen, I'll have my phone on me, and then I'll watch sports as we go along, but I knew nothing was on, and so I just kind of existed without my phone right beside me as I was having them shower and then getting them down. It was a disastrous night on both fronts for both of them, though.
Mine is Hungarian videos. So Hungarian food videos, people that live in Hungary and kind of like Americans that live in Hungary or Hungarians that live in America. I'm starting to like remember more words. That's how much I've watched.
Yeah.
And the girls and I were going on a hike yesterday, and I started being like, oh, do you know what this word means? Because they know some of the a fair amount of the words that I know.
Sure.
So I'm just using this to plug back into my American-Hungarian background.
All right. So are you ever going to do like a Duolingo type thing and just kind of go full into it and just kind of learn the whole entire language, or you just want bits and pieces?
I'm going to continue to bank on my lotto plan, which is that I go immersive when I win the $650 million lotto one day. And that I literally live in Hungary for like 3 months. That's my ultimate plan. But that only works if I win the lottery and can leave this job.
Okay, but if you live in Hungary, then are you gonna then know the language, or at that point
that's the point. I do like a 6-month intensive.
That's when you learn it, and that's when you do everything and find out. So if you don't win the lottery, you'll just never do this then.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but I am picking it up slow. Like I'm remembering. There was a time where I couldn't speak it that well. I really couldn't speak it at all. but I could understand what was being said, that kind of thing. And
it sounds like you had the equivalent of like, you know how everyone takes Spanish for 2 years in high school?
Yes.
That was kind of like the equivalent that you have.
And so, but that's gone the wayside because I just haven't been around it as much as an adult. It's slowly coming back. We're hearing words, and I'm like, I know that word. Don't know what it means now, but I know that word.
You like words. Why don't you just do Duolingo and just teach yourself a whole new language?
Feels like a real commitment at this age.
Well, you also have no one really to kind of talk it out with is maybe the problem.
I mean, I have cousins in Hungary that
do you actively talk to them or no?
Yeah, I mean, we like DM on Facebook because they also speak a little bit of English.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So if you learn the language, that might be nice.
But then I would just have to start calling them. And that, again, there's a commitment to this I just don't know that I'm ready for.
Yeah, I always wanted to learn Spanish. I mean, obviously, I did Spanish in high school, and that is what that is. But like as an adult, I wanted to be like, all right, I'm going to learn Spanish. I'll have it as a second language. And I always thought that'd be fun. And the energy to go after that type of thing is just, it doesn't exist for me right now.
Ness basically, she figured out what I'd really love to learn Hungarian at this point is that I want to be in familial settings with my older brother and just talk smack about people and them have very little idea.
So your older brother knows how to speak it?
Oh, he's probably the most fluent. Then my older sister's the next most fluent.
You could talk to him. Oh, a lot of people in your family then know it.
Yeah. And my mom's fluent. Yeah.
So you have all sorts of people to talk crap about with then.
Yeah. Well, no,
this wouldn't just die, is what I'm saying. It wouldn't be like you learn it for 6 months and then I just never use it again. Instead, your kids would be like, Dad, I said only English.
It is a confusing ass language.
Maybe one of your kids will take it up with you, though. You know, I have a buddy of mine. He's actually one of my very good friends. He was born in South Korea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he knows how to speak, Korean. And out of college, he had all sorts of job offers because it was like you know how to speak Korean and English. Like, okay, great. There's a lot of people that will just hire you for that. Maybe you learn this with your daughters, one of them maybe, and then out of college, they have all sorts of job offers because they know how to speak multiple languages.
I don't think the Hungarian thing is helping anyone. That is just
maybe not.
Wish it would, though.
It needs to be a more popular language.
Yeah. Hard language to learn. It's like 12th hardest or something like that.
Really? Is it really?
It's like top 20.
That's not great. All right. NBA spokesperson on Bam Adebayo and the Tyler Hero incident. After discussing with the players involved in the NBPA, everyone would prefer to move on from this unfortunate circumstance, and no further action will be taken by the league. So they're calling it basically a wash. Mm-hmm. At some point between Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo, they decided no punishment was to take place. They just want to just forget all of this, and that's exactly what the NBA is going to do. Is that right?
Yeah, I like this. Not everything needs to be. I think this was one of the scenarios where if the NBA made a full investigation, or if they, blew this story up, it could be really ugly and unnecessarily so. It's two teammates. They had a misunderstanding. Bam shouldn't have hit him, but who cares? Like, in the end, if Tyler Hero isn't upset about this, who cares?
Yeah, that's kind of where I stood on it, too. Like, and I guess maybe we got to give credit to Tyler Hero for not being a B about it, maybe. Because it seemed like the whole entire lead up to all this, Tyler Hero was kind of being pretty soft about the whole ordeal.
Yeah, I don't even know I feel that way. Like, I think Tyler did what maybe insecure, rich, and famous people do, which is, why am I getting the blame when that guy should get the blame? I think there's a lot more of that in sports than I think we realize.
I meant the DM side of things.
Oh, yeah. Well, but I mean, even then, I think that's what I was referring to, of like, yeah, he DM'd a guy he shouldn't have. And by the way, he got his just dessert. Like, Bam punched a dude, I'm assuming in the face. It'd be weird if he punched him anywhere else, like in the arm or something.
There was video of him at Summer League after the incident, and it definitely looked like he had a shiner on his eye.
Yeah?
Yeah, like it looked like that was a clean hit.
Yeah, I gotta say, if you can take a punch in the eye and still feel good about it, we're good.
If you're Bam, you got to feel like you got away with all sorts of stuff.
Props to both gentlemen, I would say.
All right.
That is Quick Hits. Are the Browns living in their fears? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Chris Fedor coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a smug-filled Thursday here in the Northeast Ohio region, here in Cleveland. If you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Excited to talk with Chris about LeBron Watch in just about 20 minutes there. But we are under 2 weeks away from training camp, and I have an official prediction.
Okay. Now, lock it in or a prediction?
I think it's more of a prediction. I don't want to lock anything in because I don't know how to quantify the prediction I'm going to make.
All right, don't act like you don't love locking things in, though.
I do love to lock it in.
Come on. When
I can lock it in, I will.
I know that about you.
I kind of feel like the people right now who are saying, why are you talking about Deshaun and Shedeur, or who are frustrated or are pro one way or the other, I think we are going to end up having a pretty interesting and entertaining quarterback battle.
I hope so. I hope it's not just, it's where I think you're getting out of this, and maybe where it's stemming from, is the idea that, like, yesterday I asked Ashley the question, something along the lines of, like, who's in the lead or something like that. But I prefaced it of, it seems like Deshaun is in the lead. Do you agree that it seems like right now Deshaun, if you talk to people, that's where it's at? And she's like, no, I think it's Shedeur. And it's like that I think is what's going to drive all this, is that any given day, we're not going to have a conclusive answer, and it's not going to be obvious, and there's going to be so many different opinions and people that at least feel they know one way or another.
Well, and I think there's going to be a definitive Shedeur camp. And that's not just Shedeur fans, by the way. That is Browns fans that want to see Shedeur start. And then I think there's going to be a Deshaun camp. And then I think there's going to be a swath of people in the middle that truly wants what I think Todd Monken is going to want, which is who's going to give us the best chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anytime you have three camps like that, and every day there will be a different report of who looked better or who the media thought looked better or Monken is going to say something, I think right now, like there was a point, and thank God the LeBron thing happened, there was a point where people were Shedeur and Deshaun out. And I understand that. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's nothing new there.
There's nothing new there, yeah.
And that is like one of the things that the NFL has trained all of us fans are that new is the thing you're chasing. If it can't be great, it's got to be new, right? There's always something, follow the bouncing ball aspect of the NFL and how they specifically treat quarterbacks. I think that's going to change on, July 28th or July 27th when veterans report, and all of a sudden this becomes a real thing. I think the stakes are going to flare up pretty quickly for people.
I mean, I hope you're right, but I think the new part of this then is people are going to be able to see now. We have 8 camps that are open for the public, so they'll be able to see with their own eyes. And I do think that helps a lot of this discussion.
So, while we're talking about the Browns and their quarterback decision and what they'll make, James Palmer was on his Bleacher Report spot there and talked about one reason the Browns could be motivated to play Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson seems to be the leader in the clubhouse, from my understanding. Why would they do that with the contract kind of expiring? It's essentially this. It's very similar to the Colts with Anthony Richardson. You hate to see a guy picked near the top of the draft with a ton of talent go play well in another building. So they want to get one maybe fun final look on the $230 million they spent on Deshaun Watson, the draft picks they gave up on Deshaun Watson, and go, let's see if we can, in the last year here, if he can actually play. We hate to see him not really give him a full honest chance, and then he goes somewhere else and plays great. I mean, man, that'd be so Browns, but that'd be what every other team tries to avoid, is a quarterback playing well in another building. And guess what? If Deshaun Watson doesn't play well, if he wins the job, doesn't play well, is it the worst thing in the world for the Browns to be top near the draft in 2027 when they desperately need that quarterback of the future?
So here's where I think he's right. I do think Deshaun being in this quarterback battle, whether he's at the lead, whether he's not at the lead, I don't know. I haven't been there every day. I don't even know Todd Monken knows right now because, again, pads weren't on. Mm-hmm. Things change. Things get real when pads go on. I do think that the Browns look at this and say, let's get one last look. Just remove any remaining doubt, because it's easy for an organization, if they don't have something new to turn the page to, to live in their fears of, oh, are we going to look even worse if he goes elsewhere and plays well?
But wouldn't that same logic apply to Shedeur as well? Like,
I think so.
Like, I don't know how that can be the logic. If it applies to Shedeur, then and you're going to have that fear that if you don't give him an opportunity this year, I guess maybe the difference would be that then he's like stashed as your backup quarterback until when? Like, eventually he'll have a chance and an opportunity, and so just as much of a chance and opportunity as Deshaun would. Like, if Deshaun doesn't play this upcoming year, any team going to let him just start for their squad in 2027?
Oh, well, but I think the opportunities are different. I think the Browns' last call for Deshaun is this training camp. It is let's see what you got, buddy. You'll be on the roster regardless because of the money, but like if they see anything, it wouldn't surprise me if that was enough for them to make him the starter. With Shedeur, I think it's the entire season. So, like, I can see a scenario where the Browns see something with Deshaun and say, all right, well, I guess you've won the quarterback battle. Give him 6 weeks and then turn it to Shedeur. Mm-hmm. I don't like that kind of thinking because if you go into the season thinking we're going to play multiple quarterbacks, you probably already lost.
You lost, yeah.
Right? That was really one of the things that I tried to warn everybody about last year, and I think you did as well, is it's like, guys, this is not how we think in conducive situations. I don't feel that way necessarily. I don't think there's any way Shedeur doesn't see the field this year, whether it's week 1 or week 18.
Yeah, which is why I think you just start Shedeur, and if you know that to be true, and then start Shedeur and don't even worry about it. But whether or not the Browns have to see something with Deshaun because they're worried about the idea that one day it'll come to bite him in the butt. Like I don't know how loud I can say it for the Browns to pay attention. He killed you over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
That's what 4 years was. It was 4 years of you watching him not be good at football. Are you going to do that if he stinks for next year? You're going to sign him for another 1-year deal just to really make sure that Deshaun doesn't exist? Deshaun doesn't exist, guys. It's okay. Just accept it.
Well, and I think that's where I think if we take what James said to the biggest limit here, I don't know anyone. If Deshaun doesn't play this year, and let's say there's a Michael Vick situation. I hate to keep comparing them because it's different charges, different stuff.
It's accurate in the idea that there was 700 days off in between for Vick the same way it was for Watson. I think actually Vick was like 850 days in total.
But like if Deshaun Watson goes elsewhere next year and has a decent performance, I'm not going to look at the Browns and go, what did you do wrong? Because I think the Browns are in a little bit at fault with the Stefanski offense and not just building a completely new offense around Deshaun from jump. I think that complicated Deshaun's side of things. Mm-hmm. I also think Deshaun, where he was mentally, complicated where this thing was. And then I think the ultimate complication was 2 massive, just disastrous injuries, either one which could have ended his career. So, like, whether it's circumstantial, individual blame, if he goes elsewhere and does something interesting in the future, I'm going to go, those 5 years really were just that bad of luck, the worst case of everything out of everybody. I don't know that it's going to be a bad reflection on the Browns, and I don't even know it's going to be a bad reflection on Deshaun at this point because, quite frankly, again, the guy had a torn-up shoulder and a torn Achilles twice.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't say anything more than, I guess he really needed new scenery.
Yeah.
I guess he really needed a spot that wasn't the Browns or something about the Browns that wasn't working for him and dinged him too much mentally, and he just couldn't get over that. And so a new spot, new location, new everything maybe was the difference, but I just don't think any bit of it's going to happen anyway.
216-474-0092. Are the Browns living in their own fears with Deshaun Watson? The idea that he could go elsewhere and be a good football player again. The Browns, without a first-round pick this year to just throw in, give the job, don't think twice about it, the Browns do owe themselves to check under the hood and see what that is. That's not the same thing as giving him a job or making sure that you're dead set in the mindset of playing him at some point this year.
Right,
and I think those are the differences. Him being in the job does not offend me anymore because it's like, I get it. These are the 2 quarterbacks or this is the quarterback room.
Mm-hmm.
But if we go through this and it feels like last year where it was like that was very clearly Kenny Pickett's job, and Kenny Pickett only lost when Kenny Pickett got hurt, and they it felt like begrudgingly went to Joe Flacco. I don't know why any job should ever have been geared or rigged for Kenny Pickett. There's nothing that guy's done on the field that deserves rigging on his behalf, right?
Agreed, yeah.
It's been 7 years since Deshaun has done anything that that deserves rigging on his behalf.
Right.
And so I think that's where the rubber meets the road for me. And I just think it would be an interesting picture into their mindset if that's where they are. Again, I understand that there's a lack of a dangly thing, a shiny carrot here, something to get you really excited because you ripped the Band-Aid off with Shedeur and he played last year. But I can understand some of this. It's easier when you have that thing to go to.
Well, but I mean, as of right now, and I understand they're trying to win with Monken and do all that stuff, but this season just kind of feels like a why not approach to it all. Like, all right, if you can show us something, why not? Like, we'll risk the idea that you're not going to give Shedeur first team reps, and they're going to have to split it up, and we'll find out which one does it. But it's got a very all right. That's so be it. It's I hate speaking this way, but it just feels true. It just doesn't feel like they're taking this year with the utmost seriousness, and that's just how that is.
I just think what's funny is on every other spot but the quarterback, I think they have. I think in making sure you got Jared Verse for Myles Garrett.
No, but they're all young though is the difference. So I think they're playing the long game with this. I think that there's an understanding that there's just a long game that they're playing, and it's going to pay off a couple years down the line. And what this year is when you start 13 new starters is what's I'm projecting there between the Browns offense and defense, and you're going to have the youngest roster in the NFL. You're telling everyone this isn't for this year; it's for years to come.
I actually agree with what Andrew Berry said. Just because you're young doesn't mean you have to lose. We've seen teams prop up. Now, again, that's with better than average quarterback play, so there is the rub. But yeah, I don't think they are. I think if they were just playing guys that like for instance, like Schlesinger, Fannin Jr., like if they were forcing guys in, if those guys weren't ready, and that was apparent last year, like the quarterbacks, then I would feel that way. I don't feel that way. Like I really do think if a rookie starts this year, it's because he earned the spot. I don't think they're gifting it in the way that we saw in 2017.
You want to play the guys. You want to play these rookies. You want them to get as much experience as you possibly can.
But you want them to earn it.
For sure.
And I think that's what differentiates from 2016, 2017.
Yeah, well, 2016, 2017 was that. I mean, they were actively trying to lose games. That's not what they stumble into wins. They stumble into wins. It's more the idea that they're going to play these young guys who they know have talent and they know are going to be there. 2016, 2017, they didn't know what was going to stay and what wasn't going to stay. I feel like they have a good idea of what's staying. It's just getting these guys years and reps now.
By the way, I want to thank Keith for sending this over. We didn't get the LeBron news today, but apparently Major League Baseball did, I don't want to say leak, but they released the 2027 MLB schedule.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah.
That nobody knows how to completely devalue their own schedule release the way Major League Baseball does.
Nobody cares about the schedule release for baseball, but the idea that they do it in the middle of the year prior is interesting. Hey, lead off against the Cubs. How about that?
Look at that. We have that. Why? By the way, why wasn't that this year? Why is it 11 years?
The 10-year anniversary? I don't know.
Hey, guys, it's the 11-year anniversary of Cubs and Indians. Celebrate it, kids.
How about this start in April? Cubs, Tigers into a 4-game set against the Yankees.
Look at that.
Look out, baseball.
Trying to get people in the stands here early.
But once again, we start the first 5 games on the road.
Well, that's good.
Or 6 games on the road. Because the Guardians apparently they can never just start at home.
So because of this job and because of life and money, I've never had Guardian season tickets as an adult.
Yeah.
I've never had it my entire life. I don't know why I put it that way. But I have friends that tell me since the physical tickets stopped being issued, and it's not just the Guardians, by the way, it's anybody that has just completely removed physical tickets, that it's completely killed the release of season tickets anymore to them. They're like, that to me, the day you get the book of tickets.
The book, and then you get to dole them out to different people.
Oh, my God. They're like, that not being a thing anymore. And here's the thing. I totally miss physical tickets. I do. I miss being able to have them in your hand. I hate having to go through my phone.
Everything's on my phone these days.
And by the way, way more convenient. I don't lose tickets because it's on my damn phone.
Yeah.
But I want the physical ticket. I miss it.
I would have been back in the day. You just lost a ticket? You kidding me?
Oh, you could.
I can't even imagine
Couldn't
that.
you have called if you're a season ticket holder? Couldn't you have been
season ticket holder, sure, but
ticket.
if you random games, people lost tickets. John Fanta's dad showed up for wrong dates.
That'll be another thing retired Nick Wilson does. 1 year of my life, I need to follow this team, not just in Cleveland, but I want to follow the Guardians.
Like the whole schedule?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's an expensive. That you talk about winning the lottery. That's the stuff you do when you win the lottery.
Exactly.
That's not. I mean,
are the Browns living in their own fears with Deshaun if they're worried about Deshaun going elsewhere and playing well? Chris Fedor talks the latest on LeBron Watch. When does he think LeBron's going to make his decision, and where does he think LeBron's going to go in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
night is a good time to get to the point. Save up to 50% off gate price only at cedarpoint.com. Cedar Point, a place like no other.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to.
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. LeBron Watch, apparently on MSNBC or CNBC or one of the BCs. I don't know. BBC. Right? The English people aren't getting the LeBron announcement either.
They got a whole British House of Commons they got to watch today.
LeBron is going to Manchester United, I believe. Nobody is getting a LeBron announcement as of right now. There's still time in the day, though. We got plenty of hours. It could happen at any moment. It could happen at no moment. And to talk about LeBron's decision, I guess we'll talk about the other Cavs, too. On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll welcome on Cleveland.com's NBA and Cavaliers reporter, Chris Fedor. Chris, welcome back to the show, bud.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing all right. Good. I think some people, are you impatient? Some people are getting impatient with this decision.
No, it's not my decision. It's LeBron's decision, and it's going to happen on LeBron's time. That's the thing that we know about LeBron. Every single free agency decision that he has made, he's tried to do it his way, on his own terms. This is his story. This is his legacy, and he's trying to write what he thinks is the best final chapter for him, and I respect that. I think he's earned the right to do that based on everything that he's accomplished on and off the floor in the game of basketball.
It seems impossible to guess, obviously, but if you had to guess what timeline he's operating on, what do you think it actually is?
I think it'll be soon. I do think it'll be soon because I think he has, at this point, you know what these teams can offer. At this point, you understand in your own mind what this decision is going to come down to. Now, I can't define LeBron's happiness. You can't define LeBron's happiness. Nobody can define LeBron's happiness. He has to define that for himself. But he knows what's important to him, and he knows what all of these teams can offer to him, both from a basketball standpoint and a non-basketball standpoint. And I just don't think there's any variable that can change over the next 3 days, 4 days, or something along those lines. And it's just about, to him, what is the best time to do it? You know, I've heard some rumbles from a couple of people that he may not want to interfere with the World Cup final, and he may wait until after the World Cup. I've heard some rumbles from people that he may want to wait until after Summer League, but it certainly feels like it's closer. Now, this one has dragged on. I mean, if you talk about this free agency, this is the fourth time that he has gone through this, and we're almost approaching this one being longer than all the other three combined. But this one is also a little bit different than some of the previous ones that he's gone through in his career, and I think there are certain ways that he wants to paint this narrative and write this narrative of this particular decision, that it's one that he's probably going to be more careful with.
By the way, LeBron apparently saying on CNBC with Rich Kleiman, I won't hold you guys up too much longer. So
it's great.
I'm sure people won't read into that.
I think that the title of his documentary is going to be purposely vague because, like, even going back to what Rich Paul did at the very beginning of this whole free agency process and with the whiteboard that he brought onto his own podcast, yes, there were some things that were interesting, but he was very, very careful to not reveal things. And throughout this time, defining this as a happiness decision is the most vague thing that you can do. And it allows you to have the comfort of, no matter what people think about this particular decision, you didn't tell them what this was going to be about except for happiness. And at the end of it, LeBron can just say, hey, this is the decision that made me the happiest. So they are being purposely vague, and they have done this throughout the course of LeBron's career, trying to keep everybody guessing because, like I said, this is his story. This is his legacy, and he wants to do it his way on his own terms.
Chris, do you think immediate retirement, is still on the table?
No. Nope. He dyed his beard. Did you see that? That was a big point of emphasis in today's Fanatics Fest because he's been going around throughout the course of this offseason with this gray beard, making him look like grandpa. And now he dyed it, so now he's back in game mode. But no, the other reason for all of this beyond that is that he is still playing at an incredibly high level. Just a couple of months ago, he led the Los Angeles Lakers to a first-round playoff series win over the Houston Rockets. Whatever you feel about the Houston Rockets and their ability in that particular series against the Lakers, he didn't have Luka. Austin Reeves was hobbled, and he led the Lakers to a series win with guys like Luke Kennard, Marcus Smart, Jackson Hayes, DeAndre Ayton, Rui Hachimura. If LeBron would have played enough games to qualify, guys, he would have been an all-NBA player. So that's the caliber of player that we're still talking about. Even at soon-to-be 42 years old, he's still one of the most impactful players in the league. And as long as LeBron feels like he can still play at that kind of level, and he still loves the game, and he still loves the process and everything that goes into being the greatest player that he can be at this stage of his career, then there's no reason for him to walk away. So I didn't get the sense in listening to his Mind the Game podcast and the clips that were out there on social media that he's looking at this as this is my final year for sure. He actually left it open to the possibility that it could be the final 2 years or maybe 3 years. But he also did say that he wants this, or at least he alluded to this being his last decision. And that's one of the things that's making this one drag on a little bit more than some of the other ones.
You said there's some differences in this decision than the other ones. What has been the most interesting difference that you've seen?
To me, the biggest difference is what he's willing to take from a financial standpoint and how that opens up so many different possibilities that didn't exist in the past. Look, I mean, if this was about LeBron trying to cash in and getting the kind of contract that typically goes to a player of his caliber, the Cavs couldn't be involved. They don't have the financial flexibility to do that, right? The 76ers couldn't be involved. The Denver Nuggets couldn't be involved. Like these other teams that are high-priced teams already that are pretty cap-strapped, and they have all of these obstacles to team building like the Cavs do, they would have to sacrifice components of their roster in order to fit LeBron's salary. So it wouldn't just be viewed as an addition. It would also be, okay, what is it going to cost us? What kinds of things are we going to have to subtract from this roster in order to fit him and in order to fit his salary? Now you're talking about, and I don't know that he's going to take the minimum. That was something that Rich Paul just kind of threw out in passing. But if it's the minimum, if it's even the taxpayer mid-level, if it's the non-taxpayer mid-level, you're getting a guy who is probably the greatest bargain in NBA history, because the value that he brings to your organization is way more than that kind of contract. So the fact that he's willing to take less money and the fact that this is the first free agency where you don't have to create a max salary slot in order to get him, that just opens up more possibilities and it brings more teams into the mix. And the other thing is, I think the other fascinating thing about this is that, yes, the Cavs have a compelling argument, for sure. And I'm sure you guys have talked about it on your show. I've talked about it on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast. I've written about it for Cleveland.com. But there are other teams that can make compelling arguments too. And I think there are more teams now that can make compelling arguments than there have been in the past during these free agency kinds of things. And I think those are the bigger differences than what we've seen in the past during other summers of LeBron.
Chris, we got an ESPN report the other day that Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey all personally reached out to LeBron to try and get him to Philadelphia. Do we know, have the big stars, have Harden, have Donovan, are they going to that lengths to recruit LeBron?
I have heard that Donovan and James have both been in touch with LeBron throughout the course of this offseason. Of course, Brandon Weems, who is the assistant general manager for the Cavs, is one of LeBron's closest buddies, and they were together for 4th of July weekend, so that certainly helps the Cavs case as well. But like I said, I just don't know that there's like a recruiting thing that either Tyrese Maxey can do or Anthony Edwards or Stephen Curry or Draymond Green that is going to sway LeBron. He's 41 years old. He knows the landscape of basketball. He knows what these teams have to offer, and he can see how he would fit with these particular teams, whether it's Miami, whether it's Minnesota, whether it's Cleveland, whether it's whoever you want to throw out there, whoever you think is maybe one of the front runners in this thing. He doesn't need Donovan Mitchell to say, or James Harden to say, hey, we have 4 of the 50 best players on this roster, and we just are coming off an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. Now maybe it's comforting for him to be wooed and recruited by some of these guys, especially given the way that things went down in his final season in Los Angeles. He probably appreciates that. He probably welcomes that, probably loves that, knowing LeBron. And it probably is comforting to hear if Donovan Mitchell is saying, hey, like, I want you here. James Harden saying, I want you here. We're willing to make the sacrifices, all that kind of stuff that Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade and all those guys talked about in the past. I'm sure those things are comforting, but I don't think that's going to drive the decision or keep him from going to one place or push him in the direction of another.
If it's not the Cavs, who at this point do you think it would be?
I think Miami has a compelling case. I think Philadelphia has a compelling case.
No Golden State?
I don't know that they have a compelling case unless it's really about just let's have fun and create basketball nirvana playing alongside Stephen Curry. But from like a basketball competitive standpoint, and this is where it's hard because, again, I can't define happiness for LeBron, but all we can go by at this point, because today was the first time that LeBron actually spoke. You know, we have been going off of clues. We've been going off of what people around the NBA think. We've been going off of what Rich Paul is saying on some of his podcasts and his appearances and things like that. But Rich did say something along the lines of LeBron wants to compete for a championship. So I do think that matters. Now, is that going to be the number one thing that he is looking for, or is that going to be the number 4 thing that I don't know that. But if that's one of the parameters, I don't know that Golden State's there. They were the 10 seed in the Western Conference, and there's a bunch of teams that they'd have to compete with, even with LeBron and Steph and Draymond. You know, they got 2 guys that are going to miss, half the season recovering from injuries there. They don't have a lot of financial flexibility to go out and improve the roster either. So to me, Golden State seems more of a longer shot because they just don't check that box of championship-ready team. Philadelphia is a compelling case because if LeBron goes there, it's the best starting lineup in the NBA. That's what it is. And we're talking about a team that hasn't won a championship in more than 4 decades. And that is part of LeBron's legacy, is going to places, making them relevant, and elevating those franchises. So ending the championship drought here in Cleveland, big deal to LeBron. You know, learning how to be a champion in Miami, big deal to LeBron. Going to the Lakers, the purple and gold, wearing that jersey with all that history and elevating them back to prominence, that was a big deal for LeBron. And Rich Paul said earlier, about a couple of weeks ago, that if the Knicks didn't win the championship, that he would be going to New York. So you ask yourself, okay, why isn't he going to New York? What would have been appealing about New York? What would have been appealing is, 1, it's New York. 2, he would get to play home games at Madison Square Garden. 3, they would have a chance to compete for a championship. And he would have been responsible, in part, for delivering a championship for the first time in 50 years. So, like, what team has that kind of setup? Philadelphia does. There's also some LeBron-related ties there with Mike Gansey and some other guys that are there inside that organization. So I think they have a compelling case. And then Miami taught him how to be a champion, showed him that they can build a championship team, and they have Giannis and Bam together, and they have other components off the floor where he could look at, you know, Cleveland isn't the only place that he can look at and say, that's home, right? Miami's home for him too. And that was where he started raising some of his kids. It's where he got married, you know, things along those lines. So I do think that, yes, Cleveland has a strong case to be made. And I do think at the end of the day, it's probably the best definition of happiness because it's the combination of head and heart, basketball, non-basketball. But I think there are some other teams that certainly make an argument too.
Chris, we appreciate you, buddy. Really bummed to miss out on your Shedeur takes here, but you have a good day.
I know you were waiting for those. I was hoping that we would have enough time. But, the way that this goes when it comes to LeBron, he just, he occupies too much time that Shedeur's going to have to take a back seat. But you know what? Wrist up, buddy. Wrist up.
Look at that. Chris Fedor there. Cavs and NBA reporter for Cleveland.com. And the Weishart Right, We Make It Right call, Kyle Wright hotline. We do have to react to what Chris had to say. And LeBron, we got a new quote coming out of LeBron's podcast taping. I think you're going to want to digest this one in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge. What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Don't let summer slip away. At RCDRV, your adventure starts here. Motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers. Shop hundreds in stock right now. Parts and service too. Find your Freedom camper today at RCDRV.com. Freedom is calling. Will you answer?
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory Direct. If upgrading your outdoor space is on your to-do list this season, Northeast Factory Direct has you covered. Right now, they've got the best prices of the year on everything you need for your backyard. Outdoor furniture, like
To be a part of the fan club, download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
I didn't get the sense in listening to his Mind the Game podcast and the clips that were out there on social media that he's looking at this as this is my final year for sure. He actually left it open to the possibility that it could be the final 2 years or maybe 3 years. But he also did say that he wants this, or at least he alluded to this being his last decision. And that's one of the things that's making this one drag on a little bit more than some of the other ones.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, Cavs and NBA reporter in the previous segment. Chris had some really interesting stuff there. Obviously, the clip that we just played, but also him saying, and you and I had asked, we had seen Steph Curry on this show, and outside of Kenny Atkinson acknowledging the recruitment, we had heard stuff from Philly reaching out and Miami reaching out, but nothing from the Cavaliers. Chris settling our fears there, saying that Donovan Mitchell and James Harden have both been in communication with LeBron.
I guess we kind of assumed that they had. I guess it was, for me, it was more about whether or not he had to publicly do it. You know, like the idea that we have to ask Chris, and then Chris is like, yeah, they've reached out. Like the part that was satiated by Steph Curry going on Good Morning America is that he's doing it in Good Morning America. Like he's letting everybody know publicly, LeBron, this is my pitch. I want you to be a part of this team, please. And I feel like that's the part that is still missing. Now, maybe Brandon Weems, they feel like satisfies that in some of the photos and everything. Maybe the Cavs think that's enough. But like on Donovan and Harden's behalf, and Mobley, we got to throw him in there as well. You've been here for 5 years. You make max money. You're on the recruiting trail as well, and do it publicly.
I actually like that it's not public. Then I just wanted to make sure it happened. And so the idea, because if I had heard after the fact that it didn't happen, then I would question whether you really even tried with LeBron. And I might construe that as fumbling the bag.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, I had an assumption that it happened. It was just whether or not they were ever going to really do it publicly. And they clearly, it seems the only way Donovan and LeBron are communicate is each posting photos of them being on the golf course. Although
or the Jay-Z concert, they were both there.
Donovan did today, in trying to promote his shoe, it's a clock, and it's going around the times. Mm-hmm. And in there it says, greatness awaits. Greatness awaits.
You reading into it?
Well, yeah. How do you not? Like if you don't land LeBron after that, what are you doing to us, Donovan? I get it. Everyone's got to try to make their buck off this whole ordeal. But there's been a couple people that have done that. Mike Dunleavy Jr., for instance, in that interview, where he's just smiling as if like, I got LeBron. Don't you worry, I got LeBron. Same thing here. Greatness awaits.
Listen, here's what I'm going to say about it.
Come on, Donovan.
I have encouraged all of our very dour, very serious sports media brethren who have no sense of humor on this thing, who are getting upset because they're being proven wrong left and right. I've encouraged them to have a little bit of fun. Lighten up, Francis.
Yeah.
I like you're having fun with it. All right? I like that you're looking at the Donovan thing, and I like that you're reading the tea leaves. I like that.
I've been reading the tea leaves the entire time.
Yeah. No. That's what I mean. Like, I think you're approaching this. You might be more anxious than I am. I'm way too easy peasy about this whole thing, but I like that you're doing this because you at least, again, are taking everything with the right amount of bemusement meets, all right, when are we going to do this? You know what I mean? Like like you're putting the stakes on it. So you're not like me. I'm not putting any stakes on it, but you are, I think, at least putting the stakes on it while also enjoying the ride.
Thanks. I desperately needed your approval on that. I like that you feel as if I'm reading it the proper way, or at least having the right. Yeah, I mean, you have been going after the media a lot in this little stretch here.
Yeah. They're annoying.
Something's really bothering you about that. Is it the collective media, or is it also media / fans, but you don't want to say fans? You just say media, or no?
No, I mean, fans are Well, so the Kalshi market being construed as meaningful annoys me by the media.
Okay.
Because it's fans.
Okay. But it is the fans putting a lot of stock into it, and the fans putting a lot of weight into it.
So, like, I get really annoyed when
the fans putting their own money on it.
The markets have moved, and it's like fans just put more money on one team, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's the fundamental misunderstanding of what like Kalshi is from the sports media. But no. I mean, it's just. It is whether it's hammering people for guessing and being wrong, or even like the Steve Kerr thing, and like leaning into that as serious content. It's like, guys, it is content in the midst of a sports desert. Just shut up and enjoy it.
We should be happy that we're having anything to discuss right now.
And even like the sports fighting, like picking at each other.
What is the sports fighting? I'm not aware.
No, I mean, just like calling people out. Oh, you said this. Oh, you said. Who gives a rat's ass, guys? It's sports. Last time I checked, ain't nobody dying on sports predictions.
Right.
All right. I might think some of the things that have been said are far fetched. I thought Spike Eskin was a real blowhard to go out here and be like, "You're not going to get away with anything for me, LeBron." But outside of that, if you've just said this whole time, if you want to be Kendrick Perkins and have 17 different opinions on any given day, not aware that we can all track that sort of thing on social media.
He's up for the running of world's largest flip-flopper.
Eat it. Like, enjoy it. Like, this is
Kendrick might get the game. To what you're mentioning and what you want out of these guys, Kendrick might be the one to actually get the game. He shows up, says whatever he wants, and leaves and does not think twice about it.
Don't hate that. Just enjoy it. A little more Paul Dolan for everybody there. Now I'm off my soapbox here. Here is LeBron with a bold proclamation of what he thinks he can do till he's 65.
Me and my homies, we always have a debate. We say, how long could Bron play and average 10 points? How long do you think you can play until an average 10? Just 10.
10 points a game?
10 points a game. And you got to play at least 65 games according to our rules today.
Probably tells about I can average 10 points in the league for a long time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like a long time.
So what do you think?
65. Something like that. 65
Cut it there because this audio stinks. That's not any. I'm not calling out our guys. That's just everybody's taking.
That's what we got.
Stuff off their phone.
Yeah.
So he said he thinks he can average 10 points per game until he's 65. I don't even think that's a hot take.
Until he needs a walker, I think LeBron can average 10 a game.
I do. Well, one, nobody plays defense anymore. So that's, at least in the regular season, he's not getting, he's not going to face a stiff breeze.
Your shot isn't what really goes.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of these guys in the 50s, they still have a shot. So, like, what it comes down to is conditioning, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Can you run the 2.5 miles in an NBA game that they reportedly that they run, right? Can you do that? I think LeBron could until he's 65.
I kind of dig the idea of LeBron having a retirement from being a serious basketball player, meaning I'm trying to chase championships and, start 60 games a year, and then his goodbye tour, the rest of his time is just every season until he's 65, he plays on a different team. We get a season with the Hornets, a season with the Pelicans, and then every fan he's going to play 22 minutes a night.
Well, then we have to share him with everybody then.
That's okay, because in the end, as long as he has he closes his chapter of being the GOAT here.
And then at the end, when he's done every team, he just morphs into becoming the NBA logo.
Oh, yeah. I actually really like that idea, too. You know? I do think, here's one thing that we have not talked nearly enough about. I do think it's going to be really interesting on how much LeBron is eyeing his post-NBA career with this decision. Meaning Josh Harris has a big ownership group that owns a piece of the Commanders, a piece of the Sixers. I think there was the New Jersey Devils, and I think a couple other teams. Joe Lacob, a huge owner, incredibly wealthy man, has his hands in a couple pies there. Dan Gilbert, another guy that has a lot of hands in a lot of pies. I do wonder if part of LeBron sizing up the final part of his career is whether he's also taking these moments to kind of reaffirm business relationships and whether that might play as much of a course in this if he's going to take a vet man or a mid-level exception kind of deal.
So that was the worry I had about him going to Golden State, was the Silicon Valley connection. He tapped into everything you can do in L.A. with the money that was there. Silicon Valley is tech billionaires. So all it is filled with a bunch of billionaires. Like that. That's a whole market that he could have obviously exposed. I mean, I don't know. I'm not as concerned about LeBron's 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. But I do think it's more than just this next year. I think he plays for 2 more years.
I do too. And by the way, I don't think it's a bad thing for the Cavs, by the way. He might be using the other franchises as leverage with Dan Gilbert to say, what are we going to do after this thing wraps up? It wouldn't surprise me if LeBron tries to leverage his final go-round into whatever that next step's going to be.
Yeah, maybe. I just kept thinking about you saying hands in the pies, and I was trying to figure out how that works.
You've never had your hand in the pie?
No, it's hand in the pot. It's not necessarily hand in the pie.
I think it should be hand in the pie.
On what grounds
then you
are we
pick
changing
up the
that?
piece of pie.
Does the pie, you ruin the pie then. You put your hand in the pie.
Yeah, but you
Or
ruin it because you eat
Are you
it.
going underneath the pie as if like your hand is now replacing the thing you would scoop the pie out?
You can do that. You could also just take it from the center and eat it. The point is the
Who
hand in the
takes
pie
it from
because you're
the
going to eat
center
it.
and just eats it?
Savages. But they exist.
You're just wrecking a good-looking pie at that point.
I think. Well, but the point is, if you eat from the middle of the pie, you better eat all the pie.
Have you ever made a pie and then ate the whole pie before it even it's starting to cool down and you're just take it all and that's
I don't
it?
love the pie game that way. I got a lot of love for pie, but I couldn't do that.
What's your favorite pie?
Ooh. Oh, gosh. Getting me stirred up over here.
It's the first time
I haven't
I've
had
had you
sugar in
think
2 weeks,
Is
buddy.
that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'll go apple pie.
Apple pie?
Apple pie. That's a good pie.
I'm
or
a key lime pie guy. It always pisses off. The true pie enthusiasts hate that I'm a key lime pie guy.
I'm one of those guys. I just key lime.
What's wrong with key lime pie?
I don't like tart with my
It makes
pie.
me think of like a Jimmy Buffett. I'm on an island. I'm just having some key lime pie and hanging out.
Lemon meringue too, or just a key lime?
No, just key lime.
I feel like that's inconsistent.
I mean, I'll mess with lemon meringue,
Okay.
but I never default to lemon meringue.
LeBron says he could average 10 points per game until he's 65. Do you think that's hyperbole? I don't, especially in the common NBA, with love and respect to the common NBA. And 2-person race, 3-person race. Let's add all the bodies in there for the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Sean Devaney coming up, NBA insider for Heavy.com in about 20 minutes there. We do have the lead coming up at 5. 32 teams in 16 days. Rolls on at 6:20 tonight. But we are all on LeBron watch and smog watch, apparently.
Yeah, a lot of people posting the photos as if they'd never seen smog before.
Now, am I supposed to, is this going to bleed into tomorrow, or do we get a little, is this just like a day thing?
Oh, I don't know. You know, oddly enough, I've stayed really far away from the smog story.
Uh-huh.
Like, even when you were like, oh, yeah, it came from Canada, I had no idea. I didn't even, I'm just like, all right, I guess I walked outside, it smelled like a barbecue, and then people were complaining about it, and that's all I've taken in.
So, very similarly, I'm trying to limit, just because anytime it immediately goes to political stuff, I just try and check out on stories. It's just not worth getting upset about.
Sure, yeah.
I have no control over it. I will treat everyone that I know, regardless of political affiliation, with a hell of a lot of love, and that's not what I'm going to judge you for, right?
Yeah.
Unless you push it in my face, and that's your problem. However, I feel the same way about, like, the daylight savings thing. It's like,
well, I had some investment in that one.
Why is that?
Well, because it doesn't impact me the way it impacts everybody else, because we do this show at 2 o'clock, obviously. And so, I stay up all night and I watch sports and everything like that. And so I don't get up till 8:15 or so in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually just because my kid wakes me up at 8:15 and then I'm off in the day. And so but I'm not in my car. I'm not driving or anything until 9 at the earliest, if I even go outside and do that, right? So if we didn't have the sun up until 8:30, my day's not changed.
Until your kids go to school.
Yeah, but like for right now, we're good. That'll be future me's problem. I won't even
Leave
worry
that to
about
that jerk.
Yeah, plus I'm going to do what my parents did, which is basically find your own way to school, kids.
Yeah. 5
that's
years
gonna
old,
go over.
walking to school.
That's what I did.
It's in no-so.
That's what I did. Well, there's a bus
fine.
that'll pick them up or something like that. That's legitimately what I did. I was 5 years old. My sister was 6, and we would walk each other to school, which was, seriously, like 6 blocks away. And we just she'd take the front on that one, and I would just kind of follow her, and it was what it was.
I think if you followed the daylight savings time story at all, so it actually was eliminated, I think, in the early 70s. It was either 72 or 73, and it was done in summer. And let's see, it was, I think Nixon was president. I saw a whole story on this, and it reminded me of the full story. And then people got to winter and lost their ever-loving minds because you don't think about daylight savings time. You think it's a real bad hang in summer, and then you get to winter, and all of a sudden, when the sun isn't out till 9 a.m. and it's negative 6 degrees, people have different opinions on this, and that's what led it to being repealed 50 years ago. And apparently it's just a cycle that just keeps happening.
Well, you don't get the same payoff, right? Because if it's like 5:45 is when the sun then goes down instead of 4:45, you just don't think like, oh, wow, we got that extra hour the same way that maybe you do. I don't know, but for right now, I feel like it'd be all right for myself.
So we did talk a little bit about Deshaun and the Browns living in their own fears. What was that? James Palmer had said it. They finally found it. But Mary Kay Cabot was on with the morning show today and talked about what the quarterback competition comes down to.
It really is going to come down to who is going to give them the best chance to win. And it's going to be difficult to figure that out because until the lights are on, until you're getting sacked and hit and having to read the defenses and do all of those kinds of things in a live game, it's going to be really tricky to determine who gives them the best chance to win. But I think it's going to be an incredibly, incredibly lively training camp. I think it's going to be a very heated battle. I think you can see that the stakes are really high. These guys are already going all out in their summer break to prove that they want this job. Deshaun comes back into town, and before you know it, Shedeur comes back too, and they're battling it out. So it's going to be intense. It's going to be heated, and let the best man win.
So I think as Mary Kay was saying this today, while on the morning show, I realized we might go right from the when the hell is LeBron going to make his decision and the frustration behind that for Cleveland fans right into when is Todd Monken going to make his decision?
Yeah.
Because I don't think people are prepared for an elongated quarterback battle, and that is my expectation.
Oh, how far are you thinking this is going to go?
Like if this goes into the second week of practices, if this doesn't go into the second week of practices, and I'm talking about with pads on, I'm going to think to myself, this was not a fair fight. Like this was a rigged thing from the beginning.
Most people would agree with that. But if we're getting into how many preseason games are we having? How many matchups with other teams are we having? Or even just the Tuesday, Wednesday, we're gonna see other teams at their facilities. How many of those are we gonna have?
So I could envision a scenario where we see the ones play early in the preseason, and Deshaun gets a game with the ones, and Shedeur gets a game with the ones. I don't know that's what it's going to take, but that's what I'm prepared for. And then anything short of that will be kind of like okay, that didn't drag on forever.
Because Monken at one point did tease the idea of I got as much time as I need right up until the first game, and it was kind of just like I think he was saying it because he's annoyed about being asked the question so many times. Which, by the way, Todd, this is like you had to have known this was half the gig. You had to have known half the gig is telling everyone what's going on with the quarterback stuff. But if it's announced before a preseason game even gets played, or even before they go and meet up with other teams, I'd be shocked. Absolutely shocked.
I really wouldn't be surprised if Todd tries to string this out to week one, thinking there's a competitive advantage there. I would not be surprised if he makes his decision up at some point early August.
Yeah, you might be major in the minor
along.
if you think that's like going to be the ace up your sleeve.
I mean, I think coaches do this kind of stuff. The competitive, I don't believe in it, but coaches play these games all the time with each other. And I'm even like week to week, not kind of leaking out injury news. Like all that stuff is something that a lot of coaches believe in. I don't know, Monken does, but could I see him play in that game? Yes.
At some point, though, if you got somebody that you're leaning towards, it's better to, and maybe this is how we'll know it without knowing it, is he's going to give the majority of the number one reps to somebody. And that's going to be the tell. That'll be the sign. Because if you've got your decision made up, there's no point of splitting the reps evenly because you think you got a game one advantage there.
I think so. I think so. You're right. But I don't think this is also an easy decision. I think, and Mary Kay saying what it's going to come down to is the guy that gives you the best chance to win is going to be the quarterback. Every NFL team says that. Not every NFL team practices that. I think Todd Monken is all about winning. I trust Todd Monken with that ethos. If he says it, I believe him. But I don't think for this job specifically, I don't think it's just about Todd Monken. I'm sure Andrew Berry is going to have something to say.
Yeah.
I'm sure analytics. I'm sure Jimmy Haslam is going to have something to say. And that's where the ambiguity starts for me.
Oh, yeah. It's going to take time. I am trying to figure out how long it's going to take. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be into the preseason games, how deep into the preseason games, all this stuff. And I'd be disappointed if we got very early into this process and then they did call it. Because if they called it for Deshaun, you know what I would think. I don't even have to say it. You know what I would think.
Well, I was going to say, you would be disappointed. You wouldn't be disappointed if they called it early for Shedeur, though.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Obviously.
I think that's where
that's what I want to have happen. But I wouldn't think it's rigged, and that's the word I would use if it's called early for Shedeur, where I would if it was for Deshaun, and you can see the differences in why I would think that.
I wouldn't be upset if it was called early on the behalf of Shedeur, but I'm going to have to point out I don't think a legitimate quarterback battle happened.
No, it won't. Yeah. It wouldn't have.
So, with Deshaun, I would be upset because I don't want this to be rigged for him. But I just to draw the distinction for me, if they call it after 3 days for Shedeur, I'm going to say, it was always going to be Shedeur.
I would have said, why were you wasting everyone's time thinking it could have been Deshaun for 3 months, whatever that was? Like, why'd you just do the spring practices the way that you had him set up? Why did you have poor Deshaun Watson hosting wide receivers in Florida and putting together camps is what I would say.
Also, do we have coach to blame for the fact that Dillon Gabriel's name has been uttered a lot in the last 24 hours?
This one's on Coach Riz.
I think
this one's on Coach Riz.
So, listen, I'm not going to blame the man. He loves him some quarterbacks there. All I'll say is Dillon Gabriel, to me this year, if he's even on the roster, is this year's Shedeur Sanders. Is there a way in which I can envision Dillon Gabriel seeing the field for the Browns this year? 100%, yeah. If he makes this roster, if he's part of this program here, I can see a scenario where at the very end of the season, you're in the running for a number 1 pick, and you go, let's give Dillon Gabriel 4 games, as in the same vein of the Deshaun thing. Yeah, you got to see what you got on the field until you're going to make your next decision, right? That's the only way. In terms of being in the quarterback, he's going to be thrown to accountants for most of camp. At least that's the way I think he's going to be treated.
Yeah, he'll be the one having to go to John Carroll to find ball boys to throw to and everyone else under the sun, and that's okay. I've made peace with that. Coach just believes Dillon Gabriel is much better than people think, and I think a lot of that comes from Dillon Gabriel's college tape and Coach wondering where it all went wrong and how you went from some of the throws he made in college to just not existing in the pros. And listen, I would blame Stefanski for some of that. I don't think Dillon Gabriel's on an island for why he only threw the ball 5 yards every single time he had a chance to throw the ball. And we did watch him in college. He could push the ball down the field. It just went away.
So if I'm going to use the property, if I think Todd Monken is going to put Shedeur and Deshaun, if either guy can play, he's going to put them in a position to be their best selves. If I have to say that about those 2 quarterbacks, I've got to say it about Dillon Gabriel, even if I don't believe in Dillon Gabriel
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair take to have. Again, we wouldn't bet on Dillon Gabriel making any part of this competitive with anybody's money at all. Like that's not reality. But I do think it's fair to wonder how badly Stefanski hurt Dillon Gabriel.
The most dubious rankings I can come up with right now are rank the Browns quarterbacks in like how much you think it's likely they actually make any sort of impact in 2026. I can conveniently say, convincingly say Shedeur first.
Yeah.
And then it goes a long drop. And then Deshaun. And then it's a longer drop. And then Dillon.
Is Dillon ahead of Green?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think unless we consider
we get to like a week 16, 17 ordeal, they might want to see a couple games.
Unless we consider unless we consider Taylor Green as a package player, and that's a different thing. I'm talking about as a quarterback.
Okay, because we might get late in the season, and then instead of if all of a sudden you bench Shedeur or you bench Deshaun, and then Shedeur gets injured and they can't be out there for the final 2 weeks of the season, I'd much rather see Green than I would Dillon Gabriel.
I'll have to make that deal with the devil when I get there. Will it be hard for Monken to name a starter in training camp? Sean Devaney, he's going to be joining us, NBA insider for Heavy.com. We'll talk the Cavaliers and whether they should run it back if LeBron doesn't come back. I don't know that Sean would agree with that. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
beautifully balanced side built on fluid possession and quick movement. La Roja has controlled matches with technical precision, and its depth across every position makes Spain one of the teams to beat.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick and JP, you're going to hear from the LeBron sound we've been playing today. Chris Fedor had some interesting comments on LeBron's future, the Cavs recruiting him and whatnot. All that's coming up in the lead in about 40 minutes' time. But we are back here. We continue to debate. We embrace debate. We enjoy the ride here as we wait for LeBron's decision. To continue that conversation, talk about the Cavs as suitors for LeBron, to talk about the Cavs if they run it back. We head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Sean Devaney, NBA insider for Heavy.com. Sean, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, and I appreciate that, saying let's enjoy the ride with LeBron here, because I hear so much negativity about, when is he going to make it? Oh, how dare he hold up the rest of it? This is fun. This is LeBron. This is the greatest player, arguably, greatest player of all time. The last time he's going to do this. This is fun. Usually at this time of the year, there's nothing to talk about on July 15, July 16. Let's enjoy it, right? This is good.
Yeah, Sean, we would be talking about the Browns depth chart on a team that won 5 games last year, if not for this story. So
you came to the right show to have that mentality, by the way.
Good.
So I guess we'll start here. How do you survey the landscape of LeBron's potential places to land over the next week or whenever he does announce his decision?
I think Cleveland has been the favorite sort of all along, and I use that word loosely. I think, the way we talk about it is, as if it's a horse race and some of these teams are moving up and moving back, and that's not really the case, of course. This is something that LeBron is just going to pick one, and then whoever he picks, that's the one. So it's not really, this team's in the lead, that team's in the lead. I think Cleveland has had the best situation for him all along, and that is a team that can win, a team that means something to him, a team that he has connections with. And when we talk about happiness, and which is what Rich Paul said he was after, it's hard to see anybody, going farther with that for him than the Cavaliers. I think the Heat have, he's got some connections there. Obviously, Philadelphia would be an interesting turn because, that's sort of a new team, and he could kind of come in and put his stamp on that. So those seem to be the 3 teams. I do think the Warriors are sort of tugging at his heartstrings a little bit. They can't win, and I think that's the thing that holds them back. But I think that they've got a hold on his heartstrings a little bit too, because you've got Draymond and you've got Steph Curry, of course.
It's interesting. When thinking about this Cavs team with LeBron, you said all right, that's a title contender. That's a team that can really go for it. What is this team without LeBron? If we end up just short, they've done nothing else, and it worries me, Sean.
If anything, they've gone backwards, right? Because you lose Dean Wade, and so much about we've seen from the NBA in the last few years is you've got to have top flight role players, and they just lost one of their best role players, and you can't really win with 3-4 stars. That's not where the NBA is right now. You need pieces that fit together. So I'd be very concerned, and I do think that if they don't get LeBron, they're going to have to step back and say, okay, where are we, and how can we get better with our depth and our role players, because they're really thin once you get past those first 4, and that's going to be a real problem. So then I think you really do have to start thinking about, okay, do we look at a Jared Allen deal? Do we look at maybe an Evan Mobley deal? I think Allen's probably more probable, but I think that's got to be the next step if they don't wind up getting LeBron there.
Sean, if LeBron announces tomorrow, I'm coming home, ... again, just that move alone, this Cavs team with LeBron, where do you put them in the Eastern Conference Finals? Where do you put them in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I think what we've got right now in the East is you've got all of the top teams have sort of gone backwards, starting with, of course, with the Celtics and what they did. But even the Knicks losing Mitchell Robinson, that's going to hurt them. So that's going to be an issue. We'll see what happens with the teams below them, because I think a lot of those middle teams really raised themselves. Philadelphia, Toronto. We'll see what happens with Kawhi, but assuming that goes through. And then a team like Atlanta, a team like Charlotte, those can be kind of dangerous teams that have made some improvements. We've seen Orlando changing coaches. That might help them. So I think it's going to be a much more level playing field in the East. I forgot Miami, of course, made a big move as well. And I think that's where you see LeBron, like whichever team he winds up with, if it's one of those three teams in the East that he's being talked about, I think that immediately pushes that team ahead of the rest of the pack. So if the Cavaliers get LeBron, I think you'd have to have them as the favorite. Really, I mean, you look around, I think Philadelphia is going to have some problems with putting that group together. I think the Knicks, in terms of both sort of the championship hangover and the fact that they lost a significant portion of their depth and toughness in Mitchell Robinson, I think they take a step back. So I think you'd have to put the Cavs with LeBron right up there at the top of the East.
Sean, as an insider, how different has it been when other insiders, guys like Windhorst and Shams and all they're like, yeah, Rich Paul isn't speaking, LeBron isn't speaking, we don't know. It's just been different. What's it been like over the past 2.5 weeks as we kind of see all these reports come out and we don't really know what we can even take as truth, and it really doesn't seem like much of it has any reality to it? Yeah, because, you're talking to agents, and they usually have their finger on the pulse, but they're getting second or third hand information. Or you're talking to other GMs or assistant GMs, guys like that. And again, now you're talking third, fourth hand information. And really, there's no information new that's coming out with LeBron. So it's all just speculation at this point. That's why I say the notion that this is like a horse race, that this team is now leading, that team is now leading. That's ridiculous. Nobody knows, because it's just going to be LeBron pointing his finger at the end and saying, that's where I'm going. So there's no cases to be made. I think the one thing, I mentioned the Warriors, and I think they're probably the one team that has been able to kind of creep in there because they do have Draymond, who's such a close friend with LeBron, and hung out with him. And I do think LeBron really has a huge amount of respect for Steph. So that's maybe the one team that can kind of butter him up a little bit. But everything else, he knows what's there. He knows what these teams have. So he's just sitting back and deciding. I don't think anything is really going too far as changing his mind one way or the other.
Sean, it's interesting. LeBron said today during that podcast, which was taped, but somehow everybody knows what was said in it, and it's going to be released next week, no less. Yeah. He said that he was asked by a fan about how long he thinks he could compete in the NBA and average like 10 points a game, and LeBron said until he's 65. And what's crazy is it didn't sound like hyperbole to me. How did those comments land with you?
I would have to agree. And I've thought that, and I had this conversation once with Ray Allen, and he said he could probably score 10, 15 points a game until he's 60. And with the way he shoots and the consistency and the way he keeps himself in shape, I could see that. LeBron's a little different because he plays a different kind of game. He doesn't have the shot that Ray Allen does. And that's obviously goes a big way to giving yourself some longevity. But I would agree. I mean, look, there's nothing. The guy averaged more than 20 points, 7 assists, and 7 rebounds last year at age 41. I mean, you really can't deny that he still has some pretty good ball left in him, at least for the 2 years or so that he plans to play. And then he probably could go longer than that if he wants to. I just don't think he really wants to.
How long do you think he will go?
I think it's 2 years. I think he's always looked at this as like 25 years as, I played a quarter of a century, and nobody's going to really top that. So I think that's how he's looking at it.
All right. I have 2 outlandish ideas to end LeBron's career.
Love it.
Past 25. Starting at year 26, he takes vet mins with every team he's never played for. So the first year would be like the Hornets, and then the next year would be the Knicks, and then the next year would be until he plays for all 30 teams in the NBA. Or LeBron finally goes to college. We get a Rodney Dangerfield back to school. He enrolls at USC, probably still makes $25 million a year in NIL, and we get the 4 full years of LeBron in college.
So if I had to pick one, geez, I mean, the first one is it's like, when your kid's playing football and you have the all-time quarterback, the one kid who can throw gets to be quarterback for every team. Like that reminds me, I do like that idea. But then you bring up Rodney Dangerfield, and I could see the triple Lindy, and I think, I think that's probably my send LeBron back to college. I mean, we've seen this before, right, with guys turning pro and then going back to college, through whatever loophole that is. I'm on board for that. He's always said maybe he could even play football too. He's always said he could be a tight end. So have LeBron be a two-sport athlete at Ohio State, and I'm in for that for sure.
Now we're talking. Now we're adding to your idea.
When you said Ohio State,
we're talking.
now
I
like it.
Is it a guarantee Bronny does come here? Assuming LeBron comes to the Cavs, I guess we put this for any team. Is it fair, that assumption, or is there something he's done with the Lakers that maybe he does stay in Los Angeles?
Look, the Lakers like him. The Lakers like him. If he wasn't 6'1", they would be playing him a lot more. They like him. The way he's developed as a three-point shooter, he spent a lot of time in the G League working on that. I think he shot like 39% from the three-point line in the G League last year. They're happy with the way he plays defense. And that's not a very deep team. So they're not looking at this like, we got to get rid of this guy now that LeBron's here. They want to keep him and keep developing him. I think if LeBron winds up, say, in Cleveland and kind of asks the Lakers, can you maybe trade Bronny so I can finish out my career? So I think the Lakers would respect that and go ahead and do that. But I don't think it's necessary, and I'm not sure it's really good for Bronny. I think that at some point this guy's got to be able to sink or swim on his own, and he could do that by playing with the Lakers without his father. J.J. Redick likes him, so that's an opportunity for him to kind of continue growing on his own. If he wants to have a career past when his father's playing, I think it's pretty important that maybe he doesn't go and follow his dad.
Sean, if I had a concern about LeBron coming back here, is I don't know that Kenny Atkinson's the right guy for this team with this mix of superstars before you add LeBron. And it's not an on-court thing. It's mostly a managing superstars thing. And I just have started to look and wondered, is Kenny Atkinson going to be David Blatt here if LeBron comes back? Is that a fair concern to have, or should I have more faith in Kenny after the last 2 years?
Yeah, and I think Kenny's a great coach, but he's definitely the kind of coach that you want. You think of those Nets teams that were terrible, and he kind of came in and made them a 42-win team. He's that kind of coach. I don't know that he's the coach that you want for Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and LeBron James. That I think you might need a change. The problem is who else is out there? Is Tom Thibodeau an answer there? Well, maybe you'd have to kind of look at that and see. If you're you don't want to just replace Kenny Atkinson just to replace him. I think you've got to have an idea of who can we get, who can we bring in here, right now I'm not sure that there's anybody out there that would knock my socks off, but maybe Tibbs, but again, I don't think you just fire Kenny just because you see it's not working out. You'd have to get LeBron in there, and if it's not working out, then you make that decision. But I don't think you do that before he gets there.
Has Evan Mobley been a disappointment?
Oh, no question. I think he's got immense talent. I don't think it's necessarily his fault. I think part of it is the way the team has developed. It's not really been developed around him and been developed in such a way that accentuates what he does best and what he could do best if he were, had the ball running through him more often. So I think he would be better off somewhere else. But yeah, I don't think it's all his fault. I don't think the kid's, not a hard worker or anything like that. I think he's just trying to fit in to a system with the team that maybe doesn't really accentuate what he does.
Sean, great stuff. Great catching up with you, man. Hope you're good. Hope all's well in your world, and we appreciate you, buddy.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Sean Devaney there, NBA insider for Heavy.com on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Not only did he give us plenty to think about, I would like to explore LeBron Benjamin Button career-wise in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. There's so much to love about summer. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Universal Windows Direct, right? Longer days, right? Cool evenings, but still that tinge of heat, right? Evenings on the patio or sun porch. And, of course,
affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
If anything, they've gone backwards, right? Because you lose Dean Wade. And you know, I mean, so much about we've seen from the NBA in the last few years is you've got to have top-flight role players. And they just lost one of their best role players. And, you know, you can't really win with 3-4 stars. That's not where the NBA is right now. You need pieces that fit together. So I'd be very concerned, yeah. And I do think that if they don't get LeBron, they're going to have to step back and say, okay, where are we? And how can we get better with our depth and our role players, because they're really thin once you get past those first four, and that's going to be a real problem. So then I think you really do have to start thinking about, okay, you know, do we look at a Jared Allen deal? Do we look at maybe an Evan Mobley deal? You know, I think Allen's probably more probable, but I think that's got to be the next step if they don't wind up getting LeBron there.
Sean Devaney there, NBA insider for Heavy.com, giving us his take in the previous segment about if LeBron doesn't come here. Obviously, today has been marred by the lack of an announcement for some people. I think there's a real downside to running it back, especially if you lose Dean Wade and Keon Ellis and you don't replenish their spots on the roster, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm not trying to say that I don't think that there's a real downside to it. I think the Cavs did play like 10 or 11 deep for most of last season. I think Jalen Tyson can step up. You still would need a big wing, and that becomes even a bigger problem because previously you had DeAndre Hunter. Now you don't have him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's like – I think the Cavs will be banking on we think the offense can actually be formidable with a full season of Donovan and James playing together.
That would be a big part of this, yeah.
And so I don't look at it as just a complete, absolute loss. You're worse. Like, it's a risk, but I don't think it's like the sky is falling risk that I feel like it's being painted as.
And it may give Evan Mobley a chance to develop offensively and take his game to the next level. Like, one thing out of this LeBron scenario that I find interesting is I think LeBron makes everybody around him better, no doubt about it. But if part of the idea is that Mobley's got to take some sort of offensive growth, he gets to be passive. If it's LeBron, Harden, and Donovan, Mobley never has to force anything. Mobley never has to be like, oh, I have to develop my game here and here and here. And I don't know if he's not forced to. I don't know that he will.
Now, it will just be the most wonkily built roster in the NBA.
I mean, it is. I mean,
like
that's
more than
part of it.
50% guards. You've got three playable bigs.
Nobody's like this roster construction at any point of this. You know what I mean? Like it's always been very wonkily built.
But maybe it's because I've made peace with who the Cavs are if LeBron doesn't come back. And again, I think the regular seasons are going to be fun. As long as these guys are healthy, I think they can do some stuff. I think they can still win I think they can even still win a playoff series or two.
Sure, they'll win a lot of games.
Maybe they're back in the Eastern Conference Finals again next year. I don't know. I think there will be a cap on it, and that's something I think we have to maybe accept. Because I'd rather go into next year thinking, I'd rather think that there's a cap there and not just be furious again that this team let me down in the playoffs than continuing to expect something to change when they're not changing the elements, roster construction, or where they invest their money.
Well, I mean, they changed it. They changed it with James Harden. That was part of the change.
But that's one significant change in 4 years.
No, I know, but I'm saying that was change. Like, they did do something. It's not enough for people, but they did do something. But I don't think the vibes around this is going to be people thinking that in a better East next year, which it will be, that all of a sudden they're going to achieve more than even what they did last year. I just don't think that'll be the expectation.
216-474-0092. What would you make if the Cavs ran it back if LeBron chooses elsewhere? While we're on the topic of LeBron's decision and where he'll go, his former teammate, Kendrick Perkins, who says a lot of stuff. Big Perk says a lot of things. Well, he said this on ESPN about LeBron's next stop.
The one thing I haven't heard LeBron James say is that this is his final year. Yes, he opted out from playing with the Lakers, but he never said this is his last go-round. So then all of a sudden, when I got to thinking about that, I said, well, maybe he does have more options than just going back home to Cleveland or to Philadelphia. Maybe he might take and say, you know what, I may go out west for a year to Golden State or maybe even Minnesota, and then I could return to Cleveland and retire back home the year after that. I don't know at this point.
So I kind of think we got it from LeBron today.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. This answer's already been proven.
Which is that this is his last stop.
That's what he says, yeah.
I would like to – I want to resubmit because we did it with Sean Devaney.
Oh.
Devaney, sorry.
No, your big NBA plan.
Okay. I actually like the idea of LeBron going to college after this.
Is that even allowed? I know we're doing more with. I know we had the one player last year that actually got drafted to and played in the G League and then went back to college.
If a guy has exhausted his ability, gone to the NBA, hasn't worked out, and then he gets to go back, and we're seeing a lot of cases of teams going to try this. I mean, LeBron's never tried to cash in on his college.
But right now, it's only G League or international professional leagues. You can do college. If you have an official NBA contract, you can't play college basketball.
Listen, you tell me.
Is this the change we need?
Tell me it wouldn't be fun to watch LeBron at USC or Cal or Ohio State.
No, it'd be a blast.
Yeah.
But if he's actually awesome, that might be problematic. No?
Why? Why would it be problematic?
So we're gonna lift off all the restrictions, all in place, just to make sure. By the way, why does it stop at LeBron then? Couldn't all sorts of guys at 35 decide they want to go back and win a national title?
Yeah.
Couldn't that be the new? Couldn't that be the new thing?
Think about it.
Yeah.
Those guys have gone through the NBA. Most of them did not get their 4-year degree. Some of them never played in the NBA. Who needs college more than early retirees who do not have educational experience?
I mean, everyone can use a college degree, right?
That's what I was going to say.
Everyone can use a college degree. It doesn't go to waste.
JR did this with golf. I know it's different, but JR did this with golf to go ahead and get it. Was from NC State?
It's extremely different. Yeah, not NC State. No,
it was
NNT, I think, or something.
Definitely there was a T in there.
It's basically a made-up school.
I knew there was a T in there.
Yeah, like North Carolina A&T, something like that. I don't know.
But I think it is A&T. But yeah, I love this idea. Here's the thing that I want to see LeBron post-retirement because again, the NBA, because it's going to be fun to watch him against different competition. It's going to be fun to watch. Like the whole point of why 27-year-olds shouldn't be.
I mean, you'd be treating college basketball as like his rec league team, right?
Yes.
Is that the idea?
Yep.
Instead of going up to the Y, LeBron would just that's what he would do.
Yeah, it's either that or I want to see NBA Europe. I think is going to become a thing. I think there's a really good chance that the NBA does launch a competitive league with the Euro League.
Okay.
I would love if LeBron was like playing for whatever.
So what does LeBron get out of NBA Europe though?
Money.
Like at least the college thing we can always talk about how it's like he's doing something we never saw him do and he's always he'd love that. He'd love having the Ohio State Buckeye jersey on and
he'd spend 1 year
doing
at Duke,
all that.
1 year at Ohio State,
he'd
1 year.
love that. And then you win a national title and that's a lot of fun because who doesn't love championships?
That's a
right?
legacy play too.
What does NBA Europe do for him?
More money.
How much more money?
And you get to play in front of the European crowd. You get to I think it's another step as a global brand. Like if LeBron was on every TV in France, Germany, England, Spain, Greece, I'm trying to think of other countries, but any of those gigantic European markets, I think that only takes his brand to another level because they see it up close as opposed to they might get one game in their lives in their backyard.
Okay, people know you're not being serious with this, right?
Which part?
Well, all of it.
The NBA Europe thing, I think, could be it. The college thing's not going to happen, but I would love to see it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I realize I'm stepping out on a limb here. Well, I don't want to get aggregated by somebody who doesn't have a sense of humor.
And that's the world we live in now.
Yeah.
We both have very sarcastic tones to ourselves, and so I just want to make sure everyone knew that you weren't actually being serious with it, but also in the same respect, there's a part of you that has a little bit of seriousness with this.
Those that can't do work for media blogs.
Is that
Said
right?
it for a while.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Hey, Sean thought your idea of him going on the min deal for every team, and listen, I thought that's where you're going to go with this.
Mm-hmm.
I thought your min deal for the next 25 years. Yeah, think about it. LeBron, it's not crazy to think legitimately at 50 years old, LeBron could still get 10 points a night, considering he has the longest streak in NBA history of scoring 10 points consecutively. Like, I mean, like this is, if anybody knows how to get to 10 points, You can make a case it's LeBron. He did it for 20 years straight in every single game he played.
And if he played for another 26 years, which is what the plan would call for, there's no way anyone ever catches his points scored.
It's kind of
He's at 43. He's got 5,000 more points than Kareem does right now. In the next 2 years, he'll put that up to 47, 48. Playing another 25 years after that, he will be to 60,000 points without even trying.
You know who we got to get him talking to?
Who's that?
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady.
Oh, yeah.
Brady would still be playing right now if he didn't get divorced in that final year.
Brady also would say stem cells.
If his marriage wasn't imploding, Tom Brady would still be playing football. He's talked about it.
What's more far-fetched? LeBron going back to college, or going to college. LeBron doing the NBA tour for the final 30 years, or the next 30 years. LeBron and NBA Europe and being the face of launching that league. When we come back, the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Argentina and Lionel Messi are back in the World Cup final as they look to
5 under. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
LeBron actually spoke today. You're going to hear some of our reaction to that. You're going to hear from Chris Fedor in a moment here. But we also have 32 teams in 16 days. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys radio analyst, and Antoine Staley, Jets reporter for Newsday, previewing those two teams coming up at 6:20. But Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Let's go ahead and get to The Lead. LeBron didn't announce his decision today while recording an episode of Mind the Game with Tyrese Halliburton at Fanatics Fest.
Speaking of still doing this, is there a decision that has to be made? We literally talked about this in the past recently. Okay, my fault. I didn't know if you want to do some. Okay, I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, I mean, Halliburton, he tried again at the very end as well.
Mm-hmm.
No luck.
Not since Space Jam 2 have we seen LeBron fall flat on his face from the acting side of things.
It really was a really bad movie.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
Space Jam 2 stunk.
Well, I just mean, like, I told you about this in the back, Tyrese.
Yeah, but
that's how we're going to handle this.
It let Tyrese off the hook for the tweet and everything else, and like that was part of what LeBron had to do in that moment. I think. I feel like that was a good way of protecting Tyrese Halliburton.
Now, your team, I'm going to give LeBron space to make his decision.
Yeah.
What's your next prediction? He didn't say it on MSNBC or CNBC. That's the one.
No clue.
No clue.
I would
Don't
think
even want to.
Well, I always want to.
Yeah.
Come on. I would think it's not going to be tomorrow now. I'm not 100% closing it because, again, no clue with LeBron. It is what it is. I don't think it happens now tomorrow. I just don't. I don't see it. And so I would think then it's got to be sometime next week. And if we're getting this thing into next week, I mean, I'm fine with it. I got time. Browns don't start till the 28th. That's all right. But he's pissing more and more people off by the day here, Nick.
Is the World Cup finale?
I think that's over the weekend, is it not?
Well, I know we've got
it's on Sunday.
It's on Sunday, okay.
Yeah, but don't they also play, here's some stupid thing I learned about soccer. Don't they also play a third place game? When's the third place game?
That's on Saturday.
It's Saturday. And that also will probably get a bunch of ratings as well. Stupid thing they do. And I was trying to figure out, do they treat it kind of like the end of season college football bowl games, or do they actually try hard? Soccer people tell me they try hard, but the two teams play for third place.
That's ridiculous. I will
want to win the Golden Boot.
Friday News Dump never seemed like it made sense for LeBron's decision. But none of this, like, I don't know that there's, when it's LeBron's decision, I don't know there's any time that's like the perfect time. I think if it goes against the World Cup, I think LeBron's going to steal some headlines. If it goes up against Air, LeBron's going to make every headline. LeBron.
Well, he didn't want to go up against Summer League either at one point. Not up against Summer League, but you know what I mean?
While
Summer League was happening, he didn't want to make that either, apparently.
Yep.
And Summer League ends Jack's on Sunday, right? Is that right?
So Monday it is.
So Monday, sometime next week, if you're really trying to steal the show.
You don't want to go up against the NFL training camp. That's the one thing I will say. Not even LeBron can best day one of camp.
It's a bad idea by him. He knows that, though. He knows that. All right, more from LeBron as a fan asked him about his process behind making a decision as a free agent.
Obviously, it's a big decision. This is the third time in my career that I've been a free agent. It's a big decision for not only myself, but for my family as well, and just for the last part of my career and where I want to spend the last few years or the last year or the last 2 years of, my NBA career. So I'm a natural-born leader. I'm going to try to fit into whatever team I'm going into, but also give them all the tools and give them all the knowledge that I've been able to grasp over the last 23 years. I know the game. And wherever I land, I hope that you support me and I can continue to inspire you, all right?
I would say, it was a young fan, I suppose. I heard that he gave the answer to.
Yeah.
It's a very sweet answer. I hope you can do all that. What an incredible non-answer from him.
Yeah, that's all we're full of. All right. maybe we can read into this answer, all right?
Okay.
I was reading Dave McMenamin's write-up of the 2 different stops
lucky
that he had.
so-and-so.
Well, yeah, what an easy day he's had, right?
Come on, Dave.
Well, think about it. His day was going to be wild, or it was going to be what it was, which is about the easiest job you could possibly have on a day like today. Anyway, so in there he had one of the quotes from LeBron. He goes, "Wherever I land in the fall, hopefully you're ride or die LeBron fans. If you've been down with me since day one, I hope you ride with me there." That's not great for the Cavs.
Why?
Hopefully, if you're a ride or die fan, hopefully.
Because the ride or die since day one?
The ride or dies want him to go to the Cavs. The ride or die since day one, that you want him to go to the Cavs because you're probably a Cavs fan. And if not, like the ride or die LeBron fans have always enjoyed the Cavs part of LeBron. That's the greatest part of the LeBron experience is him in a Cavs uniform. And that even isn't just for people in Northeast Ohio. That's for people that just love LeBron. And so the hopefully part of that would lead you to believe that he's setting people up for a 76ers, maybe even a Warriors. And he taught a lot of ride or die LeBron fans to hate Golden State with a passion, and here he is now doing that. I mean, it's just, I didn't want to make too much out of nothing, but that wasn't great.
You might have finally shaken my confidence in LeBron coming back, because I don't think ride or die fans would abandon him for Cleveland, Minnesota, Philadelphia, or Miami. They would for old San Francisco there. They would for San Francisco.
We're just trying to read into things here. That's all.
Chris Fedor of Cleveland.com joined us today at 3:20. He talked about the Cavs' effort to recruit LeBron.
I have heard that Donovan and James have both been in touch with LeBron throughout the course of this offseason. Of course, Brandon Weems, who is the assistant general manager for the Cavs, is one of LeBron's closest buddies, and they were together for 4th of July weekend, so that certainly helps the Cavs' case as well. But like I said, I just don't know that there's like a recruiting thing that either Tyrese Maxey can do, or Anthony Edwards, or Stephen Curry, or Draymond Green that is going to sway LeBron. He doesn't need Donovan Mitchell to say, or James Harden to say, hey, we have 4 of the 50 best players on this roster, and we just are coming off an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. Now maybe it's comforting for him to be wooed and recruited by some of these guys, especially given the way that things went down in his final season in Los Angeles. He probably appreciates that, but I don't think that's going to drive the decision or keep him from going to one place or push him in the direction of another.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm happy that they've connected. I do want more of a public-facing. We were going after LeBron, but Donovan and James Harden didn't want to do that for some reason. I've not yet heard. Pat Riley did speak about LeBron at the introductory press conference for Giannis. I have not yet heard what he said. I do want to hear how hard in the paint Pat Riley was going.
Yeah, it's interesting with Pat because they had such a complicated relationship at the end. And I just feel like we haven't heard anything other than the obligatory niceties that have to happen.
Yeah, like I want to hear what he had to say.
And I would be so shocked if Riles ever went to that degree again. That actually might concern me too. If Riles was just out here like he's the best player we've ever had in franchise history, we need him. If he went full rah-rah, that's also some love right there.
Also, not a great sign that he was ever going to really do it today. He would never upstage his buddy Giannis.
That's true.
If there was more signs that was right in front of our face that we should have been paying attention to, is that this is Giannis Day.
By the way, we got
going to do it.
A hell of a quote coming in from the NBA.
Yeah.
Have you've noticed all the trends of NBA athletes and NFL athletes saying, well, $100 million isn't really $100 million?
Yeah.
Kyle Kuzma, of all people, has roasted those people.
I always like Kuzma.
Saying, nobody told you to live like a king, buy 5 cars, or move in with a 10-person entourage. Listen, they're making a point that I do think most people can't comprehend because I won't make $100 million in my career. However, if you say, after $100 million, that's really like $60 million. And after taxes, that's really only like $12 million a year. You've really missed the plot.
You missed the plot.
Yeah.
And also, you can break it down to basically any salary. You don't need to be a $100 millionaire to be like, oh, yeah, taxes are coming.
Yes.
Like that's where they kind of are treating us like we're stupid, and that's the part that offends me the most out of the conversation. It's like, wait, hold on, you just think we don't, like, the public doesn't understand that taxes happen? Is that where you're taking this? How dumb do you think we are?
Get taxed at $40,000 a year, and then come back and talk to me.
Right.
You know,
now
you hate getting taxed on $100 million. Wait till you see half of your check disappear at 40.
It's just funny because every now and again, you know, like you have like a 23, 24-year-old with their first big boy job, and they have that realization of like, oh no, I don't get nearly as much money as I thought I was going to get. And it just seems like it takes NBA players, I don't know, 10 years and hundreds of millions of dollars to come to that same conclusion that everyone gets with their first job out of college.
Yeah, I'm 40, and I'm still disappointed every time I see what they've taken away.
Yeah,
happy with a bigger number, but we're dipping into that, are we now?
NBA analyst Rick Bucher joined the morning show today. He explained why LeBron James lacks leverage as a free agent.
He doesn't have the same leverage. The idea that all 29 teams would want him. No, not all 29 teams would take him at this point, even on a minimum contract, because there is a weight that comes with LeBron. There's an attention that comes with LeBron, and there is, because of all that he has done, there's an expectation of how he's going to be treated. And I would add the fact that you've got an agent who's doing podcasts and talking about your teammates. There's a lot of teams out there at this point in their evolution and where they are. They're like, you know what, for a year or two, do we really want to invite that into our house? It's not really a reflection of where LeBron is as a player so much as it is with everything that comes along with LeBron.
If LeBron James tomorrow said, I'm going to sign for the vet men, and I want every NBA team that wants me to just call me, every NBA team would call.
Well, which is basically what he did. And by the way, Rich Paul on his podcast insinuated, I think he said 28 teams call.
Mm-hmm. But the point is,
at least checked in. I think it was 27 or 28 teams checked in.
LeBron does not have the leverage that he had 8 years ago or a decade ago, whatever. That's kind of a no-doy for me. And I just think I guarantee you, if he was playing for the vet men and willing to play for anyone, everyone would have him, because at $3 million a year, LeBron at 30 minutes a night is a huge boom for you in basketball, and financially, oh my gosh.
Yeah, no question.
Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, was also on with the Morning Boys today, and she weighed in on the deciding factors and what they'll be for the Browns in the quarterback position.
It really is going to come down to who is going to give them the best chance to win. And it's going to be difficult to figure that out, because until the lights are on, until you're getting sacked and hit and having to read the defenses and do all of those kinds of things in a live game, it's going to be really tricky to determine who gives them the best chance to win. But I think it's going to be an incredibly, incredibly lively training camp. I think it's going to be a very heated battle. I think you can see that the stakes are really high. These guys are already going all out in their summer break to prove that they want this job. Deshaun comes back into town, and before you know it, Shedeur comes back too, and they're battling it out. So it's going to be intense. It's going to be heated, and let the best man win.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I am. I know we spent a lot of time already this offseason talking about Shedeur versus Deshaun, and I do think the early parts of this, Nick, I think they're, especially the first couple of days, people are going to think it's going to be fireworks right away. I don't know that that's necessarily going to be true, but once we get a couple, a week into it, and then we start actually stockpiling some of where we can see them throw and we can have them in front of us, then I think it'll ramp up and it's going to be fun.
We need the first Todd Monken banger. Where he just comes out and goes,
what's a Monken banger?
He's either got to say somebody really stunk today or somebody looked great today. Or
like the equivalent of we can't be throwing interceptions on 7-on-7.
Or we need the Zach Jackson firebomb that Zach is good for, where Zach will say, I thought it was clear this quarterback was just shoulders. He was just, days ahead of the other player.
Well, we won't get days ahead, I don't think, only because everything I say about Coach Riz and him finding the very best in every quarterback, I think the opposite applies for Zach.
I think that's fair.
I think Zach, and he's honest about it, he's just seen a lot of really bad quarterbacks in the previous 25 years. So we'll get the first, the bomb from Zach would be, Deshaun looks like he can't throw the football, instead of it being like Shedeur is leaps and bounds ahead of anybody.
That'll still be a firebomb. It'll still set the world on fire.
Oh, yeah, that'll be fun.
That is a lead silencing the James Harden skeptics. Can LeBron do it? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Jill Schlesinger, wherever you get your podcasts.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. 32 teams in 16 days. Coming up in about 1 hour's time, Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys radio analyst. We're talking biggest story of the lines of the offseason for the Cowboys. And then at 6:30, Antoine Staley, Jets reporter for Newsday. We'll get his take on who has more wins in 2026, the Jets or the Browns. Might ask both guys what they think about LeBron as well. It seems to be all the rage here. By the way, on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, in the chat, Ozuna Collects saying, Bron to the land soon. So not only are the streets talking, not only are a lot of radio people hearing a lot of things.
Sure.
Ozuna Collects in the chat saying, Bron to the land soon. So we got that going for us.
All right,
as well.
very nice. Windhorse, by the way, in case anyone was asking, he's taken the Perkins route and just changing his mind every single day. He now seems to think Miami has been slept on in the entire process.
I do think that there is a part of this. And again, like guys like Brian, and I don't mean this in like a negative way, those guys, their currency is information. And I do think there's a part of this that the lack of information or the only air supply that's out there is secondhand or third-hand information. I do think we watched a lot of people crack in one way or another.
It's killing them because their whole basis is I know more than you because I talk to more people. And in this, they have to acknowledge the idea that only LeBron and maybe Rich Paul know the answer, and neither one of them are talking to anybody. And so you have nothing to go off of. You can't even be like, oh, I'm hearing this because the people you're hearing from don't know anything more than you, me, or anyone listening right now.
216-474-0092 to the Cavs check all of LeBron's boxes. Dustin Miami's been waiting patiently here. What's up, buddy?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, I'm going to say, and JP's right there because, Wendy is flip-flopping. A couple of weeks ago when the Jaylen Brown news dropped, like a day after Wendy said, what about the Cavs? We almost lost Peterlin. I think Padone had to, talk him off the ledge that day because JP was just he had lost it. But I do think the Cavs check most of the boxes. Now, in the event that LeBron goes somewhere else, Nick, I believe you posed that question, the Cavs are screwed because they have not enhanced their team outside of a second-round pick that, obviously a little fire smoke there with him. But, we saw during the playoffs, Kenny didn't play Jalen Tyson. So I don't see, this young man getting any tick when games matter. So outside of actually enhancing their roster, not enhancing the roster, the only alternative we have right now is getting LeBron. Now, the cool thing about getting LeBron is you just don't get the player. You do get him enhancing the games of the others around him. And so I do agree with that part of it. I think, if you can keep J.A., you obviously keep Evan. I think LeBron actually makes them better. So it's almost kind of one of those situations where it's like, hey, look, we're getting this player later in the season, so we don't have to make a trade. Now, you get LeBron here, you're actually everybody else is getting better. So obviously you get better as a squad.
Dustin, you said screwed. To what degree? Is screwed just being in the second round of the playoffs and losing again next year? I don't think that's screwed. The Cavs have been screwed before. I don't think that would screw them.
Okay, no, it's a fair question, Nick. But the thing is, we are just looking for. I am as a Cavs fan, just looking for a championship. So, that's it. I'm looking to take
so
that
screwed from the sense that you're not going to win a title. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, we're not taking that next step. We lost in the first round, lost in the second round, lost in the conference finals. We're just going in the opposite direction. So maybe screwed's a little too strong of an edge, but we're going in the opposite direction.
Dustin, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
How about?
So maybe, listen, I'm not trying to sound pessimistic or whatever. I just think, I think we're 4 years in. The Cavs really haven't shown the ability to compete for a championship as constructed. If they're not changing the construction beyond Dean Wade leaving and Keon Ellis leaving and maybe replacing them with a Kuminga or replacing them with a old-ass forward who might be able to give you some minutes, or without giving LeBron to this roster, I just think we just have there has to be an acceptance that goes in here.
I think there will be. No, I think there will be. I think, but you have to at least let people mourn that idea to begin with, though, because right now you're playing with the thought of if you add LeBron, this team will be a championship contender. You'll at least be in the mix to be competitive. Maybe it doesn't break your way, but you're there. So we haven't given up on those dreams yet. Those dreams haven't shipped away yet. But if you don't get LeBron, then yeah, I think there will be a resounding amount of acceptance from the fans.
Now, going back to the if LeBron comes here side of things, Rick Bucher was on with the Morning Boys today and talked about LeBron's impact or potential impact on James Harden.
The guys that LeBron has a problem with are the guys that can't think the game, that aren't in the right place, that can't remember plays, that all of that. And for whatever foibles that James has, it's not that. And I do think at this stage, it wouldn't hurt to pair James with somebody who has the work ethic that LeBron has, to maybe scooch him over to one less night on the town, one more day in the weight room.
So this actually did kind of reassure me about, because I think James is many things, and he has moments where he just kind of lets a guy by him. I've never thought he's kind of one of those guys who's really athletic but maybe doesn't know ball to the degree of like a LeBron. That kind of made me feel better about a LeBron-James Harden fit.
Not to go all Harden on everyone, but like his basketball intelligence has always been through the roof. Like it's like, I mean, it's a real strength. I think one of the appeals of Golden State, for instance, is the idea that Steph is close to a basketball equal for LeBron, and he loves that. He loved how easy it was when they played on Team USA together and the basketball IQ being matched. And James Harden, I mean, that's got to be appealing to LeBron. You need somebody on this team, and maybe Donovan is this. I need to give Donovan more credit for his basketball IQ, but you need people to be able to match him where he is, and that's really hard to get to.
I think if LeBron's looking at each spot as an opportunity, right? I think something that helps his case, helps how people view him, is if he took Donovan, a guy who had been out of the Eastern Conference Finals second round, or the conference finals, or been to the conference finals once, despite being a consistent playoff contender, and he took James Harden with all the perceived limitations.
Right.
Those are multiple guys that he could have a course correction on their narratives, on their careers, on their legacies.
That's why I've called it the heavy ring.
Yeah.
Because he's fixing those two guys.
Now, the downside, I think, is more to those two players. If LeBron comes here and it's just the Good Time Charlie Express for those 2 years, I don't think it really hurts LeBron unless he gets hurt or is just like a 10-point-a-game player. I do think it's going to hurt Harden and Mitchell. I think that's where it becomes interesting. If they play with LeBron for 2 years and don't win, I think that is going to pretty much say even LeBron couldn't get them over the hump.
But at that point, Harden's going to be 38 years old and probably be retired anyway, right? So like that for Harden, it's already done. And then with Donovan, you'll just be staring at the same thing you're staring at right now, which is a whole group and a whole bunch of people that think you're never going to get there anyway.
Let's go with Mike in Stowe. Welcome to the show, Mike in Stowe.
Good afternoon, guys. How are we doing this afternoon?
Hey, Mike. Doing all right, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Hey, I want to throw it out there. A lot of people are kind of looking at this a little kind of short side, I'm afraid. Like LeBron's got to be the first decision. Kobe can't be doing a lot of things with the roster until he knows whether or not LeBron's coming here. Making another move right now might keep him from coming here. So you got to keep your options open. That's why he hasn't done anything else yet. So people can need to chill on that. Secondly, if he doesn't come here, there still is some adequate work to be done, but it doesn't have to happen right now. It can happen before the trade deadline too. There's a lot of things that happen in the season after the first game starts, and there'll be more moves. And I do think that Kobe will not sit tight with status quo with the core four. If we're still playing that same kind of ball and we're still not getting respect, I really do think he'll make another move because he's going to kind of have to. And the other thing, I think LeBron is got to come here. We are the best fit, and I think it's about ball rate. As far as, you look at Philadelphia, Jaylen Brown needs 60% of the possessions to even self-create. He's horrible from a sharing the ball standpoint. And when you got Embiid, And Max, too, they're both real high. There's not enough balls to go around.
Yeah, the usage rate is really high on the 76ers. So, like, the question you have to ask yourself, Mike, is LeBron comfortable being the fourth option on a team?
No way.
He had a hard time being the third option with L.A. last year.
Yeah. I heard that guy you guys had on from Philadelphia saying, oh, LeBron wins a championship, he's going to be a god forever. I totally disagree with that. I mean, no way in heck. I mean, no matter where he goes, he's going to be thought of well, and it'll be so short-sighted. 2 years later, it'll be all about the next team. It won't be about what LeBron – it won't have any carrying effect like it does here, period. And this is the best fit for him from a roster standpoint. Miami can't even move the ball. They got no guards left. So, yeah, I just wanted to get out there, guys. I think he's coming here. It won't be on one of these soccer – it won't be on the World Cup final day. I'm going to tell you that. Doesn't want to share the headlines. It could be tomorrow. But if it doesn't happen tomorrow, I don't think it's happening until Monday.
All right, Mike, we appreciate you, buddy. Mike and Stowe, if you want to join in, 216-474-0092.
I mean, you do disagree with his main point, or not the main point, but the other point about he was calling back Fedor, saying 43 years, you erase that for Philadelphia, and you'd be a god. I don't know about god status, but like you're as high as anything, right?
I think he wins a fifth championship anywhere, and it's going to do again. He would just be winning the second title in Cleveland history. And actually, the second title in Cleveland since 1964. I just think trying to weight it. The difference is, if he doesn't win a title in Cleveland, there's no downside. No one is going to say, what a waste of time. Whereas if he does it in Philly, it is win a championship or nothing. In Miami, I think it's win a championship or nothing. In Minnesota, it is like the expectation, even in Golden State. I think anything short of that.
I don't know about Golden State.
I think the fans are going to revolt if it's not that level of basketball with LeBron.
I think those fans they're not checked out, but they don't have championship aspirations anymore.
But I do think what's really interesting about if LeBron comes back is just what happens when LeBron comes back. Do the Cavs immediately have a move to make? Meaning, is there a Jared Allen trade? Is there
but when you get LeBron, is all of a sudden Kuminga here the next day?
And so I think
I would think so. By the way,
oh, that's interesting because I
not
mean,
necessarily Kuminga, but I would think something else is coming right after LeBron if it goes down that way.
So I agree with what Mike said, and I think you and I have both made this point too. I think we haven't seen the Cavs made a move yet because they learned from 2014. Where I think they were they had Gordon Hayward in the building.
Yeah.
They were going to offer him a significant offer sheet. And I think it was LeBron's agent or a friend of LeBron called him and said, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah,
LeBron's about to come home.
He's about to come home, yeah.
And so
Which caught the Cavs by surprise.
I do think they want to avoid that. And so there is some patience here. But then it becomes, all right, do you wait till LeBron's in the building, you do the I'm coming home press conference, and then you trade Jarrett? When did those moves happen?
I think it works a little bit differently. I think because he hasn't talked to any GMs or anything. So, but here's how I would think it would happen. Rich Paul and LeBron have already figured out and put together which trade is realistic and who they want to go ahead and have join them if it is the Cavs. And then the moment he gets traded, then he tells Kobe Altman, this is what we're doing, and then Kobe Altman does it.
And here's the other thing. For all the people saying LeBron doesn't have leverage or LeBron doesn't, I think LeBron's holding up all the other moves. He's holding up any of the free agent moves, but he's also holding up the trade market. There's still movement to be made on the NBA front, significant moves to be made. It's not just Jaylen Brown won't be the last significant trade made this offseason. I think that's another sign of LeBron's power in this. That nobody's making a move until he makes his move.
You're not expecting anything close to what Jaylen Brown is, though. I mean, that's not.
You mean the most disappointing trade of the year because Boston got fleeced?
It's not disappointing. It's a massive trade.
Oh, no. It's a massive trade. I just meant a team getting housed by the other team. Is that what we're talking about?
I meant a player of significance going over and being traded and moved.
Danny Ainge would never, by the way, Brad Stevens. He would never trade Jaylen Brown for Paul George in pieces. Oof. Has Brad Stevens lost his touch?
No, Brad Stevens has not lost his touch.
Bill Simmons might agree with me for once.
I don't think so. I think everyone kind of gave Brad Stevens the benefit of the doubt on this one.
I think they're dumb.
While understanding, Brad Stevens went to the podium and just blamed money restrictions. And said the contract for Brown was too fat. We can't pay two players that amount of money and expect to be competitive in any sort of way in the NBA.
And then they're paying Paul George a lot of money. 216-474-0092. Would LeBron silence the James Harden skeptics? Is it really that bad, John Gruden? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
years worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcast on the Odyssey app.
Two teams in 16 days coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Earlier today, we got the news that the Guardians' opponent for opening day in 2027, pending labor stoppage potential or not, is going to be the Chicago Cubs. And
for the first game of the year, yeah.
Like, I am used to the Guardians starting on the road, right? They've been in, Oakland, always out west, Seattle, Oakland, Texas, somewhere there.
Seattle. It's been Seattle like twice in the last 4 years.
The Chicago thing's funny because one of the few places you can count on to have as bad a weather in March as Cleveland is Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, that was my childhood, was going to we went to every opening day, okay? That was the big deal. My mom would call the school and say the whole family's sick, and by the time we got to like third or fourth grade, they wouldn't even take it serious,
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, sick again? Who knew? And the amount of... You're by the lake, okay? Like, I don't think people understand just how close Wrigley is to the lakes. You're getting some of that lake effect and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, complete snow games, all sorts of bad weather. Freezing. Absolute freezing.
I tend to think, listen, the day that they're not playing at Jacobs Field anymore is going to bum me the hell out. It will. I love that park. It's where... the 90s baseball, that's all I think about. But even then, the 2016 team, I love that park. If they ever don't play there, I want a retractable roof so I can have opening day.
Yeah.
But my point is...
Yeah, that's what I had in Houston. When I lived in Houston, retractable was great.
I can kind of reconcile never having a home opener when the team is out in Seattle. There's a dome there, retractable roof.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere, wherever the A's play, Southern California, right? The Rangers, Texas. I kind of can't reconcile...
You did a very Trumpy thing there.
I did.
In Southern California, right?
I can't reconcile. There's not too many press conferences. Hey,
we're having fun.
I can't. So much fun. I cannot reconcile not being in Cleveland at the end of March for the opener, and they're in Chicago. I can't.
We're not moving in the right direction, if that's what you want to say.
If you're going to put them in this area, just put them in Cleveland and take the risk for once.
Yeah, I understand your frustration with that. I get that, because at least they did. They always sold us that there was a weather problem. There's a lot of home games in this. I don't want to break down the Guardian schedule. There's a lot of home games in April, though. There is. The first 6 are on the road, but after that, there's a lot of home games in April next year.
Now, while I say that, I wait till it warms up to go. I am that guy now.
Do you really?
I wasn't when I was
battle
younger.
it out?
No, I used to take
Did you ever go to the home opener in general? Was that a thing for you or no?
No, most of the time when I was young, they were sold out.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, even once
that's fair.
Outside of a couple years there with when they were really, really bad after they broke up that Indians team, that still, opening day has always been very successful in Cleveland, even in off years.
Yeah, my core childhood memories is putting on more layers of clothes than I would ever put on. And then you'd always get hot chocolate. I get hot chocolate at the stadium. It's the only time of the year you go to the baseball park and you get hot chocolate. It's that cold.
I even used to go to Browns games when they were bad in November, December, just to say that I used to be a grit thing. Now I'm I've done that. That's time in my life. I also know Vanessa's if
your
Vanessa,
tolerance probably isn't as high for any of this stuff.
Well, but if Vanessa goes with me, she's going to be miserable. I can't take the girls because I can't risk pneumonia. They'll never live that one down in my marriage.
Well, they'll remember that way more than whatever it was they learned in school.
I mean, I still remember the Browns-Steelers Thursday night football game where it was so cold they were handing out hand warmers and they had to tell people, don't put these down your pants because it'll burn.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. They mentioned it multiple times. Once a quarter, they're hey, just a reminder, don't burn your jewels.
Yeah, what's funny is that with football, it's understood, and it's just kind of one of those things that comes with the game. When it hits you with baseball, it just hits different because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
your brain doesn't compute it. It's like going to the It's like going on vacation somewhere that is cold and then having a margarita. It's just, this is backwards.
As bad as it is, like football players are conditioned to hit each other in 12-degree temperatures. You just can't condition yourself to hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball in 12-degree temperatures. You just can't.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
That's just miserable.
It's going to sting and everything, too, if you don't catch it exactly right on the barrel. Like, the whole process stinks. What you're saying and what you're getting at is that we just need a retractable dome, and we need to just make every stadium we have in the city should just be a retractable dome, or at least a dome. They're not
retractable. I want a retractable.
Well,
my only nitpick about the Brook Park
one isn't
barn,
retractable, yeah, so it's just not going to be. That's not what we're going to get.
Now, Ken said something this morning that about 20 years ago I would mock him for, but now I found myself empathizing. He was talking about, I think Lima was making an analogy built off Hank Schrader and his final scene in Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
And then Ken gave us this.
Rich Paul's just laughing. LeBron is just laughing. Like, there is no final pick. LeBron has made up his mind 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It's like Hank in Breaking Bad as he tells Walt, "You're one of the smartest dudes I know. How do you not know they made up their mind already?"
I only saw the first season.
And then poor Hank goes, bye-bye.
I only saw the first season. Liz got home from work and said, "This is too violent." And then later on in life went through the whole series of Narcos.
I like the first 2 seasons.
One, I hate when you're Lima in this scenario and we put like a nice analogy together and it's like, I've never seen that show, no frame of reference. That always stinks. When you like really are proud of the analogy and you don't get to land it.
Lima doesn't go to him often, though.
I know. That's why
it's a very rare Lima poll.
And it was a very specific one. And like,
but also you got the gist of it, whether or not you have or haven't seen the show.
But 20 years ago, I would make fun of Ken for being like, "Oh, your wife won't let you watch." As being a 40-year-old man that's been with my wife since I was 21 years old, I get it.
Oh, I didn't think it was like his wife won't let him watch. I think his wife didn't want to watch, and so then he wasn't going to watch because he wanted to either we're going to do this together or I'm not going to do it at all.
I think it was a kind of it's one or the other, but either of them I get. Like the amount of time, like Vanessa right now, she knows if I come home and I go to eat dinner and she's watching whatever the new Game of Thrones thing is, then I'm just not going to even look at the screen. Just have no interest in it, very annoyed by it. And so she'll just turn I don't ask her to turn the TV off, but she does.
It takes a lot, I feel like, to watch a show that you're the only one that's interested in it.
Yeah.
And so you have to do it on your own. Like Ted 2, for instance. I had to watch Ted 2 on my own. King of the Hill's coming out this week because I liked the rebooted version. I thought that was a lot of fun. And so I know I'm going to have to watch this second season of the rebooted version by myself. That does kind of stink.
I feel like most of the shows, because she works from home, so I feel like most of the shows we don't watch together. And so then I'll be like, "Oh, I really want to watch Letterkenny." She has no interest in Letterkenny. We'll actually walk out of the room. Being married's hard in 2026, guys. Nobody can agree on what to watch.
There's enough things out there, though. You agree on what you can, and then the problem I have is watching the other things on my own. I'm just very rarely alone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very rarely. So you have to carve out time in certain spots in order to do so. Like Project Hail Mary, we talked about that. Lisa and I discussed it. She didn't want to watch that one. I was like, well, when am I going to? How am I going to see this?
Oh, I think she missed the mark there.
No, she had no interest. Zero interest.
Not sci-fi at all.
No, and I'm not sci-fi at all either. So usually it does work out. But this one, as I told you, was top of the top for sci-fi. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to give it a go just because it was that highly rated.
That's interesting because so I always think like the people who like sci-fi end up being like the smartest people. I think of Elise as one of like the smartest people because of where she went to school and just the limited interaction. So
yeah, but I mean, I don't know that there's a through line between sci-fi and intelligence the way that you're getting it. I don't think there is.
Smart people.
I don't think so.
Smart
because
people
most really smart people like practical. You like things that aren't taking you everywhere. You're thinking it as creative. Maybe is the difference there.
No, I'm saying smart people like
just
sci-fi.
Like it because you like sci-fi.
And I'm smart.
Yeah, there we go.
216 and humble. 216-474-0092.
Just a wild way to be like, oh, that's interesting.
Is this a problem?
I think Elise is a smart person. Why she doesn't like sci-fi?
Well, no, I just think you don't like sci-fi.
I don't
maybe
like
you
sci-fi.
don't want to be thought of as a dumb person. You're not. You're a very smart person. You're the anomaly. You and Elise are the anomaly here.
There's two anomalies over here.
And that's why you fell in love.
Yeah.
Two wrongs make a right.
Our disdain for sci-fi. We're like, geez, we're gonna really. This is the foundation of this.
You work that into. Never mind. Is this a problem you have? And when we come back, John Gruden's discussed in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. We got 32 teams in 16 days coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. But, as always, we continue LeBron watch. Nothing happened since we went off air.
Nothing happened.
And I do like that people are hopping in on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And they're just like, it's happening tomorrow. I just love that we're just, no matter who it is, I can't remember who was just in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, but somebody was like, it's happening tomorrow, guys. Just mark it down. I was like,
all
well,
right, that's nice. At least there's some hope there. I mean, it's probably not happening tomorrow, but that's nice that people have hope for it.
It would be interesting. Again, tomorrow, I mean, the Guardians are back in town, but if LeBron announced it at what, noon? LeBron's still got plenty of time. There's no news tomorrow. But the problem is it will be seen as a bit of a Friday news dump.
Yeah, which obviously is not great because if he's coming home to the Cavs, then he would want to celebrate that, right? You Friday news dump something that you don't really want to celebrate. On that note, have you seen Draymond? So this is interesting. So this guy on Twitter goes, what number would you swap to if LeBron takes 23? Draymond obviously has been number 23 for Golden State for a very long time. Draymond responds, goes 2 + 3 = 5. So he's acknowledged the idea that not only would he give up his number that's going to be retired, by the way, because Draymond's getting his number retired by the Warriors as soon as he's done playing. He's willing to give up that number, not force LeBron to take number 6, and he's already picked out the replacement number.
Mm-hmm.
So either he's expert level trolling us, which again, Steve Kerr trolled everyone last night, and the Warriors are just all in on this just trolling everybody idea, or he's been thinking a lot about it, and there might be something to it.
I'm going to go with the first one.
I think so, too. I think he's trolling everybody, but I think it's really funny.
Now, with that being said, John Gruden, still at Barstool, had just ran down the age of not just quarterback play, but just football right now, basically calling it garbage. And I thought that was really interesting because I don't think a lot of coaches will disagree with him.
Well, he said the game is dissolving. And in talking about the quarterback play in particular, he said a lot of people think the game is evolving. I think the game is dissolving. And he goes into this whole explanation about how we're not communicating and then we're not doing enough at the college level. And the process requires time to read the defense and react accordingly. And kids these days are just running up to the line of scrimmage, clapping their hands and hoping for the best, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But what's funny is that in a matter of 24 hours, I heard multiple people try to make the claim that we're in the golden age of quarterback play. Meanwhile, Gruden is making the claim against that.
All right, so I do think there's a nuance here. John and Jay are both West Coast guys, meaning the West Coast system guys, and they each have their own kind of spin on that system. So I do think we're getting to a point where if you are the old pro-style thing, right? Like USC used to run a pro-style offense, which is why guys like Carson Palmer could go right into the NFL and understand the NFL offense. Why some guys from USC didn't have the biggest ramp-up time and transition to the NFL. It got harder and harder to do. Well, I think we're seeing that now in the NFL. I think the simplicity of offenses is – I think it's here. I think a lot, whether it's the RPO spread, out of structure play. Like I think the stuff that John Gruden likes, pro style offense, I do think that's getting slowly kind of phased out, and I do think if you watch the tape, it does look sloppier because of it.
All right, so you think he's just upset that the game has evolved and changed away from what he likes?
Yeah, I mean, I think John likes it. It's no different than somebody watching the NL and says, I hate watching the DH in it, or like the shift and how I think we all got sick of the shift. I think it's pretty noticeable. John likes structured football, pro-style, West Coast, the Gruden-style offense. I think those kind of offenses are becoming fewer and far between.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting because, like, if you were to ask me which one I think we're in right now, I'd make an argument that the idea that Jaden Daniels is 12th on that quarterback list that came out the other day should tell you everything you need to know about where we're at as far as the golden age of quarterbacks.
I think both can be right.
It's as deep as we've ever seen it.
I think both can be right, though. I think football is a slop fest now on the professional level in a way that it wasn't even 10 years ago.
Yeah.
These guys can't practice as much. They are coming into the NFL with less preparation because college has become such a big business. These guys aren't thinking about prepping guys for the NFL. They're just trying to get guys.
Oh,
they're just trying to win.
And transfer portals haven't helped any bit of this either. You know, like, and the idea that you are going from different college offense to even different college offense, and then you're just trying to make it all work. He went in and he's talking about RPO bubble screens and high turbo tempo offenses and all the different false starts that are adding to all this, and goes, I'd rather slam my hand in a car door than watch some of this. It's like, well, hold on, these are the best quarterbacks we've seen in the history of the game. The talent level for these quarterbacks, and on this point, the idea that these quarterbacks have never been trained for as long as they have and had the high level of training and specific training towards what they're asked to do than what we've seen right now in the game. We're only getting better and better at this.
Well, and I also think, we used to have a lot more rigid archetypes for quarterbacks just in terms of, there might be 3 offenses in the NFL and you've got to fit one of 3 of those. They don't fit, you got to fit into it. It can't fit to you.
Mm-hmm.
I know every coach in history, every smart coach has molded what they do to some degree to the quarterback. But again, I think we're getting less and less into the era of guys getting all that precious with their systems because the game just changes so much. And I do think we're living in the era of the defensive coordinator, meaning the defensive coordinators have figured out how to slow down guys like Mahomes,
sure,
with the different looks at safety and 3 safeties and all that.
Once they did that, the quarters coverage was a big breakthrough in that regard, and now it feels like people have just been trying to pivot off of that.
So, I do think, I don't think John's wrong. I do think it's a sloppy game, and I do think, and by the way, I put some of this on the players. Collective bargaining so much of practice out of the game. I also think it's just the NFL got real greedy with how many games these guys play. You can't expect a guy in the course of a season to play on 4 different days of the week across 18 weeks.
Sure.
And there not be a real slack cut in terms of quality of football.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I think your first point might be the reality of it, in that it's we're at the end of the day, we're just both parties are going to have a chance to be kind of right in this discussion. I just look at the amount of talent we have right now. Is that the difference here? Is the talent just so extreme that it's going to overcome all this? Because the amount of good quarterbacks, or quarterbacks we feel in that ranking, both last 2 years, those quarterbacks were outside of the top 10 that have won the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like we're getting, it's as deep as it's ever been. And the throws that they're able to make now seems like throws they could only dream to make 25 years ago.
I think an interesting catch-22 is, do we finally have 20 quarterbacks that are worthy starting quarterbacks in the NFL, which would be about as much as we ever have at any given point, right? Or is the product, I don't say dumbed down, but watered down enough that guys can come in and do what John's saying, which is kind of just wing it. I don't want to say like it's backyard football.
Couldn't you make the argument? Shouldn't they have been doing that the entire time? If that is as productive as it is, we've acknowledged that defenses are as good as they've also ever been. This out of structure, basically working with what your strengths are and trying to develop your own little system within a system it's working to a degree.
Well, I just meant like if the defense has less time to practice, if this has I can imagine a world where it's like, are these guys that talented, or is the football just that bad from week to week?
Okay. I hadn't considered the practice side of this. Like, because the defense isn't getting that much practice and all these practices are down, I just don't think we're lying to ourselves when it comes to how good these defenses are, though.
Yeah, I don't. And here's the thing. I don't know. John's the football expert. I'm just gonna likes to watch a lot of football on his TV.
Sure,
you know what I mean?
I get
but
it.
like,
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny because I do think that because of the amount of training that quarterbacks get to do in the offseason, and not just that, guys, VR has already had such an impact on the quarterback world.
All these reps you get while not getting real reps.
And it's like we used to joke about mental reps. The VR thing is a very real thing for these quarterbacks.
Has credited a great deal.
And so I believe that the quarterbacks are finding extra ways to prepare. But again, by the way, they're still not everyone's going to prepare the way that Brady did. There might be 10% of quarterbacks who take it that seriously, and the rest kind of view it as a video game. So I actually find the whole thing fascinating because I still watch every football game I can. I will never make any case that it's the cleanest football I've ever seen. It's the sloppiest the NFL's ever been. And I do think if you get to statistically, we've got a lot of quarterbacks that can ball out for 3,000 to 4,000 yards per season.
Right. The numbers have, it's not that the numbers have exploded because that's not necessarily true, but when you watch these games, there's just more quarterbacks that can put up numbers that you typically don't see for your 13th, 14th, 15th best.
So again, I think it's a lot here. I don't think it's one thing that kind of leads to whether Gruden is right or wrong. I think he's right, and I think
I think he's looking for it to be a certain way, and it doesn't look the way that he thinks it should look, and maybe that's what has him a little disgruntled.
I also think that offensive coaches have never been smarter about how stats should look for a quarterback, and I think they program that player. I think they, again, the easy completion to pad your completion percentage. I think I think coaches are very cognizant of that and how it impacts their ability to, keep coaching teams.
Well, not just coaches. I think quarterbacks are cognizant of that. That's one thing I've always been kind of amazed at with Caleb Williams. Caleb just does not care that people rip on his completion percentage all the time. And he'll say, what do you think, with the podium, what do you think is the better play? I throw the ball 30 yards down the field and it's incomplete, or I do a screen pass and then it looks better in my completion percentage. He goes, I'll take the 30-yard pass, and I came close 9 times out of 10.
I honestly think one of the things I liked about Shedeur is he didn't seem to give a rat's patoot about his stats last year. There were a lot of plays where he had an easy man right there, and it would have been a 0-yard completion, and he tried to make the play.
Yeah.
And so, I think I saw that.
For.
Well,
yeah.
But I think I see that in Shedeur. As a guy who's no, I want to win. I don't care about stats. It might end up hurting him, and, if last year's all people base him off of. But that's one of the reasons why I liked Shedeur is he didn't seem like a guy that cared that much about stats. He just wanted to win.
Meanwhile, Dylan operated as if he did care about the stats, and it didn't even matter anyway.
Oh, Mr. Checkdown Charlie. That just I don't even know. I think the farther we get away from it, I think Dylan, as a rookie quarterback, was programmed to do that stuff. And that was what he was being graded off of. And I think Stefanski ruined every quarterback you had last year. He neutered Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco came in here and looked inept.
Oh, and then he went to Cincinnati and started actually completing passes.
Immediately started just chucking the ball around the yard.
Which, by the way, we both predicted in real time was going to happen.
Yep.
That's the funny thing. I was Joe Flacco's cooked. No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's being asked to throw the ball 5 yards. Who in the right mind would have Joe Flacco try to throw the ball 5 yards and think that's real? That's something he should be thriving in.
It helped that he had Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, but he also had a head coach that wasn't holding him back. 216-474-0092. Are we in the golden age of quarterback play, or is football? What did he say? It's not evolving. What's the opposite? Dissolving. We'll ask that of Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys radio analyst on 32 teams in 16 days in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS. See website for details.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Football talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. 32 teams in 16 days rolls along. We've almost made it a full week. That would be 10 teams. Think of the efficiency here by this show. And to continue it on, our first team up is the Dallas Cowboys on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Babe Laufenberg, that is Cowboys radio analyst, joining us right now. Babe, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Well, it's great to talk with you. You and I were talking off air. You have a close connection to Myles Garrett due to your son Luke and his friendship. What was kind of your take on the stuff that saw Myles go from Cleveland to L.A. this offseason?
Well, just as a little background, too, on my son. So he passed away of cancer at 21 years old. He was at Texas A&M with Myles. He was a walk-on freshman down there, preferred walk-on. So he was a scout team tight end, okay? Myles was in his last year at A&M. And I'm at Cowboys training camp, covering Cowboys training camp, and I've known Myles since he was a high schooler. I was a CBS anchor here, sports anchor, for 17 years. We had a thing called the Landry Award for Tom Landry, given to the best high school player in Dallas, the Dallas area. Anyway, Myles won it, got to know him, his family. They were great. And anyway, I said, man, what's it like Myles down there, Luke? And Luke said, Daddy, if I get my hands on him, I sink my weight. He said, I can keep him out for about half a second. So I said, well, what happens if you don't have good technique? And he said, he just throws me. And I said, well, Luke, I said, one or two things are going to happen. You're going to get better because you got to go against him every day, or you're just going to quit football and say that this is not for me. But yeah, I hate to say it because I know I've got a Cleveland audience here, but I was happy for Myles. I mean, clearly he was wasting his career up there in Cleveland. Great player. I mean, Joe Thomas went through it. Obviously, you guys are more than familiar with that. What was interesting about the trade when it happened, so I was in Colorado, staying in a little town called Basalt, love to fly fish. I drive up the mountain, and it's called the Frying Pan River, typical Colorado stream, but you got to go up the mountain. Well, you lose cell service, okay, about 2 miles out of the town, going up this hill, you lose cell service. So I'm up there fishing kind of all day. As I'm driving down, about 2 miles outside, my phone picks up, the cell service again. And it's just ding, 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 ding. I mean, 50 texts come rolling in. And, of course, naturally, what do you think? Oh, my God, somebody died. Somebody's hurt. My other son's in the hospital. Something's wrong. It was, hey, did you hear Myles? And people know my relationship with Myles, and Luke's with Myles. And but, again, I pulled over to the side of the road because I thought, oh, my God, this can't be good. But turned out it was very good for Myles.
All right, let's get to the Cowboys here. I mean, it's odd. There's no changes offensively this year, but there does seem like there's some changes as far as hope for this team. Should there be as much optimism with this Dallas team as the general public in Vegas wants to give it?
Well, you guys know the story, right? Everybody's got hope right now. Everybody feels like, hey, we had a good offseason. We had a good draft. We got this guy. We got that guy. And then they kick it off, and you're like, oh, shoot, we're the same team. But the bottom line is the Cowboys literally had their worst defense in franchise history last year. A lot of reasons for that. Micah Parsons being traded basically before the first game got started. I mean, there was one thing after another that led to just a total debacle defensively. So they obviously, you're familiar with our man Caleb Downs out of Ohio State.
Obviously, Dak's got another contract decision coming up here, as do the Cowboys with him. Statistically, he has been one of the most. Go ahead.
Hello. Yep. Hi, we got you, babe.
You got us?
like some. I
do like
nicknames.
Yeah, I do like
So
that.
I could see being like, oh, thanks, babe. All that's. I could see you being that.
Well, I would love to get. I don't know where we're gonna get babe. Why don't we go ahead and move to Antoine Staley here and just see? I don't think Jax can hear me. That's all right. We're in the middle of trying to get some. I think the Dak Prescott thing's really interesting.
Well, I don't understand. I mean, and listen, they did nothing offensively as far as changing that roster from 1 year to the next. But we have to give them credit. George Pickens is supposed to be problematic. CeeDee Lamb is supposed to be hard, and I don't think Dak gets enough credit. Maybe not even just for the production that he has, because that's always been great, but the idea that he kind of reins a lot of these guys offensively in. And this is not, Pickens and CeeDee Lamb aren't easy to deal with, and we don't have too many problems with them together.
I just think it's interesting that if you get through this next year and you don't have another playoff win, whether both sides ever get to a point where it's like, well, that's fun. Dak wants to go somewhere, almost like Stafford did with Detroit, even though that was to a different level.
I mean, he's getting up there in age. It's going to be interesting to see. The weird part is I like Schottenheimer way more than I ever thought I would as a coach. When they hired him last year, I thought it was a big mistake.
Oh, I thought it was Freddie. I thought that's what we're going to get.
Yeah, I thought it was a big mistake, and he really did a nice job.
I don't know he's going to be a great coach.
I don't know either, but he did a nice job last year, and there's people that are really buying into what the Cowboys are offering up right now.
What I liked about the Brian Schottenheimer thing is simply obviously we have the Marty connection. Marty was my first head coach I remember as a little kid, and so I like him for that reason. But the other thing is I like that he wasn't one of the chosen one. I like when those guys. That's kind of why I like Monken.
Well, the sad part about that is he got the gig. You say not one of the chosen ones. It's classic Jerry Jones. Like Mike McCarthy, he gave a lot of money to and set up and tried to make it all work. But the reality is that Jerry Jones has always gone historically very, very cheap when it comes to these coaches. And he puts so much around the team and so much invested in the front office and all this other stuff. But when it comes to coaches, he's relatively cheap, all things considered. And it just kind of felt like he was doing that again. And then Schottenheimer actually outperformed everyone's expectations last year.
All right, so we're working to get either Babe or Antoine Staley here as this has gone straight to the pot here.
Well, when you try to cram, some people just do one. Some people do what we do two. We have two different teams in this segment in a short amount of time. Sometimes that can happen.
All right, Babe, welcome back to the show.
I apologize for that. And very quickly, I'm a firm believer and do not call like when I'm driving. I'm sitting at home. I make sure when I commit to a thing. So I don't know what happened, but I apologize for however we got cut off.
Oh, no worries at all, my friend. So we're kind of asking there about this decision here. How important is this season to Dak Prescott and the Cowboys continuing to do business after this season?
Well, I don't know that they're looking at this season as a make or break year for Dak. Dak had a great year last year, really did. I think they were number 5 in points. They were all up top of the yardage. He really had a great year. Again, they had the worst defense in the NFL, unless you want to throw the New York Jets not getting an interception in there. But what's funny, and I did go up. We were talking about Miles and my son earlier, and I was able to go to the My Cause My Cleats game. Miles wore my son Luke on his cleats for the My Cause My Cleats game. Cowboys played Thursday on Thanksgiving, of course. So I was able to go to that Sunday game. And it was just a microcosm of, to me, the Browns in the season. If you put that defense with the Cowboys offense, they're going to the Super Bowl last year. But I'm sure there are a lot of teams that say, hey, if we had that defense with our offense or vice versa. But, I think 28-6 final, and you can just see San Francisco said, look, as long as we don't screw this up on offense, as long as we don't take chances and turn the ball over, this team can't beat us. And that's the way they played it. And obviously, Cleveland scored 8 points that day. So anyway, the long and short is Dak Prescott played great last year. He is I never like to rate. I hate lists and all that, but I mean, he's a top 10 quarterback. He really is. They haven't been able to get over the hump again for a variety of reasons. He hasn't played great in the playoffs, but they had 3 consecutive 12-5 seasons, 2 years ago. So again, if you told me, I always look at it this way: if I'm a head coach and you said, okay, your job depends, 3 years we're going to fire if you don't win. Dak Prescott's your quarterback. I'd say, okay, that's fine. I can win with that.
Hey, babe, we appreciate you, buddy. You were so great with your time, and we'll catch up with you down the line.
Okay, sorry about the dropout there, but I appreciate it. Thank
No
you. You
worries
guys have
at
a
all.
great year. Looking forward to football.
All right, buddy. You're the
You
best
too.
there.
Thank you,
Babe
babe.
Laufenberg on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. So we are trying to get Antoine Staley on here. From the Jets' perspective, what's interesting is I don't think people have given them enough guff for their quarterback plan.
Yeah, for the Geno Smith, Cade Klubnik plan.
Yeah, not a big fan of that. But I love the first 4 picks they had. Like
Omar Cooper Jr.,
David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr., and then D'Angelo Pons late in the second. Like, I do think they got 4 guys. I think they could have the draft
I like
class.
Sadiq. We argued about Sadiq at one point. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, we did. Mm-hmm. Still will. I don't think I'd have as much of a problem with Sadiq if the Browns didn't already draft Harold Fannin Jr.
Well, yeah, natural. Well, you were worried about the drops with Sadiq.
Yeah.
That was the big thing for Sadiq. And then I remember, I don't think we even did it on the air, but I remember I looked up and I was like, all right, so where were his drops? What happened? He'd had 1 drop 3 years. Like his first year in college, he had 1 drop. Second year in college, he had 1 drop. And then he had like 6 in his final year there. So like in the totality of things, it was like maybe he can hold on to the football. It was odd though. You typically don't see it that way, where his last season in college just ended up being not a drop fest, but obviously not enough to hang on to the football at a rate that when all these scouts looked at him, they're like, we might have an issue on our hands here.
And yet, all this being said, I think the Jets are if you had to say who do I think is definitively like number 1 with a bullet to have the number 1 pick this next year, it's the Jets.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think anything of Aaron Glenn as a head coach. I even with these 4 additions, they don't replace the 4 guys they subtracted on the defense. Sauce Gardner, Quinn, and Williams amongst them in the middle of that. They even traded.
Well, they brought our guy back to Mario Davis.
Uh-huh.
And that was a I played here, I like here, and so I'm going to do this for you guys as I'm old now move.
And Jets fans, please like us.
Well, they got incredibly old. It's what happened. They did make a lot of additions and a lot of changes, especially on that defense. We talk about Minka Fitzpatrick. We talk about Wright. We talk about Asai. We talk about DeMario Davis. Like, they made a lot of changes, but it's nothing that looks anywhere close to impressive.
Yeah, like the difference between last year's Browns team and this year's Jets team is the Browns got really, really young, and that was part of the learning curve for them.
Yeah.
The Jets deciding to get old on defense. I get it. You're trying to raise the floor of your defense. The problem is it doesn't do much for the ceiling of your defense.
I will say, though, if we go back to the offensive side of things, and I don't know what to make of Geno at this point. Last year was awful. He had no offensive line with the Raiders and was asked to do a lot.
And Chip Kelly.
Yeah, like that's tough. And we know with good pieces and good players around him, you can see what he did in Seattle. You know he can be something. Garrett Wilson and Omar Cooper Jr. is going to be wildly intriguing.
Yeah.
Like that might be the type of thing where you look up and there's too much talent between those two to end up it being a complete disaster, despite the idea that I think that I'm right there with you that they're probably going to be the worst team in the NFL.
Now I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we're not going to get Antoine Staley. So the only reason why that upsets me is he was one of any team that had like a comparable record to the Browns last year, or that I think is in their wheelhouse. I want to ask every single one of them whether or not they think the Browns or Jets will have more wins in 2026.
Yeah, Grant Paulson seemed almost offended that you asked between the Commanders and the Browns.
Which that one I understand because if Jaden's healthy, they should. But like, it was Dan Day who was like offended.
Classic Dan Day.
Dan Day at night.
How did so many things happen in that one Dan Day interview?
I don't know, but he left him. You know what?
CapitalOne.com/bank guy. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. If you guys missed a moment, you can watch all 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Just search 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Of course, subscribe. We like it when you subscribe. Many people like to subscribe. You would like it. People are saying you would like it. And, of course, it is free. And like our videos, we like to be liked. But Chris Fedor joined us at 3:20. Really great stuff on the Cavs' recruitment of LeBron and LeBron's timeline. Sean Devaney, 420 of, I can't remember, Heavy.com on LeBron's decision and his timeline. And then Babe Laufenberg of the Cowboys in the previous segment. Felt good.
Good.
You know, it's been one of those days where ever since somebody said, I'm not a smoker, I'm an asthmatic, don't smoke, socially smoked my life.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since somebody said going out there is like 2 to 4 ciggies on your lungs.
That was me. I said that.
Yeah. Well, you were simply saying something somebody said about it. I kind of want one of those cigarettes. Yeah. Kind of feeling like it's one of those cigarette days. It might be tied to the fact I'm very hungry right now.
When's the last time you had a cigarette?
Oh, it's been... last time I had any tobacco was probably... Last Cabin, because I'll smoke a cigar there.
Oh, so yeah, cigars are different, though. Would you settle for a cigar, or does it have to be a cigarette then?
There's just something about a ciggy. They're different worlds, right? Like I will.
They are different worlds. I've had cigars. I've never had a cigarette in my life.
If I'm going tobacco, I will go a cigar. But every once in a while, you think to yourself, it has been a while. It's probably been 5 years since my last cigarette.
I think one of the disappointing parts, like if younger me were to look at current me now, there's things they'd be disappointed about, obviously.
Yeah.
There's things they'd be excited about, if we're being honest as well. But the idea that I'm not really into cigars would probably really upset younger me. I always thought I was going to be a cigar guy. Really always did. And it just never took the same way that I wanted it to as a child.
That's probably good as a child, like
15,
5?
Like 15, 16.
Okay.
Not like as a 6-year-old. Like 15,
a 5-year-old, like I really got to get on that stogie game.
When I was in bowling alleys and then hanging out at horse tracks at night and really spending a lot of time around people that smoke cigars, I just kind of always assumed the natural progression for myself, like as if you weren't like a cool person as an adult unless you smoked cigars. And now I've gotten older and I just don't smoke any cigars.
I used to. So, when Ness and I met, I was like, I don't smoke. I'm an asthmatic. It doesn't make sense. And then she saw me get drunk for the first time.
Yeah.
And then there was a cigarette in my hand.
Yeah.
She's like, what's this? And I was like, I don't count this. I don't smoke. It's just if I get a little drunk, I will. And she's like, that means you smoke, you idiot.
Well,
and I was
so
like,
now,
fair point. Fair point, Vanessa.
With today, you are essentially getting your 4 cigarettes that you've probably had in the past 3 years. You're getting that worth just stepping outside.
I'd prefer to
actually smoke it?
Plug into the real machine, as it were.
You know, it's funny. The other day you mentioned how like, oh yeah, people smoking just look cool, and I was like, I completely disagree.
Yeah.
But I saw our our group of 4 girls that are always out and about walking and doing their hot girl walk the way that people describe it.
Were they all smoking or just one?
You know, like the actual the leader of the group. We know the leader. We know there's a leader of this group. She was vaping.
I don't think vaping looks cool.
Very surprising. But no, it looked so uncool.
Yeah.
I just thought to myself, I'm like, I didn't see it coming, but also you just look so just kind of lame right now.
I mean, here's the thing. Smoking cigarettes, to some people, me, looks cool. I've never looked at anyone vaping and been like, let's get a load of this person.
It just looks mechanical.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like it just doesn't seem right.
Honestly,
at least smoking, you're like, maybe you're a part of the outsiders or something. I don't know. Like there's something there. You're an old cowboy, you know? I don't know. But like the vape stuff, you just seem like a robot almost.
Yeah.
Jax, you don't vape, do you?
No.
You seem very disappointed by this.
It was a high school thing.
Oh, yeah, I could see that with Jax. It was a high school thing?
I remember when you've progressed a lot here, young man. You look like such a nerd when you first got here. And then I look at pictures of you from like 17, and you were such a nerd. You've progressed so great. But like 17-year-old nerd, you vaping?
All right, I like that you
I don't think I was ever a nerd.
I
don't think I was ever a nerd.
I would shove you
Jax,
into a locker.
I like that he called you a nerd right here because he calls me a nerd every now and again, and I've never considered myself to be a nerd in any sort of way. But like the fact that he's calling you a nerd, I like because you're not a nerd at all.
So you
Jack's
think he's
not a nerd.
cool?
Jack's definitely cool. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I think Jax is cool
The
now.
man drips aura. What are you talking about?
Now he does. Not 17-year-old Jax.
No, who he is now is the same guy he probably was 8 years ago. I didn't
Or-
know him at that point, but you're probably I know you as a person. You're the same person you were 8 years ago. Nick's just bad at labeling people. He just labels everybody.
Or
a nerd.
I'm dead on about both of you, and this is Nerd Game recognizing Nerd Game.
No, there's no nerdness going on here.
Very few nerds will admit that they're nerds. I by the way, I'm a nerd about things.
Yeah, no kidding.
See, that was
we know that
felt personal.
we know that
very
you
personal.
wear way too many Star Wars T-shirts to ever be considered anything but a nerd.
See, you're also a nerd snob.
Well,
like I at
that's
least
true.
am not a snob about it.
Listen, I don't care if you're a nerd. I've never judged your nerdom.
Yeah, you
It's when
care if you're a nerd.
It's when the fun thing about it is you try to group other people that aren't nerds into your little nerdom. It's people you like, which is nice, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's Jax. It's not bad.
I never say a nerd in a bad way.
It's always people he likes.
Yeah.
He just wants them to also be nerds.
I
But
think
in the
you have-
process, he mislabels nerds and people that aren't nerds as nerds.
I think you have a shallow view of what nerds are. There's a vast sea and a vast community of nerds, all kinds of nerds, right? And so there's sports nerds, there's sci-fi nerds. I happen to be both of those. There's music nerds. There's a plethora of music.
At what point do you
type of nerds.
cross from just having an interest into being a nerd about it then?
I'm somewhere in your fixation with golf, I'd say. Yeah.
Is that even
I think
a
that's
thing?
valid. I think that JP, you could be labeled as a golf nerd.
Yeah.
Maybe I just have a definition of a nerd wrong. Maybe that's where the problem is.
You're
maybe
too
that's where
narrow
the
with
problem
it.
is.
And I would say dismissive.
If you just like something, you're a nerd about it. Is that the idea?
No,
like overly like.
You get excited about things in life.
Obsessive.
Is that nerdom?
I think you're obsessive.
Getting excited about life.
You're a golf nerd.
Yeah, and also you're very obsessive about
I'm obsessive about a lot of things.
Yeah, I think that's part of the nerd sense that I'm getting from you.
Well, what about Jax? Jax isn't obsessed about anything.
He looked like he would be stuffed in a locker. That's the aura he was giving off at 17.
No, the man
Was
drips.
it the
drips aura.
transitioning lenses in my glasses? I think that's
That's
Jax.
part of it. It's also the lack of facial hair.
We're on the radio. You're not helping my case here. Describing those thick ass glasses that you have.
All I'm hearing is that Nick is winning.
You're not helping the case here, buddy. It's a fight I've been fighting for a
nothing nerdy
while.
about a regular pair of glasses.
All right, so Keith likes to work out a lot. Is Keith a workout nerd?
That's not the same. And
Where
you
does
know
it- where
Keith
does it
is not
start
a
and
nerd.
stop? Where does it start and stop?
Keith is not. Keith is too much of a bro to be a nerd.
Where does it start and stop?
It's
I
pretty
thought
obvious.
I thought it was about being obsessive about something.
This is like the definition of pornography.
You can't be a gym nerd?
You know what it is when you see it. No,
that's
they're not
interesting.
gym nerds. They're
That's
called
interesting.
gym bros, and they also have a lot of tattoos that you probably don't want out in the open.
Keith has 0 tattoos as far as I know.
Yep, out in the open.
Does he have hidden tattoos?
I saw a gym bro with a swastika on his elbow the other day.
They took an airport. Did you see the airport guy with the swastika?
No.
What the hell is going on?
Well, I don't think we want to answer that on air. But then there was a third guy with a swastika on his elbow again, but he was a creeper. And I thought I was going to
if the shoe fits.
I thought I was going to have to literally kick this guy's ass. He was like
You saw this in person?
Yes, he was
in person.
He was
You saw an
ogling
open-
my daughters. My 16-year-old and 12 going on 13-year-old daughters. He was watching them, and did I make a loud demonstration that Dad was there, and yeah.
I wish you would have kicked his ass. I don't always root for that in your stories, by the way. I don't always. Sometimes I'm like, make peace. There's no need for it. I wish you would have just punched him in the face.
Vanessa was very concerned. Actually, 2 times in like 3 weeks, she's seen me as angry as I've ever been. And I'm also as happy as I've ever been. None of this makes sense, nerds. All right, big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Big thanks.
Yes.
Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. Good stuff today, bud.
Hey, had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow for a Friday. Will LeBron finally announce the damn news tomorrow? I'm probably not going to be too stressed either way. Looking forward to it, guys. See you tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.